They just changed it.
Like the club you guys.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Bowman a glance to second, and now the 0-1. That ball drilled deep down the right field line. It's got a shot. It's gone. First big league home run for Alejandro Osuna. He'll touch them all as the Rangers now lead it 5-2.
Hixie.
Wow. First big.
When you haven't seen much offense this year, I can understand that. It's overwhelming.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And hopefully that starts today or definitely tomorrow as Jacob deGrom wins his 5th straight decision. Adolis drives in 4. Osuna with his first career home run, and the Texas Rangers roll with a 10-2 win to even up the series against the O's.
And he's heating up.
Adolis or deGrom?
Adolis is heating up, baby. The home run, the game tire 2 nights ago, a couple of base hits last night. In spots with runners in scoring position, and he is heating up, baby.
You getting excited for him to be dealt?
Well, maybe. I mean, maybe it boosts his value. But I mean, look, this team needs somebody in the middle of the order that isn't named Corey Seager to start hitting. But they could use him to start hitting too, more than he has, because even this is not even a Corey Seager year. But yeah, like when you get somebody else in the middle of the order to heat up, that can extend the lineup, and that might force people to pitch around him and give more pitches to someone else. It's whoever that night is in front or behind him, and let's go.
What a sad set of circumstances. I'm not disagreeing with you. I felt the same way, but then I started reflecting on it, and I looked, and this is really it's 2 games in a row.
That's it. That's all it is, man.
If you look at the rest of that, like he had a golden sombrero 3 games ago. He was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
The first single kind of made me think, because he got the front foot down, he kept his weight back, and he was able on an off-speed pitch to still get it to center field. Like that was a pretty good piece of hitting. I was like, all right, maybe he's starting to see the ball a little bit better.
And Evan Grant reporting before the game that Brett Boone, who will join us at 9:20 this morning, and others had the Rangers in the cage working on situational hitting.
Oh, wow.
I want to know what that looks like. I want to know what the exact instruction is for the balls in the cage there.
Man, it could be as simple as,
Is it
okay,
like everyone go the other way?
Yeah, it could be as simple as, hey, it's an 0-2 pitch. We got a runner on second with 1 out.
Yeah.
What are we doing with it? It could be that could be just a ground ball to the right side. It could be hey, let's try to get the bat of the ball, fight it up. I mean, it could be a lot of different things, but that's great. It sounds very remedial to do to a major leaguer, but we've heard managers say, I mean, Banny told me they would do infield practice before every home stand. The first game of every home stand, they would do infield.
Well, that's the other thing. You're going to laugh.
Well, have you heard or seen those Progressive commercials where they're like, you can't stop becoming your parents, and then they're having to tell them like, hey, if you're sitting on the porch and it's raining, you don't have to say we needed this. Like they're doing that whole thing. It's just I feel like Boone was probably there talking to them very basically like, guys, this is a bunt. This is how you put the ball down, or like you can go the other way. You don't have to pull the ball. There's nobody standing there.
Well, I was wondering about days off to reset in different sports, because Bob's going to get to Josh Young here in a second, but we know Adolis was given a couple of days.
Yeah.
Take a break, right? In football, you have an entire week. In basketball, nowadays, you have probably 2 games after you don't play your back-to-back. But in baseball, how much can you really get reset missing 2 games, taking a day off, and then coming back the very next day? Pitchers get an entire week to readjust.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the reset time in baseball with a day off, basically.
Because what are you doing on the day off?
It's a lot to be asked in a little time.
Is it a mental day off? Is it a physical day off? Is it a cage day off? Like, what you know what it is? When I'm trying to think back when Buck was here, you would have a Ranger off day, and you'd be able to go out to the ballpark and be able to get audio, and the players were there, and it was the big thing was Buck was like, all right, when you're taking BP, you got to be in your uniform, but like on the player day off, it was like optional, right? Not everyone was there. It wasn't so you would have guys that were down there hitting just Palmeiro was down there, right? Or whoever was. And then other guys were like, I'm taking a literal day off. I'm not doing anything. And I don't know, when Adolis takes his reset, and that was a whole series. That was a whole weekend series. Was that 3 days completely away from the game? Was it mentally? Or was it just cage work here? Or was he doing other stuff? And, yeah, I don't know what you can get out of one simple off day.
Yeah.
Other than a mental reset and a break physically.
And how drastic is the change when they ask you, okay, choke up. And they're like, what? They're like, well, what is that?
Yeah, we don't do that anymore.
Is it in basketball? It's a day of mid-range jumpers. Like, hey, everyone's guarding the three.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're going to, and it's like, oh, what are you trying to transform me mechanically? I don't know how to shoot mid-range jumpers in today's NBA. So I was just thinking about that for working on contact hitting, situational hitting in the cage for a day.
Yeah, because so I remember back in 2010 when Clint Hurdle came in here and just made Josh change his stance back. Like, hey, put your toe tap mechanism back in there. That was it. It was just like, just change that up. And all of a sudden he went from being 260 the year before something. He couldn't hit the ball in 2009 to where in 2010 he was the MVP. He had a 3-month stretch there where Josh hit 410 or something like that. And so there are those little tweaks that seem to work. Marcus Semien, since it wasn't like a here, get your own day off kind of thing. It was May 28th to May 30th. So on May 29th, I had a day off. Since that time, like, he's been great. So since May 30th, which is a little over a month now, it's 29 games. Marcus Semien's hitting 351, and his OPS is over 1,000. It's like, okay, maybe he needed the reset. As a guy who especially is in there every day, maybe Semien needed it. Maybe he made tweaks.
You know, you could get like so we went to Basic's dad yesterday pitching lessons for Elder One, right? And within 3 pitches, he was like, all right, you're breaking your hands too late. So that means everything else is behind. Your body's ahead of your arm. You know, so that was in 3 pitches. And he's told me stories about having guys in the league where they would come to him when they come through to play the Rangers, and they're like, man, my velocity's down. And within that 40-pitch bullpen session in his backyard, they're back 5 miles up on their fastball. Like it sometimes can be that simple.
Does
when
he
you have
know
the
more
right
about baseball than Junior?
I think he knows more about the pitching mechanics. Mike sees we were talking about this yesterday. Mike sees the game like a catcher does. Mike sees the game. Pitchers don't see the game the way Mike does. He's different.
No, I mean, his ERA said pitchers don't see the game the way Mike does.
Because they were also different kinds of pitchers, Mike and his dad.
And
but Mike's a good. His dad's a really good pitching coach.
And speaking of adjustments, Bobby, Evan Grant was talking about Josh Young.
Josh Young might be in trouble a little bit, and we were talking about this. He was awful over the weekend against Seattle. Just terrible. Like, you're talking about chasing stuff that he has no business chasing. If you look at over the last 2 years, his eye level in terms of what he swings at is up about 6 inches, which is bad. That's why you're seeing people throw him high fastballs consistently. He's just swinging and missing at it, no problem. And so Evan Grant had talked about that. Look, Josh Young's starting to kind of hit a pivot point, like this very crucial moment in his career where he's got over 1,000 MLB plate appearances now. And he said, you know what that gets you? A label. That gets you a label with teams. And they're trying to fix him. They've given him the day off, like you mentioned, as the mental reset. And he said the quiet part out loud nobody's wanting to say right now, or the quiet part no one's wanting to say out loud, is that Josh Young, the mental reset day, we tried that already. The next option is you can't be here anymore. Like not forever, but you got to go to the minors. Like, we can't have you up here if we're trying to contend. And so he said that he's really facing, and he wasn't starting last night. He's really facing you could be down in AAA for the rest of the year.
Josh Young batting average for the month of June. Give it to me.
170.
I was going to say 176.
158.
All right. Oh, I was too optimistic.
158 with a 221 slug and a 429.
221 slug.
Possible. Wait, what?
221 slug and a 429 OPS.
What's it? Wait, what was his on base percentage then?
200.
On base percentage
207.
208. Nice job, Choppy.
That's so bad. That's just, it's bad. And he's the problem is, again, he swung at. He had 26 swings against Seattle over the series. 13 of them were out of the zone. That is a 50% chase rate. That is way above what even the worst in Major League Baseball do over the course of a season.
Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars make it official. Welcome back home, Glenn Gulletson.
Yep, it's official now. So Gully is the new head coach of the Dallas Stars, and we'll see. We'll see what if they don't have a ton of cap space anyway. There's not going to be that mega move. Granlund already left in free agency. That was you're getting Jamie Benn back on a very, very small deal. That was good, but this is going to be largely the same team that they brought back last year, or that they had last year minus Granlund, and they'll make some moves in the middle of the season at the trade deadline. But now it's about a new voice. Like, I think that's what this is. This is we want the opposite voice of Pete DeBoer. And that may be enough. Maybe that is enough. But also DeBoer was very, they were on point with him. He was kind of very meticulous with things. So, you wonder, you hope that there isn't that lack of focus and the lack of attention to detail with a new coach that wasn't there with somebody kind of more of a hard ass.
And the Stars officially named Neil Graham as an assistant on Gulletson's staff.
Best of both worlds. You got everybody you wanted. I understand you just said they're cash strapped, they're cap strapped in a lot of ways, but the fact that it does look like, in addition to re-signing Jamie Benn, which a lot of people were saying they didn't know if that was going to happen at the end of last year, the fact that they're basically running everybody back but DeBoer means they're saying literally we want completely different, is what I would think. Is that, to me, it sounds like they're just saying, all right, well, we can run this back with everybody else and just change to an opposite head coach and we'll be better.
Jim is taking the approach that, look, this is the team that can win. This is the team that...
Which you don't normally like that, don't you? You don't normally like if a front office says, literally our only fault is the coach.
No, because I think that's kind of the GM saying, it couldn't be me. Can't be the way I designed the team that's wrong. It has to be the head coach.
We heard Bob Stauffer, the Edmonton Oilers color analyst, on the replay on the way in. Biggest takeaway from that, or did anything change your mind about Gulletson after Bob was on?
I was going to say, my biggest takeaway is I didn't know Darryl Royal was in Winnipeg. That was pretty cool. No, I think he was... It was a more...
My big takeaway was the comment that he thought had DeBoer in trouble.
Yeah.
That it wasn't, we're not tough enough to retaliate.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily just the goaltending stuff. It started before that.
Yeah, I that was surprising. I expected a more full-throated endorsement, I guess, from Stauffer than we got. It wasn't a bad one. It was very yeah, he'll be good. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
I was like, that's it?
Yeah.
I was expecting you just this guy's the greatest. He's a genius. He's going to win a cup while he's there. I was expecting something like that. But I mean, when it's that obvious, I guess, to people even outside who just drop into Dallas for a day and go Dallas might need to fire him, then that to me says, all right, to hockey people, it was way clear, this couldn't go on.
Especially when you saw Florida basically beat everybody up to the cup again. And you've got your coach basically saying, we can't do that. What? You can't do that? You're hockey players, man. These guys can all do that. I wish we had Florida's cap guy. I don't know how the hell they're doing it. My gosh. They signed everybody, and people are taking discounts to stay. It's that is apparently the place to be. I mean, I get it. It's Miami. Half these guys are from Moose Factory, Ontario, or wherever, and they're used to 3 hours of sunlight in December. So hey, Miami sounds pretty good.
877-881-1053. The press conference is supposed to be at 11 o'clock today at the AAC for Glenn Gulletson returning back to DFW. Franklin Injury Attorney text line is live. So is the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're going to have two more NBA Youngboy ticket giveaways, 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. Rangers hitting coach should be in a good mood today. Brett Boone live at 9:20 as the finale against the O's tonight at 6:30 with the pregame on this radio station after Jacob deGrom wins his 5th straight. The Jason Kidd-Nick saga is finally over. I think we now know what it was all about. And is Giannis about to be the next Luka traded? The craziness of what happened yesterday in the NBA next on Sean and RJ.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-323-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
A fun, confusing day in the association that had my wife definitely thinking I was a loser. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club, as I love just following the dominoes and the possibilities and the breakdowns between Brian Windhorst, or whether it's Bill Simmons or Chris Mannix. I'm just consuming NBA podcasts like a total dork when I should be napping after the vacay to Maryland with the 2 children. But we got a lot yesterday in the NBA. We're going to start off with Mark Stein, who reports that the Mavericks are expected to extend Jason Kidd's contract before the start of next season. And I said,
there it is.
There it is. Oh, the Nick flirtation. The story wouldn't die. It wouldn't stop. And then eventually you say to yourself, all right, this is about leverage. Is it more about wanting to coach Jalen Brunson again, being at the Garden, getting away from Nico and Dumont, or getting that contract extension after all the BS he put up with last year? And Jason Kidd, I think, gave us our answer with this report. He's going to get his extension.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's always had an affinity for the Knicks. And I'll be honest, the way the Eastern Conference is shaked out right now, that's where you want to be.
Yeah.
I mean, they have you want to talk about a clear path. It is the New York Knicks. They've got a clear path to the finals, or one of the clearest in the league, period. So, like, there's a draw there. There's a healthy draw. But, I mean, his kid's here. He's like, baseball player and athlete, his family. Maybe he wants to stick around. Who knows, right? But it makes sense that this was also a contract ploy to get that deal after he's had to put up with, basically being the face, the mouthpiece of this organization when, Al Bundy over there cowered and never showed his face again.
He's clearly a New York area guy, though. Because, he spent all that time with the Nets, then he coached the Nets. He bailed on the Mavericks at the end of 2011 or 2012, whatever it was, to go to the Knicks when they thought they had a deal in place. And he was like, oh, no, never mind, I was kidding. I'm going to New York. So this wouldn't have been, this would have been a fourth tour up in that general area with the Knicks or the Nets. And so I'm sure he was attracted by it. But he probably also used what the Mavericks know is a real attraction to the area to all right, let's lean on that a little bit and press him.
So J. Kidd going to be extended, but the big news yesterday centered on Bedford, Texas's very own Miles Turner, who RJ has always liked. Everyone saw why, if you already didn't know, during the NBA Finals run of the Indiana Pacers. Well, Miles Turner leaves Indiana to sign with the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm watching Windhorst, Tim Bontemps live on TV, and Windhorst is like, okay, nice signing. I don't know how they did it. How? Bontemps was speculating, is it a Kyle Kuzma sign-in trade? What is going on? And then Shams with the second layer that Damian Lillard is going to be waived, and the Milwaukee Bucks are going to be taking on dead cap money of $20 million a season for the next 5 years. They're accepting the Dak Prescott trade, $113 million of dead money. Dame's getting all of it. He's getting out of Milwaukee, which reports say he's thrilled about. We already knew that when he was just busy watching YouTube boxing highlights in his hotel room. I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. You remember that story. Yeah. He gets to rehab for a year around his family, and then he's going to get to pick where he wants to play. But this is the Milwaukee Bucks, and trying to please Giannis and make him happy and rescind any thoughts of a trade demand. Miles Turner signs for big money, 4 for $107 in Milwaukee.
It's a little counterproductive, though. It feels like, since apparently Giannis is not happy that they're doing that.
All right, so this is why I nerded out and I watched this stuff. The reporting on this is very confusing. Mm-hmm. So Giannis, Chris Haynes, NBA insider, who Choppy will get to, has had a rough start to free agency. Mm-hmm. But Chris Haynes, I guess somehow is related to Giannis's family or something like that. That may or may not be true. I just saw that on Twitter. But Chris Haynes reports immediately Giannis is not happy with this deal. Well, Shams and others are saying that Giannis recruited Miles Turner.
Right.
So it's like, okay.
Did they not tell him?
You got the guy you wanted. But then the third layer is they did not tell Giannis how they were going to free up the money to get Miles Turner by waiving Dame and just outright cutting him. And then Giannis basically on social media putting out the memes and the GIFs of, I'm so confused. I don't know what world I'm living in right now.
Yeah, and did they tell, I'm sure they did, but did they tell Miles Turner how they were freeing up the money? Or does Miles Turner walk into something and like, hey,
I don't think he cares.
But he might if it's like, I'm going from Indiana and contending for a title to this.
He's not contending in Indiana.
I mean, you wouldn't have thought they were contending the last 2 years either, and they did.
Yeah, but they don't have Tyrese.
No, yeah, but I mean, Tyrese, what? They're going to go without his 6 points in the finals? I mean, that's so rough for them. This is a lot of money to commit to Miles Turner. It's $220 million over like 4 years, which it's $55 million a season is basically what I understand it's not as easy as just saying, take that money and apply it to that. But what they put as a burden on their cap is $220 for Miles Turner.
A $50 million player.
He's good. He's
good.
a good player. I would never want to pay $50 million for Miles Turner.
Executives were kind of laughing at this, saying, "Is he even better than Brook Lopez?" Brook Lopez just went to the Clippers as a backup center instead of going to the Lakers. By the way, the Lakers, if you want to laugh at them here in the Metroplex, still don't have their big man, but that's what the league was saying yesterday, confused and shocked over what Milwaukee did.
Unless Milwaukee knows that Giannis is going to finish his contract out and then he's going to leave, then you've got yourself an opening. Sure. Other than that, I guess it's a curious decision because the margins when it comes to championship contending rosters, you need that $20 million. You can't just have $20 million of dead cap in the NBA.
And in Milwaukee.
Well, yeah, and in Milwaukee. Now,
where you probably have to overpay to get some people.
They might have already did that. They might have just done that in order to lure Miles Turner there. But yeah, look, I love that the way the league is right now in the East, all these teams are just an F it, man. This is our opening. Let's overpay. Let's go.
The let's go to me is
because it's a 1 year thing, and there's 3 teams.
Yeah, but Miles Turner doesn't make the Bucks a contender, in my opinion. This is not a needle mover. It's a nice pickup.
Sure.
Now, can Milwaukee be more of a contender because of the state of the East? Sure.
That's what it is. Yeah,
but I'm taking Cleveland, I'm taking New York still over them, but I guess you could say Milwaukee is after them, even though a lot of people are shooting the Atlanta Hawks up because of their offseason. But Miles Turner does not make me take the Milwaukee Bucks really serious.
I would have been more excited with the whole chair incident with DeAndre Jordan when the Clippers locked him away and then he ended up signing elsewhere. I would have been more excited as a Mavericks fan for the DeAndre Jordan signing years ago than if I'm a Bucks fan about this with Turner. And Turner's obviously got more offensive game, but this to me is just, you're spending a lot of money to do what exactly? You're not contending with this. And so I don't understand it. I think this looks bad for Dame, overall. I think Dame has done a lot to ruin what would have been a protected legacy for him.
Well, he had to get out of Portland if he wanted to win a title.
But I think that's it
did hurt his legacy.
It was a risk because he could have been viewed as the NBA's Trout almost. Not as good as Trout, but the idea of just you were protected. Nobody would have blamed you for not winning.
But the other side of that, people would have called him a loser.
I don't think so. I think a lot of people would have felt bad for him. Now people are going to look and go oh, well, how good was he?
Well,
he was also at the end of his career. Not the end of his career.
He's not at the end. I mean, he was still one of the. He averaged 32 points a game when he got traded to Milwaukee. That's what he had averaged the year before.
He's 36, 37.
Yeah, I know. So now it's ruined. If he wasn't winning in Milwaukee, if he would have just bided his time and sat there out in Portland, just gone, okay, this is what your legacy is.
I would have thought him as a loser. I side with Choppy on that. He didn't do anything to get out of there. I don't think it's going to hurt him. We're the legacy.
Yeah, we are
creators.
We are.
I still think
boomers,
Dame,
the legacy boomers. Maybe.
I still think Dame is going to be regarded with a way more positive career outlook. Dame time, clutch. Unfortunate ending in Milwaukee, and we'll see how he ends it with his next stop that he gets to pick.
KD ends up having a better reputation for his legacy than Dame does. I bet you.
Well, I mean, he's an
not as a player. I
great
don't just mean as a player. I mean as like a thought of as a winner. Like it'll be completely forgotten that he hitched onto legacies. He'll be viewed more favorably in that respect.
Okay, hot take. Write that on the wall.
Yeah. I don't buy. I think most people in the East are looking at it like that. Man, Cleveland's a fraud. That's why they're doing all these moves.
Yeah.
I think Orlando is a live team. The Knicks, nobody even wants to coach them. Like they don't even have a coach. So
Apparently, you know who they're supposedly close with, according to Stein?
Mike Brown. How many times are people going to go down the Mike Brown well?
How many times has Mike Brown been a head coach?
7? He's a 9th team, whatever.
Cleveland, Sacramento.
Cleveland like 3 times. He's like the Glenn Gullitz of the Cavaliers.
Yeah, he's Mike Brown does feel very much like the I don't know, that feels like if you go out and hire Doug Peterson at this point or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're just like, why? Why are we doing this again?
So Dame cut, Miles Turner to Milwaukee, and I'm thinking that Giannis is not happy. So I hope he asks out and demands a trade so we can get even more fun in the NBA offseason. I can't stop with the Malik Beasley stuff. I can't.
Won't stop.
It's incredible. DetroitNews.com dropped a story on the debts that the Detroit Piston former Milwaukee Buck owes. We're talking barbers, we're talking rent, and we're talking dentists. All of them. In March, Beasley was sued in Detroit's 36th District Court for failing to pay $14,000 in rent. The historic high-rise apartment is owned by Dan Gilbert, Cleveland Cavaliers. Last month, Beasley was sued again by them for failing to pay $7,300 in rent. In January, a celebrity barber shop with a long roster of NBA stars won a $27,000 judgment against Beasley. And then in January, a Minnesota dentist won a $34,000 default judgment against Malik. The dentist started garnishing his paychecks from the Pistons in February. The debt has not been satisfied. So the Detroit Pistons, in their accounting department, are redirecting the NBA paycheck of Malik Beasley to who's this? Dr. Al-Shibiabi? I'm not being insensitive. I just can't pronounce the name. Hassan Al-Shihabi. Where's this going? Is this a relative? Is this an in-law? Is this Kawhi Leonard's uncle? No, it's a dentist who is requesting to the team, I got to get a part of his paycheck. Dentist, rent, barber. Malik's done.
Man. Bet on it as much as you want, though. Malik Beasley went from 11 points a game to 16 points a game. That dude was playing his ass off to hit covers. He was trying his hardest to cover these spreads. And so I give him respect for that. You got a good output from him out of it.
Imagine playing every night under these circumstances. Like, man, I owe my dentist. Damn, how am I going to pay off the barber? How am I going to get my next fade?
$27,000 for a barber is ridiculous.
What kind of barber's got that cash, right? Like, I've never heard of a barber betting $20,000 on the game.
Well, I think Malik owed him for haircuts.
Yeah, I think
is that what it is?
Yeah.
$20,000 worth of haircut?
I think his gambling debts, like he wasn't able to pay dentist and barber and everything.
Yeah, the dentists weren't betting on the game.
Okay,
he
I was
owed
like,
the
man,
bill.
I was like, man, this guy's not even using a bookie. He's just using dentists.
The Minnesota dentist gambling racket.
You sit down at the RJ thinks you sit down in the chair, you look up, and it's underdog up there. You know, it's not the
That's
Disney.
what those glasses are.
Yeah.
Get your root canal on layaway. I mean, how do you have that much money in dental work?
Veneers.
Hey, you know,
$40,000.
Yeah, you know how much dental work costs. You know how much that is with kids and braces. Come on.
Man, the NBA's got some bad insurance.
877-881-1053. Franklin LaFranco injury attorney text line as we are live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have an amazing return to the NFL that everyone is going to celebrate, and Bobby's going to explain adult tummy time next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first, I'm going to explain.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway for you listening right now when we start the 720 Expressway. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your official home of the Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys. And yesterday, the New York Giants with a little surprising move as the Miami Dolphins in the headlines again, finalizing a trade with the Giants as Darren Waller is coming out of retirement to play in Miami. So Kelsey Plum's ex back in the National Football League, going from the Giants to the Dolphins.
One of the last dudes in the NFL I'd want to have in the locker. The dude is so flaky. Yeah, absolutely.
We loved him at the Super Bowl.
Hey, that's fine. He can be great. The dude is injury prone as hell. He's flaky. He's obviously had
years ago. It was a Roy White special because he was at the Titans, right, at the time?
No, you're thinking of Delaney Walker.
Delaney. Who does it?
Darren Waller.
Delaney Walker.
They're different people.
They are different people. The name sounds very, very similar.
Okay.
Does it not?
No.
DW, Darren Waller, Delaney Walker. That sounds that's very close to me.
So I wouldn't touch Darren Waller. I think he's clearly shown himself to be a headache at a couple different spots.
And hasn't he he's admitted to a lot of mental health stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look, this doesn't rule you out, but I mean, it's something again you have to watch out for. He's one who's talked about having drinking problems before and different things like that, and he's recovering. He's been out of the NFL for a year, was considered kind of flaky with his commitment. So, do I really like this? There's so many issues that I thought in Miami's purge of trying to reset their locker after Bradley Chubb was like, yeah, we were lying last year. We knew our culture was awful. I thought they would be a little more focused on stability, but Darren Waller's kind of the opposite of that. Or Delaney Walker, I mean, sorry. Sure.
I feel like Miami's about to implode. This is it. This is it for my boy, Mike McDaniel. That's an early season prediction.
How quickly does he get snatched up? On a staff period, not to hire as another head coach. I would imagine as an offensive coordinator, someone's going to go oh yeah, I'll buy low on him.
Quickly, I would think, but stars fade out. The shine on that star fades out real quick.
This is incredible news. Randy Moss is expected to make a full-time return to Sunday NFL Countdown in 2025, right after being diagnosed last November with bile duct cancer. Missed the final 2 months of the season, returned for the Super Bowl. There was a tough video to watch with Randy in a cane as his body was clearly deteriorating, but ESPN confirmed to The Athletic Randy expected to make a full-time return to the set. So that's incredible.
It's good news, and that is a lot of times if you get cancer of the bile duct, that's a very quick death sentence for a lot of people. And so this is, I'm sure, something that's unexpected in a lot of ways, and something that's great to see. Because I honestly thought when we heard the news, whether he was going to recover or not, I didn't think we were going to see him on a TV set again. I thought he was done.
All right, let's give you some laughs as we try to get you to your shortened weekend as quickly as possible. Adult tummy time. I was just thinking about this in the bathroom. I was like, I don't think I did tummy time very much with Ava, and I didn't need it. The whole stereotype of girls progressing and being so much more mature than boys, 1,000% hit my house.
Except for plane rides.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a maturation thing or that's just typical female behavior.
Ear infections, maybe. Who knows?
Are ear infections supposed to be a part of that?
With the popping of the plane.
Yeah, could have been. But she's acting like she's 3 instead of 1. But now we have adult tummy time.
We do, and this is it's basically to combat what they call tech neck. So
I thought you were doing adult tummy time when I walked back in here.
Man, no, it's I'm just doing old man, keep the back loose, sitting too much. But so when they call it tech neck because obviously you're on your phone, you're looking down. Okay, you're looking down on your phone. You very rarely, like when you're laying in bed, you're sitting up sometimes, or maybe this is what I do, and I roll over, and I didn't think it was anything. I didn't think anything of it, but instead of holding my hands above my head and get my fingers freezing because the blood flows away, I do get on my stomach, and I kind of get on my elbows, right? And that's how I look at the phone in bed. You? Yeah, I lay on my stomach.
What?
Yeah, because I don't want.
But you also sleep on your stomach, so you're comfortable doing that.
I am a lot of times a stomach sleeper. Yeah,
which is the worst one for your back.
Oh, it's terrible for your back.
I don't think one other person on this fan text will say that they check their phone in bed laying on the stomach. Is it only like right before you're about to go to sleep, so then you just put it up and go to sleep? Or if you go home and lay in bed for like 30 minutes or sit in your bed and want to look at your phone, you'll get on your stomach?
I will alternate. I'll alternate because if I'm on my stomach, obviously your arms don't get tired. You don't get the blood circulation that leaves your fingers. And then, when I'm falling asleep, if I'm tired, the amount of times that I've been looking at my phone and I fall asleep and the phone falls out of my hand and hits me in the head.
Oh, that's happened to me.
Yeah. So
really?
Yeah, I'll be just looking at something, you just kind of get lulled, and then you realize it smacks you in the face or something.
And I've never been a side. I know some people who look at the phone on their side. And I'm like, well, how the hell do you do that? The phone always goes into landscape mode or whatever,
just
right?
Take it off auto rotate. But I don't do that.
I don't know how to do that. So anyway, they're saying the practice of adult tummy time is to combat the tech neck, because when your neck, if it's out of the spinal kind of cavity or whatever, it adds 60 pounds of pressure to your back.
Oh.
To your spine in general. So 10 minutes a day on your stomach, elbows out, keep your shoulders not shrugged. So push down harder on it. If you can get 10 minutes, now you're going to combat tech neck. And you won't have that kind of Shrek looking upper back area where it's curved.
Yeah. Was that Shrek or is that
I don't know. I don't know the difference between Delaney Walker and Darren Waller. So what the hell are you asking me for?
Bobby, I don't know if you still want to talk about this story with your daughters down the hall listening. You got the jiggle, or you could take it another direction, because I would feel uncomfortable with your daughters down the hall.
They're watching an iPad. They're not listening.
Okay.
So they're good. Let's go to the jiggle, because I think this one is hilarious, and it shows just what prudes live in the UK. So there's a bar in Barnsley, I guess is what it's called. There's a bar in the UK that the residents of this community are just outraged that it's been allowed to open up again. It had been temporarily shut down. And why? Because of a horrifying incident where a woman who was drinking outside of the bar had an incident where she was, quote, jiggling her breasts at passersby, including an 85-year-old man. And this community was just terrified that, how would you do that? Why would you do this to an 85-year-old man? this happens like regular occurrence just walking in Dallas. Like you go out there and you'll get like party girl, woo, and doing whatever.
Because she's got a big pair of cans.
Has anybody in the UK ever been to second base? If it's like, my goodness, she's jiggling those bosoms of hers outside of the bar. Like, what do you expect a bar in your community will attract?
I think they're just a little bit more prim and proper over there. They still wear their tails with their tuxedos. Like,
how did women dress in Italy?
Like in Rome, it was like they were all Americans. Up north, it was they dressed like everybody dressed a little bit like nicer.
Did you ever have like a big nightclub night? Like
No.
go out and see what it's like?
We didn't do a nightclub. No, we went out
Like
to
bar
bars
scene?
and stuff. Yeah, we went out to bars and stuff. But it was like, I mean, I didn't notice that they were just more. I didn't notice anybody that was like super exotic.
Yeah.
You know, it was just more.
Man, did you see
Dressed
Tolo Justin Pate
Dunking on you.
tombstoning you yesterday?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, you were tagged in it about 21 hours ago. This is what it looks like. Thanks for the tip on names matching passports. RJ Choppy as Tolo Justin Pate, who every year with his wife Emily, best coffee cake in existence, wins the Sandler charity dinner at Knife in Plano. Posted the
Oh man,
posted the family photo.
That's what it looks like, Chop.
I'm glad I didn't see that one. I'm glad I didn't see that.
I've learned you should not even tag Choppy. Well, while you're out there, like 2 different times, I was like, "Hey, did you see that thing we were tagging yesterday?" He's like, I was like, "Did you see the thing I tagged you yesterday?" Like he just never sees any of it.
I post. I don't look at what people.
You don't
send.
even open the mentions tab, do you?
I don't. But it's just, if you got something to say to me, you can text me.
Okay. All right. That's the way to do it, I guess.
All the listeners who have your phone number.
Yeah, let's we can keep it up with more women and things like that and the way they get exposed. This is all about positivity. We're all about body positivity here at 105.3 The Fan. And new research, according to SciPost.org, says that if you have body image issues as a man, there is a fix for your self-esteem. And it's by subbing a cam girl website.
What?
Yeah, this research finds that guys who pay for cam girl websites end up being inspired by someone being so comfortable with their body, and in turn, they feel better about their own body.
What is Cam Girl?
Cam girls are like those things that you subscribe to, like, hey, this is a subscription fee to just watch me live on my webcam, and I'll
OnlyFans.
Basically, yeah. But these are live streams a lot of times.
Oh.
And so,
You
they
can
say
direct them.
They say that people who subscribe to these, they actually find that men end up feeling better. Like they see in the comfort there of just, hey, I'm in this close space. Look at this woman. She's comfortable with her body. Why can't I be comfortable with mine? Which I think is a load of BS. There's no way any guy watching this is like, yes, now I can go wear a tank top like Corey Majors and feel comfortable with it.
She's super attractive. I'm loving her.
But if it is true, does that mean that maybe Corey's a cam girl guy because he's comfortable with his tank top?
Bob McKay was up here yesterday too, the new general manager of the station, and I'm just, I'd be afraid if I was Corey, like making the turn around the hallway with the tank top and the tan Galveston arms out with new management.
But do you know how he'd greet Bob probably if he round the corner? Hey, Bob, what's up? What's up, Bobby boy? And like high five him or something.
I hope Bob ain't upstairs tomorrow.
Oh, fan cam alert for tomorrow.
I hope he's not here. I mean, I hope he's here, but not upstairs. That might be embarrassing.
Is this going to be worse than your other July 4th outfit?
This is going to put the other July 4th outfit, I think, to shame.
Wow.
I don't think you'll even remember the other July 4th outfit after you see this bad boy.
There it is. Fancam, Twitch, and YouTube numbers will be the highest of the week with RJ Choppy tomorrow.
You're going to look like Betsy Ross and Lee Greenwood threw up on you or something.
Lee Greenwood wishes he could be as patriotic as I'm going to be tomorrow. Okay?
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, and that means turn it on, leave it on. Have the Texas Rangers permanently solved the Jacob deGrom issue? A nice win yesterday against Baltimore. We have it as part of Diamond Cavs on the official home of the Rangers with an NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over...
Roger that, Sally.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
105.3 The Fan.
2-0. Garcia swings, chops one over the leap of the third baseman. Arias down the line. Seager scores. Simeon rounds third. He comes home and scores without a throw. Garcia with a 2-run chop single, and the Rangers lead 7-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
That was Jared Sandler with the call, part of Adolis Garcia's 4 RBI night. Jacob deGrom wins his 5th straight decision, and the Rangers, in a fun one, handle the Orioles 10-2 to split the first 2 games of the series in Arlington, right here on this station.
Thought they were going to have more offense early because this is the second time in a week they'd seen that same pitcher. And he's really only a 3-pitch pitcher. And so, I thought, man, they were going to go and they're going to get after him early. But then again, this Ranger offense hasn't been, clicking on all cylinders. They eventually got to the bullpen, got to Baltimore, and wore him down. I thought it was going to be like 5 runs in the first 3 or so innings. I guess it was 5 in the first 6 innings-ish. But there we sit. Good offensive output.
Let's grade deGrom's season. And with all this Ranger criticism, waiting for the offense to wake up, maybe we need to praise the front office and staff for a magical handling of him. 9-2 with a 2.13 ERA, 100 strikeouts on the season, and he's tied for the 3rd best whip in the entire sport with a .89.
Whatever's higher than an A+, is that a weighted? Then on a 5.0 GPA, it's higher than an A+.
Yeah, or
he's got honors courses.
He's so many deviations over the average or whatever. Yeah,
this has been every hope and wish you could have had about Jake deGrom's season has come true. He's been, knock on Corian, healthy. He's pitched as good as he has. No, I'm not going to say he's as dominant as he ever was because there was times where he was throwing, 102 miles an hour or whatever.
I was going to say, I'm going to sound negative so far based on how you're talking.
Why is that?
No, just to finish up just how glowing you are about all the this is the best he's ever looked or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's not the best ever looked. It's that's not the most dominant he's ever looked, but you never could expect that after 2 Tommy Johns. So he's been healthy, and he's been very, very effective, and he hasn't felt the need to go out there and just blow it by you. He's pitching. He's not a rock thrower. He's a pitcher. And I am so impressed with what deGrom has done this year. I don't think there is anything that you can be disappointed about in Jake deGrom's season, unless you just wanted to go out there and see him strike out 13 guys a night.
Yeah, he's been really good. It's not as clean on the peripherals as some of his other stuff before. So there's a question of is he going to maintain where he's at right now with a low 2 high 1 ERA most of the season? Probably not. The peripherals look more like a guy who should have an ERA around 3 because he's not striking out guys nearly close to the rate that he has his entire career. He's given up more home runs than he has typically throughout his career. He's walking more guys. Lately the walks have been better, but he was walking more guys. So I think he's been great. He's been a great pitcher. He's not been generational like he was in years past, but he's been great.
He's 37, Bobby.
I know, but we saw him.
I don't even. I don't even absorb or want to hear comparisons to his Met days. It's not a comparison,
right? But if we're talking about has he been great? Yes. Has he been elite, at the very top of the league, and all those things that determine how good you're at pitching? No. He hasn't been.
Yeah, I know. And I look. Nobody likes the analytics more than me. At the end of the day, there are some. Is he getting the job done? Is he keeping guys from scoring?
Yeah,
that's the number one. The number one goal as a pitcher is not to have a good FIP or a good, X whatever the hell. Right. The number one job of a pitcher is to prevent runs.
Fastest average 4-seam fastball in the sport. Skubal leads the way, 97.6 miles per hour. Then Soriano in California. Lighter.
Very bad place.
What?
Very bad place.
Lighter third with a 97.4 miles per hour average. deGrom fourth, 97.2.
Yeah, so he has taken off, 2%, 3% from his normal, and he's still 4th in the league. That's impressive.
Yeah, he's been great. My whole thing is just like, is he going to be better than Skubal? Like, is he better than Skubal right now? No, Skubal's better. Like that's all I'm saying is that in the past when deGrom has pitched, every single time he's been the best pitcher in baseball, basically. He's not that anymore is all.
That's fair. Okay, he's the second best or the third best. I mean, like, look at the American League. It's
10 years older.
Yeah, it's been.
But I mean, he looked like the best pitcher in baseball 2 years ago, too, when he was pitching, is what I'm saying. I know he's been through a time of drought. I'm not saying that. Relative to expectations, he's been great. But I think it still has to be measured to, is he are we going to talk about him like, this is the best pitcher in baseball? No, he's not that anymore. He's one of the probably 5 to 10 best in the AL.
I mean, yeah, so like, if you look at just go around the sport, this year, is he better than Skubal this year? His ERA says he is, but, I mean, also... It's minuscule.
Yeah, Skubal's going to start the All-Star game.
Yeah, 2.15 to 2.13. He has the same exact ERA as Max Fried. So deGrom leads the American League in earned run average, all the baseball ERA at 2.13. Like that's. I mean, at the end of the day, I still think ERA is the most valuable stat.
Malley led the league in ERA, and we knew he was going to come back down to earth, though.
Right, but I mean, this is not.
So I'm just saying, when we look at it, deGrom will probably end the year around 3 or something like that. It's not as much as he's walking guys, as much as the home runs have been giving up, which isn't like league high, but it's higher than what other guys around the league are doing. That's probably not sustainable, is all.
God, you're a drag. Jeez.
I mean, he's given up one more home run than Fried. He's given up 2 more home runs.
Sorry, I forgot. We're the home of the Rangers. He's awesome. He's the best pitcher of all time.
No, but you and your what a hot take. What a hot take. Throw him on Victory Plus. He's not the guy from his Met days, and he's 37. He's not pitching like he's 27. Damn, Bobby. Throw you in the booth next to Mike.
He's good. He's been great, but like,
amazing
if we're going to talk like he should win the Cy Young, he should not. That's all.
Okay.
No, I don't even want to hear the rest of it, Choppy. We've nerded
That's right.
out.
I've already destroyed y'all.
I want to hear
Bobby. He has the second best whip of any starter in the American in baseball of qualifying starters. Okay, his WAR is the 5th highest of any starting pitcher in Major League Baseball.
I'm going to put a bow on it. No one is saying he's the top 3 pitcher in baseball, but for him to be doing this based upon all the injury at the age, I think remarkable. A+ as well. Peyton Russell was lurking in Arlington before the game.
I know I should have asked the fans what they thought about Jacob deGrom this year. That would have been the hotter topic here. But yeah, I caught up with 3 Rangers fans yesterday outside of Globe Life Field. Just wanted to chat with them a little bit. And this first guy, I found out he was a Mavs fan. I talked to him a little before the interview, so of course I had to bring up Nico and Flag. And look, I mean, it's for the next 20 years you can bring up Nico and Luka and all that to Mavs fans, and there's never a dull moment. So I talked to this guy for about a minute, and this is what he had to say outside of Globe Life Field yesterday. All right, guys, I'm back here at Globe Life Field. I'm with a Rangers fan. What's your name, sir?
Tate.
Now, you want to talk a lot about Orioles fans. What do you guys say about them?
Orioles, I don't even know what their game plan is going in today. They don't really have one. They just go into a lot of games effortlessly, mindlessly, being clueless.
Now, are you a Mavericks fan as well?
Die-hard Mavericks fan.
Okay, so Cooper Flag, Luka, Nico, everything. If Nico Harrison was right here in front of you right now, what would you say to him?
Honestly, I probably wouldn't say anything. I would let my actions speak and probably end in a black eye. He would be in a hospital and maybe see Captain America the next day. I don't know.
Are you over Luka being traded away now that we have Cooper Flag? Or
hang on a second.
Did you understand what that reference was? Because I didn't.
Why would he see Captain America?
Maybe he's dead. I don't know.
I don't think Captain America's passed on. Is he?
I don't know.
I mean, Captain America did die.
He did?
Yeah.
How does a superhero die? Not very super, if you ask me.
Didn't he die or something? Like, that's how he became Captain America. He was like this little guy, and then he was frozen or it was some experiment and he died. And I don't remember the exact specifics.
Yeah, I was wondering what the reference was. I hope he might see the movie the next day.
I didn't know if Captain America was in theaters and he was saying after I'm done punching, maybe I'll go see Captain America tomorrow. I didn't know if it was like that. He was just giving his itinerary.
Okay, let's continue.
Are you over Luka being traded away now that we have Cooper Flag, or are you still hurt about that?
The 4 jerseys at my house say otherwise, so I would say I'm not over him being gone.
So that was the first guy there.
Why would you have 4 of them?
Well,
they got a bunch of different jerseys.
Yeah, City Edition.
Yeah.
4. I don't know. I feel like anytime I've ever had a jersey of any player, it's just been the one. I've never felt the need to get all the different styles of the home jersey.
Well, against my better judgment, I guess we have to listen to clip 2.
Yeah.
I was not anticipating a Mavs one-on-one outside of the Ranger game. So let's see what clip 2 is from Peyton Russell.
Yeah, so this next guy, look, he looked around my age, and I was thinking, okay, Bobby plays this game. How young am I? And there's a lot of people on there that I have no idea who they are. Some I surprisingly get right. Most I get wrong. So I was like, all right, this guy's around my age. Let me test him out in some knowledge. So I asked him some people's names, see if he could get that right. And I also found out from some of his friends he's a Thunder fan as well. Now, I thought I found a Rangers fan, but really I'm with a what fan? What fan are you of?
Thunder, all the way.
All the way. So you've been a fan since last year, right, basically?
No, I've been a fan since I was born.
Yeah.
And what year was that?
98.
98. Okay, so I got some questions for you. Okay, because a lot of the guys on the show tease me because I don't know big-time names because I'm 28 years old. So I'm going to ask you some names, and we'll see if you know who they are, okay?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, first one. I'll give you a category and then a decade, and then I'll give you the name of them, okay? And you tell me who they are. All right, first one, easy one, and your decade. Crime, 1990s, Timothy McVeigh.
Am I saying what team he's on? Is that what I'm doing right now?
So the category's crime. So it's not a team, it's a guy that's committed crime. Timothy McVeigh. You should know this one.
Murder.
Murder of what?
People.
You're close. So he was the OKC bomber. So I figured with you being a Thunder fan, maybe you would know that. But you were 98, so right, you wouldn't know that.
Hayden, holy cow.
I'm a fan of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Oh, well, I got to tie in. We're always looking for transitions in radio.
That was an age thing. That was not a Thunder fan.
What a tease,
Murder
buddy.
of what? People. Captain America.
Captain America. All right.
That was good.
Let's continue.
That was a good laugh.
Yes.
Okay, next one. This one, we'll do crime again, 1980s. Richard Ramirez. Ooh. They said I should know this one. Everyone should know this one, apparently.
I have no idea.
No idea. So he was a serial killer. Okay? All right, we'll do one more. We'll do sports.
I know Timothy McVeigh.
Okay, we'll do sports this time.
Okay,
all right, we'll do 1970s, though. Sports. Famous player, though. Cliff Harris. Who did he play for? What sport?
I have no idea.
All right, if you had to pick one of the 4 major sports, what would it be?
Sounds like a basketball name.
Football. Played for the Cowboys.
Peyton with authority at the end,
With
too.
authority.
Played for the Cowboys. I mean, do we have to play the third clip?
I can't wait to see which basketball question he asks a third person at the Rangers game.
We are at 50% here. That was a big make. That was a big time make.
What the hell? Let's play clip 3.
All right, this next one, we have this Tuesday segment, 7:40, Ask Reddit.
What do you think about Glenn Gullitson?
So I had to ask some Ask Reddit questions to the guy. Okay, Will, have you ever heard of 105.3 The Fan?
I have.
You have? Okay, so you know who Bobby Belt is?
I actually do not.
You don't. No one knows who he is. He's just a third guy on the show. Yeah. All right. So segment we like to play on the morning show on Tuesdays is Ask Reddit, where we go on the forum Reddit and we take a bunch of questions from there. So I'm going to ask you some and just give me your best answer. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right. First one. What's the worst thing you have ever seen on the internet?
The worst? I don't know if I can say that.
That's fine. We can bleep anything out. Just go for it.
I mean, death.
You've seen people lie over dead.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That is pretty weird. Okay, so what is a red flag for a woman when you're looking for a relationship?
Astros fan.
Astros fans. You hate Astros fans.
Absolutely.
If Jose Altuve was in front of you right now, what would you say to him?
I told him he was too short to ride.
Too short to ride.
Oh, I get you there. Nice.
All right. Peyton Russell on the streets in Arlington during the Rangers game. The win before the win.
I love people are saying on the Franklin injury returns fan text that the Captain America reference is about him going to see sick kids in the hospital. Superheroes will show up in the hospital to see sick kids.
Oh.
So Nico will be in the hospital.
Okay.
And then calling out the Thunder fans' timeline because he was born in 98. The Thunder were in Seattle. How could you be a Thunder fan since birth?
I think he means probably from sports consciousness.
I had a Durant Sonics jersey. Now what?
That's right.
All right. Like if the guy would have said he was from Baylor, would Peyton would be like, oh, let's ask him about Branch Davidian. What is Branch Davidian? Do you know what that is?
The payload at 6:40 tomorrow morning, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Great.
Someone says that a Texas quarterback is about to deliver the best season since Tim Tebow. We're watching the best college football quarterback since RJ's boy Tim Tebow back in the day. We got a fat football breakfast sandwich for you during the commercial-free expressway with a Young Boy ticket giveaway next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I think this is the peak of the preseason Arch Manning hype. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the College Kegger here with Sean Sharif. In case you did not know, college-obsessed RJ Choppy, Longhorn and Longhorn supporters, Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell, even though Brian Broaddus would question that because they did not go to the school.
Right. Broaddus isn't even here to question it right now, so.
That's right. Paul Feinbaum getting called out by Trey Wingo and others for making this statement about Arch Manning on ESPN.
I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship. And I really believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who's one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was way too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and was really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tagovailoa, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
Man. All right, so look, Heisman front row, yeah, that's an expectation. SEC title, national championship, reasonable expectation. Sark, great play caller, yep. Last year with Quinn, sure. Ohio State game, yeah. Are they capable this year to win a title? Yeah. Best quarterback since Tim Tebow?
Uh-oh.
Guys, Cam Newton exists.
He finished number one in that ESPN best last 25 years.
Last 25 years. Cam Newton's a guy, right? Joe Burrow played in college football. Arch got to prove he's going to be better at college than Sam Bradford. Sam Bradford was amazing in college. Trevor Lawrence? Trevor Lawrence had maybe the greatest freshman year you've seen in a long time. And he was as highly rated or higher than Arch coming out. Quinn Ewers was as high of a prospect as Arch Manning coming out of high school. And Arch was considered a project because he played private school football. It was like equivalent of like 2A. Like, guys, yes, Arch is, I love Arch. I think Arch Manning, obviously, he's the number one pick in the draft this year if he wants to come out, or next year. Whenever he wants to come out, he's going to be the number one pick.
I don't know about that, but continue.
Just the position that he plays, right? I mean, he's going to be the top.
ESPN projected Cade Klubnik the other day.
ESPN is stupid. Paul Feinbaum just said this on ESPN. This is one of the dumbest things. Is he a great player? Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know. There's a lot of hype.
I'd like to challenge him before the Tebow statement. Arch Manning last year in his most game action, completed 50% of his passes, and then he had a game against Mississippi State where he threw for 325 yards. That's it. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end of what we've seen from Arch Manning. This is like Tim Bontemps yesterday, who I respect, on ESPN saying, if Jason Tatum didn't get hurt, they beat the Knicks, and maybe we don't see all these offseason moves towards the Eastern Conference. And it's like, whoa.
Yeah, they were down like 3-1.
That was a 3-1 lead with Tatum. They would have beat Ohio State. They would have won the national championship. Based upon 50% completion percentage in a game and a nice stat line against Mississippi State. This is my big worry about all the Arch hype. If his name was Arch Cooper, would you be saying this? Would he be at the top of all the Heisman betting odds? I think not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
And I want him to be good. I want to cover an all-time great season, even though I can't stand Longhorn fans, including the ones on this show. But I still want to cover something great and magical and fun, but good grief. Off of what?
Kyler, Baker Mayfield, the amount of guys that have played since Tim Tebow that are all-time, that are just...
Do you think all those guys are better than Tebow?
No.
I know. So, but you're
I don't
saying
think anybody.
You don't think anybody passes Tebow. So, like, I'm saying that it's more a projection, though, is what he's talking about.
Right.
So, like, I mean,
I think it's very hard for him to project.
Just like you saying, I think he's gonna suck. Feinbaum couldn't kill you for that. And like similarly, like he's saying something that he's like, this is what I think he's gonna be. When he's wrong, we can kill, because he's not gonna be that. I don't think. I think he's gonna be really good. I don't think Arch is ever going to be like of a level that we're talking about, like historic greats at the college level.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We have no idea. He's played basically the equivalent of like one game, right?
I think Wingo put it best. There's a good chance Arch could be very good, not only in college but potentially in the NFL. But it suggests we've seen anything yet to make the best college quarterback in the last 2 decades is patently false. Paul knows this. Hot takes for clicks, and I agree with that.
It's definitely I mean, you need.
If I saw a 5-game body of work, a 6-game body of work, and it's like I see it all.
Yep.
I didn't watch Arch Manning, and I keep bringing this up, and I ask you on the fan text. I didn't watch Arch Manning and go, yo, that's special. And obviously Steve Sarkisian didn't see enough, because and his agent knows this listening, I never loved Quinn Ewers. I would have been fine if after the Georgia game they went with Arch over Quinn. I would have been fine with that. I understood why they did not, but Steve Sarkisian did not see enough to fall in love with Arch Manning.
There's
over
a project
Quinn.
element of Arch. I mean, like, it's just the reality of it. I mean, that's what he was. I mean, he was not as seasoned as, say, Quinn may have been coming in. And Quinn left high school early. I mean, Quinn could have used some more time in high school. I think Arch is going to be like tremendous, and it would not surprise me at all if he is at the Heisman ceremony at all.
How strong do you guys feel? I'm talking to Peyton and Bobby. How strong do you feel in your position that the Longhorns will definitely have a better season this year than last year, or as good? I'll give you that safety net.
Yeah, I think they will be. It's tough. I think they're as a team, they're about as good as they were last year. Even though they lost a bunch because they replenished a lot. I think they'll be about as good as they were last year. I don't know results-wise what that looks like. Like, they could still... Because last year they were a flawed football team, too. And so I still don't know what that'll look like. They still got to show that... Can you go into Georgia and not just get your ass kicked? Like, that? Not that like that's on the table this year, but I'm saying, like, those sort of things they have to show when everything's rolling right for you. Are you going to roll into Georgia and then just get your teeth kicked in? Or are you going to, almost lose a game to, Lorenzo Neal at running back for Arizona State? Are you going to let him take over and almost kill you? Like, those are the kind of things that they have to show that they can step up to those moments, because they haven't all the time.
Like, their first game is on the road at Ohio State. That's a brutal spot for your first road game.
It is, but also Ohio State is also guilty of the same thing we're talking about with Texas. Mm-hmm. Like, are you going to step up to this? They did last year, but right before the playoffs started, we were talking about how they don't ever.
Yeah, I expect a lot of the same as last year. I mean, look, it's like Bobby said, they lost a lot of players on offense, some on defense, so it's going to be a newer offense. But the whole, being afraid of Ohio State, like, yes, they're defending champs, but Steve Sarkisian has gone on the road before and beaten Bama, a non-conference team. Like, he's had a good non-conference record in the past, so I'm not totally afraid of Ohio State. Obviously, they're underdogs, Texas for a reason, but no, and it's the same SEC schedule as last year, just flip-flopped.
It's going to be.
Like, I expect them to lose to maybe Georgia, but that's really it. I don't see them losing any other SEC game.
They don't have. The only other SEC loss they have on their schedule might be at Florida if Lagway progresses the way people think. That's the only other one. Otherwise, they're going to be a 1-2 loss team, and they're going to be either a top 4 seed, or depending on what they do with the seeding, if they change it up or not, or they'll be the 5.
A historically underwhelming organization just walks into the SEC, and you're automatically saying they'll only lose one game, basically. There, you know why? Because the SEC is a myth.
Uncle Peyton on McAfee talking about watching Arch this year.
Look, he's been patient. It's been well documented. The fact that he's, been there 2 years. I'm such a believer in mastering the system that you're in. And when you have new coordinators every single year in the NFL or college, that's just frustrating to me. I was lucky, Tom Moore, Pat was there my entire 14-year career. Belichick gave Brady some different coordinators, Charlie Weiss, McDaniels, O'Brien, but it was the same system, right? Nick Saban makes his quarterbacks, our new coordinators, learn his system. So does Kirby. And so the fact that Sarkisian calls the plays and Arch has been there 2 years already, is going to know the system. That's going to be a huge advantage for him. And I'm looking forward to seeing him get out there on the field. He's worked real hard. I love seeing him go into that camp for his teammate. That's being a good teammate. That's being a good wingman. And I'm excited to get down there and watch a few games this year in Austin.
And there's a larger discussion with that because I think that's spot on. Like, anytime you change, like, what Bill did for Brady with new coordinators, but the same, was it the Earnhardt-Perkins system or whatever the hell he runs?
And before you get to the bigger system point, last thing on Arch specifically, I read this profile piece on him at The Athletic. It was basically how he was raised and not allowed to have the cell phone until later and all that stuff, and how he would just sit at 3 or 4 glued to a football game in the stadium. He wasn't looking for the popcorn like my kids or the fireworks show. And Cooper said, you'd think he was raised and tutored and molded by Eli and Peyton. Never happened, really. Not really around.
They were gone. They were gone. I mean,
gone.
They had a career.
Yeah. So he has not been Manning Academy molded like Andre Agassi and Nick Bollettieri in the Florida Summers every single year of his life.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was obviously his dad.
Cooper taught him to play.
Yeah, and his granddad. Because they were all down in New Orleans, right? So it's and Cooper was he was an accomplished player on his own. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you're still learning from the same tree. It's still the Manning tree. It's just not necessarily Peyton and Eli because they were doing their own thing in New York and I guess Denver at the time. But there's a larger discussion with what he said there because he had the same system in Indy and Brady kept having the same system. And for Arch to have the same system for the entire time he's been at Texas is huge. And it's just like, man, how different is the Schottenheimer system for Dak going to be than it was last year? Like, if it is, we're looking at, 3 systems in 5 years?
No, I mean, it's hopefully going to look closer to what it was the second half of 2023, which is what Dak wanted. So, I mean, you would hope that it would fall into something that they were already comfortable with before they changed things up last year.
Because that's no favors to your quarterback. Even, I mean, if you have a different...
Baker's been going through this like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I know the thing about Arch for me is just that dude better figure out pocket awareness quick because he has
likes to get out of the pocket.
Well, it's not even just that. He has one of the worst levels of awareness when it comes to free rushers that I've ever seen. That dude is going to get hurt if he doesn't figure it out. So somebody could be coming free and he just has no sense they're there and he will get destroyed. That happened 4 times last year. So he's got to be better at picking up when those free rushers are coming.
All right, little college kegger here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
So the Wall Street Journal is doing what Forbes did with the valuations of these college football programs. Forbes does this with MLB and NFL teams. The Cowboys are worth $10 billion.
Which you said was trash after the Lakers sale.
Has to be trash, right? I mean, the Lakers sold for said they're $10 billion and they're $7 billion. But even though the Lakers didn't even sell for $10 billion, they sold for $4.6. They sold 46% of their franchise for $4.6 billion. I'm not extrapolating that out. So, I don't know. It's a little flimsy, but this is the 10 most valuable college football programs according to Wall Street Journal and what their value is. And I think the happiest man in America today, did you see this? Is Robert Montgomery Belt.
Oh.
Number 10, Oklahoma, valued at $881 million. Number 9.
And did they say what goes into this valuation?
Yes. So going into this valuation is you're going to have true value on a program, cash flow, sustainability, projections, a few other aspects to it. So a lot of it is cash flow. A lot of it is how sustainable it is based on recruiting and stuff like that.
Okay.
Number 10, Oklahoma. Number 9, A&M. A&M's valued at just over $1 billion. Number 8, Tennessee. Number 7, Penn State. LSU at 6. Notre Dame at 5. Notre Dame is valued at $1.29 billion. Georgia at 4 at $1.35. Michigan at 3 at $1.65. Texas at 2 at $1.9. And Ohio State at 1 at $1.96. Alabama is not there. And that's why Bobby is the happiest man in America today.
Because of Andy.
Yeah, because Vandy. I told you could see that victory. It's too bad you're going to see a loss this year when you go see Vandy play, because it'll be Texas. But
yeah, my friends whose son plays at Vandy were like, all right, out of luck and superstition, like you have to go to the Bama game again, and it's in Bama. And I was like, what's the Cowboys schedule? That's my first response to everything in life during that time of year. And I'm like, Cowboys play that day, but that's not going to work. And they're like, there's no such thing as jinxes. Get it out of your head. Stop. Y'all probably gonna get their ass kicked on their own. You don't need me. So no, I'm not going to the Bama game, but I am going to the Texas game.
Bama's not valuable like they once were, obviously, because like that's the whole biggest part. This is why NIL chased Saban off more than anything else, is because the playing field is so much more level now, and the cash flow is so much more level, and in some cases, it's bigger than them.
Well, and the problem with Bama, and Clemson isn't on here either, and Clemson's got a very small fan base. Like if you were to go in South Carolina, it's like 70% South Carolina fans. It's not Clemson. Clemson's very small. They're not. I mean, they're bigger than TCU, but it's kind of on that. It's a smaller school, right? It's not a big powerhouse, 50,000 students. Bama's. I mean, their population, their state's only 5 million. How much of that do they split with Auburn? They don't have a big fan. They don't have a massive fan base the way you would think.
No, but they have a lot of like their law school and everything else that they have there. They got deep pockets.
Yeah, they have reach. But I thought it very funny. That Bama not on there.
This is. I mean, honestly, like their whole everything over there has changed. I had the story in the email earlier this week about Jaheim Otis who went to Colorado, who transferred from Alabama, and he had been a 5-star. And they asked him, they're like, well, why'd you end up at Colorado? And he goes, my dream was to play for Nick Saban and win a title with Nick Saban. That's what I wanted. And he's like, it became really clear last year that coaching staff wasn't for me. And that coaching staff is different. They told Jalen Miller, you can celebrate all you want at practice, and it's awesome. Everybody's happy now.
College Kegger right here on Sean and RJ Hump Day edition, which means right now we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Same thing will happen in the 9 o'clock hour if you don't win these right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call our number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center. That's call our number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Where is Giannis and Dame going to end up after the craziness of yesterday? We'll get to that at 8 o'clock. RJ with a very disturbing piece inside the Mavericks organization. We'll have the random Wednesday wheel spin, but it's Hump Day.
Hump Day.
Expressway, commercial free. We chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Before we get into the obligatory Wednesday chopping it up airplane story or Gen Z article that I found, I've got a problem. I'm losing it.
You're losing it? I know. I saw your email yesterday.
What was wrong with my email?
You sent a story that we talked about yesterday all over again. And I was just like...
Oh, did I forget to take it out?
I'm starting to worry. I think you added it. I think it was actually new. Which one was it, Bob?
It was the NBA one about gosh, who was it? Not gonna look. I'll find it.
It was Rob Pelinka and the Dorian Finney-Smith thing.
Yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith and
oh yeah, I think I had a different take. I can't remember. I think I had that. I think I wrote that actually during the show.
Okay.
And I just forgot to take it out.
Yeah.
Oh, you prep during the show.
I do it during breaks. I will, if I have an idea, I'll save it. I try to save it for the next day.
Okay. So is this what you just alluded to, like in the last commercial break, where you said you made a life decision?
No, that was a different one. That was about Twitter. I had to mute somebody.
Oh.
Yeah. The guy who blows up our timeline all the time.
Your friend T?
No, the aggregator.
Oh, ML football.
Yeah, I had to finally. I finally did it.
ML football. Screw it. You're a loser. You're a freaking loser. This guy. I'm fine with you aggregating. I don't put the hate on that. I use it for content. But is it Ari Myrov, JL something? ML football tags us in everything.
Yeah, so
they tag us in every single story. I tried to untag for like a year.
Yeah.
Tag. I had to block it.
Yep.
I had to stop. And then he blocks me back, got all butthurt. Screw you, loser.
Because that's what you're supposed to do.
Do your own work, you loser.
Yeah, you're supposed to build their audience for them. Oh, I'm going to tag them in this. They'll retweet it.
Yeah.
I'll get all their Dallas followers. They're trying to get you to basically do the groundwork to get them followers.
I just can't take all the mentions of everyone's response.
People argued it's Eagle fans and or whatever, and I just can't do it anymore. And I don't see anybody's
Aggregate away. Just don't get all butthurt if I don't want to be included. And it's like removing yourself from a Facebook discussion when it's 400 people tagged in it.
Yeah.
Don't get offended.
Right.
If I untag myself because I don't want every single message. I
Absolutely.
don't even want these guys group messages here on the show.
Yeah.
Especially when you're driving in.
But I'm in a bad spot. So a little bit more than a week.
Yeah, this morning's group message was supposed to be to respond to the wheel lady finally falling. Red Panda.
Yeah, Red Panda.
Red Panda finally fell. She went down.
I know.
Face first, man.
Man,
the greatest halftime act of all time.
Easy. I saw her at old Reunion Arena, late 90s, Hubert Davis Mavs.
Hubert Davis.
And I remember seeing her. It was like this. She's been going forever.
Yeah.
Forever. But I'm in a tough spot. So I guess it was a week and a half ago. I was like, man, I just can't listen to 90s hip hop anymore. It's just too aggressive, right? It's just I'm too old for that. Respect game and all that, but I just can't do it anymore. I cannot sit there and just listen to it. I roll my eyes. And I was sitting there, I was in the car this weekend, and I was driving back from, I can't remember where it was. It was one of Luca's baseball games. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to start listening to some music. So I go on Spotify, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't listened to Metallica in a while. That's one of my favorite all-time bands. And I throw it on, and I can't remember the first song that I even threw on. It was probably Sad But True, which I think is my all-time favorite of theirs. It wasn't Sanitarium. And I can't do it. It's just, I just constantly rolled my eyes at the James. I was like, oh God, I can't do this anymore. And I'm like, this is awful because this is one of my go-to staple, all-time favorite bands, and I hadn't listened to them in a long time. And I went back and I was like, this is just too damn much. I can't do it.
Yeah, old man, this is too loud.
Yeah, I was like, I was like, God, please do not do the same thing that you've done to me with 90s hip hop and Metallica. Don't do it to grunge and Dave Matthews, because I don't know what the hell I would do then. I would have a big bag of nothing. I can't. So I'm down my two staples. All I've got. I can barely stand 90s country as it is.
Whoa!
That's corny and cheesy as hell. This one hurt. The Metallica one cut me deep.
Turn it up, Peyton. Should have sent him what song you were listening to.
This is
one of them. I was on this one.
Why? I'm confused. Why are these all of a sudden a problem for you?
I don't know. I think I'm just getting old, and it's man, I'm just rolling my eyes.
But it's not old. It's you're reversing. You're going I want all the modern sound. I don't want this.
This is when people ask if the TV show still stands up. Everyone does it with Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Does it still stand up? Does it still hold up?
Yeah. Now, Seinfeld, I think, still stands up. I don't think Sopranos does.
Wrong.
I just went back and watched the first episode. I was like, oh, man.
What doesn't stand up about it?
The clothes. The clothes is so out of style, right?
I've watched the first episode of The Sopranos, I think, 6 times and never gotten on to the second episode.
Well, you know what?
You're an idiot.
I don't hate it. It's just
I also roll my eyes at a lot of the Italian mafia stuff.
There we go. But you can have a pinky ring and say gabagoo.
Yeah. I just roll my eyes. We're just caricatures of our own.
Did you ever love it?
I used to love it. And then I'm like, man, we're culturally appropriating our own people. That's what we're doing. Right? That's what we do. Nobody wears a
Does Sarah have all these opinions that does she hate Metallica? Does she hate 90s hip hop? Does she hate 90s country?
She loves 90s country. I don't know what her stance on Metallica. I don't think she has any stance at all. I don't think we've ever talked about Metallica.
Yeah.
She's not a fan of 90s hip hop. I don't know, man. This is this one hurt. This one really, really hurt. I was just rolling my eyes the whole time.
This doesn't sound. Turn it up.
This one's fine. This one I was
this isn't beating you over the head.
No, this was not wherever I may roam. I was
so 90s country was man and his guitar, and then now it's morphed into a little bit more the bro pop hip hop country. So that replaced that with the rap. You're replacing it with trap beats. It's a different style. What's going to replace this then? Or what
honestly,
has replaced this
we don't have rock anymore. There's no rock and roll right now. There's nothing. The only thing I have still that has guitar is grunge, alternative, which I could still do. I'm waiting for that. Lord already took Lane Staley from me once. Can't do it again. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm in a bad spot. Help me out. 877-881-1053 on the fan text. All right, here we go. 38% of Gen Z wants a safe space in the office for hookups. This I could get down with. Now, I don't know. Is there a couch? Like, are they going to throw a sofa in there?
Have we gotten rid of the policy that you're not supposed to fraternize in the office? We've just leapfrogged that to you need to give us a hookup room in the office?
I think that's what they're asking for. They're asking for a hookup room or a alone time in the office, which I could see that one.
No, I couldn't.
I mean, we also have a bathroom stall. You go in there if you want to do that.
Wow. I know we've joked about that couch before.
That couch
and how who may have done what on that couch. The question I'm curious about is, have any of you ever at a workplace?
Yeah,
I have too. You? No.
I've maybe made out. I've never done. I never.
You didn't want Grego watching you?
No, I did
there
not.
We go. Good job, chat.
I definitely did not want Grego watching me.
And Michael Irvin.
He would have given tips. He would have given tips.
Literal.
But move over, Tom. Let me handle this.
38%.
Michael Irvin do a play-by-play.
Yeah.
On your encounter, like Snoop Dogg does sporting events.
He's doing like that scream AT&T. What are you gonna do, Tom?
38% wish their workplace had a private space, though, for allow them to take a break, in quotes, alone or with a colleague whenever they desire.
How many of you right now are working in an office where people are hooking up? That's what I want to know. Is this a 40% rate? That seems absurdly high to me.
Yeah,
How many of you right now have something going on yourself or your coworkers are screwing around who work together? 877-881-1053.
I read this on Reddit recently. They were asking about like which professions hook up the most or whatever. Mm-hmm. And the two that were most common answers in there, they said service industry. So if you're like waiters and waitresses all run around with each other.
Yeah.
And then they said doctors. They're like a lot of them,
nurses.
That, like nurses, doctors, that they're like a lot of them are hanging around each other for hours on end, and it happens.
Money. Yeah, I mean, money plays, right?
How much action does a plastic surgeon get? You know, you got all these girls going in there and wanting fixes and all this and that. Maybe can't afford it. It's like a video scene playing out.
I know how to get you 50% off.
I'm late on the rent.
I know a guy.
Can you give me an extension on my rent?
Anything I can do?
Yeah. I'm stuck in the dryer. Give me an extension. Give me a rebate on the rent. So there you go. 38%.
Anyone hooking up, Peyton, on the fan text?
We have a few that have said they've 469-817. They've met their wife at work. 817 says he did it at a lid store at the mall.
At a lid store.
A lot of people at my work on 317 are married, so not a whole lot.
We're going to have a lot more of this when we move into our new building. I'm predicting future hookups because all the stations and everyone is apparently just going to be on one floor and not 11 floors.
Yeah, but nobody comes to work besides the hosts. They're all at home, right? Nobody comes to work.
That's the goal. They want everybody on that same floor. They want us being a little like family. They just didn't anticipate it'd be step family.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Make you guys feel very, very old. Today is July 2nd, 2025. Breaking news. That means that after today, we are closer to the year 2050 than we are to the year 2000. Because today is the midway point of the year.
Yes, of the year.
That
doesn't make me feel old.
It makes it feel like time is completely flying by.
Yeah,
I think a sports reference or like this guy did this then or a team won a championship, those types of things make me feel old. Like, oh my God, that was how many years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I remember Dallas winning their last Super Bowl against Pittsburgh. Like, I vividly remember watching the entire game. That was 30.
We just heard it in the Netflix new documentary. That was new content.
That was 30 years ago, and it's like, I mean, putting anything in context, the one that always blows me away is 9/11. Because I just remember so vividly everything about that day that when I think about, like, that was 24 years ago, I can't even fathom that.
When you say 30 years ago, I think I wasn't born yet. I think Vietnam, like 30 years ago. I don't even think that I was born yet 30 years ago, but here I am at 45. Do not, next time you travel, I know that you just traveled, do not put your phone in the bin.
Okay.
Did you do that? You have to.
You have to.
Yeah. Now,
what else am I supposed to do?
I guess they're saying, like, don't put it in a bin by itself. You know, they have those little cup holders, the little smaller ones. I guess they're saying put it in with other, like you could slide it in your shoes maybe.
And why not?
It's one of the most stolen items there is. It's stolen on a regular basis.
I'm watching the security. I'm watching.
The machine eats it? Where's it going?
No. It's not the machine eats it. It's just that, like,
obviously.
Is it when it comes out that other people, or you're telling me the TSA people take it?
No, it's other people. So it was like, people also leave them. They forget them.
Yeah.
So, like, they walk away before, because if you put it in a separate bin, sometimes you're in a rush, you grab your bag, and all of a sudden the other bin's there, and then it just stays there, and then somebody takes it.
I thought when we were coming back from Indy, I don't think they made us take our phones out. I think they told us that we could keep them in. And I know that's happening now at ballparks and stuff. They'll tell you, just hold your phone above your head. And so I don't know. They're letting you go through those sometimes.
They're not. Yeah, people just basically aren't paying attention. Or also what happens is you put it in the through the conveyor belt, and then they back it out. Sometimes they'll back out some of the other items that are in there because they want to look at them again, and it comes through back through the little car wash looking thing where the rubber slats, and that's when people will steal them on the runoff. So keep an eye on that. If you ever have to travel again, don't put your phone there.
I'm like a hawk waiting for it to come out. I'm standing over it. It's a race. It's a race to get the bin. So no one's going to take my stuff.
No one's taking mine.
I'm going to get delayed because of my last name, which happens again. I had to go back to the counter.
Again?
Yeah. So annoying. I said, I had to go back to the counter, fix something on my birthday. The rest of the family went through. I literally had like my hat, my shoes, and the cell phone. And they still took my bin and put it off to the side. I'm like, there's no bag. I don't have a bag. There's nothing. There's no computer.
Well, that's suspicious.
Yeah.
That alone was suspicious.
That is suspicious. That is. They do say that. If you travel with nothing, that's a dead giveaway.
This is a one-way ticket? What are you doing here, Sharif?
Yeah. This is open-ended. You're not going anywhere else.
Chopping it up every hump day during the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And inside the Dallas Mavericks piece that has RJ very disturbed, and where is Giannis and Dame going to end up after yesterday? And plus, we have the random Wednesday wheel spin, all coming up right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, hump day edition.
Hump day.
Not even in the middle of your week because you don't have to work on Friday. As RJ Choppy promises a July 4th outfit you'll never forget tomorrow on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And you, thankfully, on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line on the radio. And if you're listening on the Odyssey app. The disturbing Dallas Mavericks insight that RJ Choppy is going to get to here in just a second. But in case you missed it yesterday, the big news was that Miles Turner wasn't necessarily the big news himself. It's all the rest of the dominoes that set off. Bedford's very own signs with the Milwaukee Bucks. In order to make that money work, the Bucks cut Damian Lillard and his $113 million remaining contract. It's the biggest contract in terms of waiving a player in the history of the league. Ooh. They'll have $20 million on their books for the next 5 years. Giannis is apparently not pleased with that decision, according to Chris Haynes. And Giannis was sending out a bunch of different tweets and everything, basically saying, what's going on? What world am I living in? We also have the Mavericks expected to extend Jason Kidd's contract before the start of next season, according to Mark Stein. That Knicks flirtation makes even more sense, at least to me now. It was about Jason Kidd getting more money and another deal. As for the future of Giannis and Dame, Bet Online in Vegas sent me the odds. The favorite now to go and get a possibly unhappy Giannis is
San Antonio.
It is the San Antonio Spurs at 9-4, followed by the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks. You got the Brooklyn Nets at 11-2, Toronto at 9-1. Dan Patrick was speculating that all this Lakers stuff and the decision about LeBron and this is now Luka's team was really about Giannis. That's what he was speculating. So I said, okay, LeBron, put your money where your mouth is. You want to win championships? Go to the East and just flip the Giannis salary along with yours, throw in a little Austin Reeves, make things work, and leave Los Angeles. Go ahead. Throw Bronny in too if you want. So I was like, go ahead, have some fun with that. But San Antonio, will they make a move based upon Giannis's mood? And then Dame's next team, we all know he really wanted to end up in Miami before he got traded to Milwaukee. The Heat are the favorite at 4-1, followed by Denver, Portland, the Lakers at 7-1. Dame Lillard will be 36 at the start of the 26-27 season while coming off the Achilles tear, and now he can choose his next squad.
Hurt and old. Sounds like a value bet on the Mavericks. Sounds like somebody Nico would target. So
that defense wins championships, man.
So that's what happened in the association. By the way, Brian Windhorst on ESPN said that Rick Carlisle and others should be furious.
They have not been willing to pay the luxury tax for 20 years. And they were determined for the first time to pay the luxury tax a little bit, to go into the luxury tax a little bit to keep Miles Turner, who's been their franchise center for the last decade. And now, frankly, this price for Miles Turner isn't outrageous. You know, the Pacers backing away from this. This is a devastating. Like, I don't. If I'm an Indiana Pacer right now, I'm absolutely disgusted. I am sick to my stomach. If I'm Tyrese Halliburton, I am breaking things right now. If I'm Rick Carlisle, I'm furious at just what's happened because they were unwilling to spend a little bit of luxury tax money to hold this team in place for a year when Halliburton came back, to go to a team that they hate. They hate the Bucks. So it's going to take a while to digest this. And if Giannis tweets later today a big smiling emoji and indicates that he is happy as a clam, the Bucks can declare a win. But I'm not sure the balance of power was changed in the Eastern Conference, even though this has been a stunning turn of events.
And Giannis did not tweet the smiling clam face.
But there's no way they make this move and then just turn around and trade. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't make this move to trade Giannis. I guess unless he didn't sign off on it, but all the indications were that he wanted them to get Miles. I just don't think he expected them to cut Dame.
Right.
Which, by the way,
how would you not have that conversation with him?
Right. Yeah. Although Dame wasn't going to play next year anyway, right? I mean, I guess they could theoretically.
Well, I guess it's kind of a Kyrie question.
Yeah.
Let me see exactly who it was. Someone reported that Dame was getting a lot of calls, and there's a thought. Here it is. Mark Spears, Chris Arnold's buddy. There's speculation that Dame could be back around the All-Star break, and there are double-digit teams calling him interested in signing him. Now, that may be a favor he's doing to Dame and his agent, but that's him saying he could be back around the All-Star break.
Look, I mean, here's the thing with Indy. The Celtics just gave the blueprint. Like, when you get a guy that's gone for the year, reset. You got to get under the tax. Now, Indy never goes in the tax anyway, but you got to get, you're reset. The year's over. The year's done. They got to Game 7. Life comes at you fast, but Indy went from Game 7 of the NBA Finals to the lottery in about 4 days.
The NBA
and the Celtics did it in a year. The championship to the lottery in a year.
Yeah, because they're both going to be. I mean, they're a play-in series team now.
People are calling the Jason Tatum injury. Bontemps said this: the most significant injury, arguably in the history of the NBA, because of the teams it's wiping out, the blow up in Boston, and then all the other moves of the shuffling. Desmond Bain, Orlando, all that stuff.
I mean, look, Timothy Bontemps just showed he has no idea who Bill Walton is, because that's the most significant injury. But I get it.
If you're talking about reverberations outside of just there, the only other one that immediately comes to mind is Kawhi. When Kawhi got hurt in San Antonio, and then San Antonio mismanaged the injury and everything, and like that turned into just a wild 2 years of where's Kawhi going to go. That kind of did that. But this all just drives home a point to me again. When we're talking about the financials and everything else, one of the NBA's biggest problems. Like, the NBA's already got a product problem. They've got a branding problem. And the other problem they have right now is like this second apron crap and everything else that goes along with it. The NBA is by far the most difficult sport for teams to navigate financially out of all the others, in terms of just to be able to make stuff work or to be able to manipulate something and free up cash and do this or that. And it makes it tough to feel like if you're in a financial spot, like a tough financial spot, it's like there's nothing I can do to get free. we're just going to be bad, and there's nothing we can do for a while to get out of this. And that's what's
the
frustrating.
Second apron, I think they would argue, is working in preventing super teams.
It is.
It doesn't. It just stops Steve Ballmer from buying everyone.
Right. What the NBA is going to find out, they're going to find this out in real time, whether people like super teams or don't. Because the TV, you're basically going to have a new team every year, a new champion every year. And, while baseball doesn't have a salary, I can't remember who I heard say this. I thought it was a good point. The baseball luxury tax is more restrictive for salaries than the NFL salary cap, which doesn't even seem like it exists half the time. But the NBA one, this doesn't restrict salaries. It just restricts teams.
All right, let's go inside the Mavs organization with this interview that was done.
Okay, so I didn't know much about this guy, but he is known as the Machine. All right, his name is Mike Marshall.
George Michael?
Not George Michael. Good reference.
Sports Machine.
Not that George Michael either.
Rats.
Bobby. But he was the vice president of content for the Dallas Mavericks for, the last several years. Like dating back into the Cuban era and well beyond. Like we're talking 15 years here. And he was on a podcast. He was on the Dumb Zone podcast, and he was talking about the Adelson Group and when they bought it, and that they really didn't know what they were getting into. And this was super scary to me, because in one of the things he said, first red flag in the first 6 months was that nobody got playoff bonuses, which in the sports world, that's pretty commonplace.
Just like you when you worked over
When
there.
I worked there, I didn't, because I left at the start of the plallayoffs. So I did all that legwork. And then I just gave it over. I said, Mike Peasley, it's all yours. Okay, it's all yours, baby. And I'm going to leave the network, and I'm going to work with this guy named Sean.
Did Peasley get a ring?
I don't know if he got a ring or not.
Because you should tell him that ring's yours.
It should be mine, right? But I think they actually gave watches out to the broadcast team.
Okay.
I think Coop got a watch, and Brad Davis, I think, got a watch. I'm not positive on that. But, to not get playoff bonuses, and he's like, we worked 2.5 extra months. It's commonplace. You're basically, your contracts or whatever, like this is the time you work. You work from season start to season end, regular season, and then anything beyond that, you get a playoff share, you get a bonus. They didn't get playoff bonuses. Why didn't they get playoff bonuses? Well, because of the Mavericks situation with Bally, they wound up losing money that year because of the Bally issue.
And they did not anticipate it.
And they didn't anticipate it. So
it's something that should have been, according to this guy, obvious.
It should have been obvious, but they didn't know what they were getting into. They didn't know sports. And this is a bigger discussion because, and this is where sport, because back in when the Mara family bought the Giants for like $500, it was like, hey, let's just start a league. When Jerry bought the Cowboys for $110 million, or Steinbrenner bought the Yankees for $10 million, or when Jerry Buss bought the Lakers and the Kings and the Forum for $65 million, it wasn't the money. It wasn't like this. So it really kind of showed me there's a handful of groups as an owner that you're in. You're the rich guy looking for the hobby. That's like Steve Cohen with the Mets. You don't really care what team it is. You just want something to do. Mm-hmm. All right. This is a hit and miss owner. They're going to spend, but they also might meddle. You could be a super fan that got rich. This is Mark Cuban. Yeah. Right? This is the Mark Cuban type owner. The only issue is they might meddle, but super fans generally want what's best for the team. Like it's good. That's generally you want that. There's the rich guy reliving the glory years. This is Jerry. He's trying to prove to the world that he's a football guy.
Yep.
You've got your rich guy that's super competitive, that's trying to fill that void. That's Steve Ballmer. That's George Steinbrenner. They generally spare no expense. They can be meddlesome because they're so competitive. Dave Tepper is the worst kind of that. And then you have what I fear the Adelson Dumonts are, and that is the investment owner. This is the private equity, Bain Capital crap. They're trying to buy this to secure other avenues to make money and expand their empire, hence the casino at Old Texas Stadium. this is a private equity firm.
And it's always the worst when it's the super fan who made that swap. When the super fan went ahead and just said, okay, I'll let them come in and do it, and didn't vet it enough.
And DeMont declined to be interviewed after Cooper Flagg was introduced. Cuban spoke for like 10 minutes. So that's just something to add in there.
Yeah, it's like, man, this is awful. Like, first of all, the leagues need to mandate if they're going to give playoff shares. It's give the playoff shares, right? I know they do it for the players. You got 50 employees basically working for 2 months extra for free, essentially.
So if they don't extend, like here, when we go without contracts, we're getting paid, aka the nosebleeds rule. You get paid what your previous contract was. You're still getting paid, even though you're out of contract.
Right.
You think that they didn't get any compensation?
They might have gotten
off of what their regular contract or salary was?
They probably got their regular contract, but the I guess the commonplace is that you get a little bit of a bonus because, the owners have to share revenue with the players during the regular season. The playoffs, they don't do that.
And this was during what year? This past one?
It was, when they went to the finals.
Oh, when they went to the finals.
So they worked, from second week
I was
of
like,
April.
playing? Yeah,
no,
they ain't getting no playing bonus.
They worked second week of April to mid-June.
It's insane how quickly this has become nightmarish. Whereas like a year ago, everybody's like, all this influx of cash. We got Nico's been great. Every move has worked out. We got these stars, and it's just flipped in a year.
And one thing that happens with sports ownership is like, if you understand how it works, like you don't make money necessarily. Now you can make money year to year, but like you don't. You make money when you sell the team. If you want to run this like a private equity firm, you're going to find out real quick it's very difficult to manage the sports landscape.
It's a hump day edition of Sean and RJ. 8:20 means the random Wednesday wheel spin.
Come on.
What do we got?
It's going to be Sean's favorite. We got life hacks.
Yes, sir, baby. Yes, sir.
AKA the segment that Peyton Russell gets canceled. Life hacks. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
low V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
11 a.m. press conference today to introduce, yet again, the Dallas Stars' Pete DeBoer replacement, Glenn Gulletson, made official yesterday by the Stars organization. 11 a.m. presser today. Sean Shapiro actually said he wanted Gulletson to be hired a few weeks ago. He's always on the Spits and Suds hockey podcast. Here's a little bit of his perspective. Personally, I like the hire. And while the Stars don't care what I think, I call for Dallas to hire him in the aftermath of the Game 5 postgame. For me, Gulletson's work with the Oilers is more important than what he did in Dallas or even with Calgary as a head coach. I asked the Oilers coach about Gulletson during the Western Conference Final. Chris Knobloch said, quote, when he got here, it was a last-place power play, and those two were on the power play. So, yes, expectations is it should be good with Draisaitl and McDavid. But I think with the things that he's implemented and gives them with good guideline structure, the power play to work, and knows when there's times to give them more information, not information, doesn't overcoach it. I think he's got really good grasp on that, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it because often when you think about the players we have, there's just an expectation we'd have a great power play. It just wasn't always a great one before he got here, so there's a lot of credit that should be given to him. So Shapiro also spoke to players in Edmonton who looked at Gulletson as more of an associate than assistant head coach when it came to hierarchy. Had a really strong relationship with the top Oiler players, McDavid chief amongst them, which is pretty important in more of a player-driven NHL. So that is Sean Shapiro, who wanted this hire right after Game 5.
And that's great news about McDavid, because whenever he gets bitter, whenever he gets unhappy, Glenn Gulletson will be waiting for him right here in Dallas.
Spittle also honed in on the retread label, and he said, let me apply that same logic to Paul Maurice. Sorry, two-time Stanley Cup champion, Paul Maurice. Hartford, which became Carolina, to the Toronto Maple Leafs, then back to Carolina, then to Winnipeg, finally to Florida. Didn't even mention all the AHL stops in between. Now, would you call Paul Maurice one of the best coaches in the NHL, or is he a retread? So there's Gavin Spittle with his thoughts on the hire.
And look, I mean, Paul was, he's been around for a long time. Like we're talking about that in the 90s when you mentioned Hartford. He had some success in the play, he went to the Stanley Cup final before. But he had a lot of years where, his teams missed the playoffs, like all together. Like when he was at Carolina, I think they missed the playoffs like 3 of the 4 years. Much more success in Winnipeg, and then obviously a ton of success with Florida. So he's been around, no doubt. The Gulletson hire, I don't know. It just seems it was a weird. My first heard the name was like the one word that kind of kept getting thrown at me was it's a weird hire. Doesn't mean it's a bad hire. It was just a weird hire. Like, just such a ready-made team to go from Pete DeBoer to Glenn Gulletson doesn't mean it's going to not work. I mean, we've seen other coaches or other teams when they went from Parcells to Wade. It worked. Like, Wade worked for the first year. You know, they had a better year in 07 than they had at any time during Parcells' tenure.
There are so many just Schottenheimer parallels. I can't get away from it.
There's a lot of them.
Can't get away from it. Longtime guys in the league, likable personalities, and maybe more of the change is for the culture.
Mm-hmm.
All those things are reminding me of Brian Schottenheimer taking over for Mike.
And a huge upgrade in hair game.
Yeah, both of those in both departments. That is, both of those.
Massive. Glenn's got
Brian's hair can't touch Glenn's.
Oh, no. Glenn's hair is fantastic.
No, Brian's hair back in the day. He's like 10 years older, something like that.
Brian, he can wear a visor still.
That's why he wears it, though. He said.
A lot of guys can't wear a visor. Pete DeBoer can't wear a visor.
That's true. He cannot.
It'd be amazing if a hockey coach wore a visor.
Great.
With a suit. Right there on the sideline. The random Wednesday wheel spin landed on this.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. It is time for life hacks, unethical life hacks. These are unethical. We don't tell you to do them. It's more about here's just some knowledge for you.
Make you aware of them.
We're dropping knowledge just so that you know, hey, don't do this because this is bad. That's what we're saying. But if you do it, like, tell us how it went. And if you think there's any holes in them, go ahead, poke holes in them. Say, nope, that wouldn't work because of this. And if you've got any unethical life hacks of your own, you can text them in right now on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's lead it off with this. This is something that's been relevant to you recently. And I could steal it myself, I guess, even though I'm not going to done. If you're a man who's pulled over for speeding, tell the cop you're running late for your vasectomy. Cops usually feel bad for you, and they'll let you off with a warning.
That doesn't just sound like a statement that someone would easily buy and not laugh at, you know?
I think if you were like, officer, I'm sorry, I was late. I've just been frazzled. I'm about to go get a vasectomy done. I don't want to do it, but so I'm sorry. I wasn't aware, and I was kind of pressing time. But I think you'd be like, all right, fine, just watch your speed.
I've honestly, I try to get out of everything. I try to lie my way through just about all of life. I've really never tried to get out of a ticket.
You've dropped your name, radio station stuff.
They said, where are you headed? I say,
you tried that at the Coliseum. I'm Margie Chop and Google me.
I said, Google. That was Kurt Signetti. They said, ask where you going, and I tell them where I work. Right? I've said, I'm going to the radio. I'm going to work.
Right.
And they said, well, where do you work? Radio station. But I just feel like they're never going to let you out. I don't even bother. They're not going to buy any lie. It's so cool. We got pulled over on the way to Houston. The Super Bowl. I was like, okay, thank you. Sorry. Apologize, sir.
Yeah.
They never let you out.
So we all know, and we're doing unethical life hacks here on 105 through the Fan. We all know how great Christmas time is when, Santa stops by, brings the kids their gifts. Kids wake up in the morning, and there are all the presents there that Santa has laid out before you. Well, if you're a parent and you want to just communicate an idea to your kid, what you need to do, according to this life hack, is they say wake up before your kids, before they see what Santa's brought, and just go hide them and leave coal for them. And then when your kid is upset, you go, sorry, Santa mixed it up. I'll go straighten it out. And then you bring out the real presents that Santa had. And they go, look, I had to vouch for you. He thought you had been bad. I vouched for you. You were good. And then you use it throughout the course of the next year and just say, hey, remember, if you need me to vouch for Santa, I'm not going to do it this year. And you win that way.
Yeah, that's a lot of work versus just saying, I'm going to tell Santa you were bad beforehand.
But you get, I think a lot of kids go, that's an empty threat. The big guy, I don't trust you.
People are using jet streams now and saying, you see that?
Oh, like the little condensation trails or whatever?
The chemtrail folk?
Yeah.
That's you see Kendall Jenner's private plane up there? That's a Santa trail.
That's Santa trail.
Yeah. So they're using that, but picking up no one wants coal, okay? Dealing with charcoal, is one of the biggest pain in the asses in all of life. I do everything I can not to
guy
touch
over here.
Not to touch charcoal. What'd you say?
Gas guy over here, propane.
No. Big green egg charcoal.
Big green
I'm
egg.
not getting coal and having that anywhere near my house.
Besides, good luck beating your kids to being awake on Christmas Day.
I love this from the 325.
That's an age discussion. My boy right now, 5, he's not beating me awake.
He's not.
No. I think it's got to get to an age. Well, my daughter wakes us up every day at 5.
Fair. There you
or
go.
like 7. But if I let him sleep in, he's sleeping until past 7. When do the kids beat you waking up versus your old person clock that's natural during Christmas? I think it's. When's your kid waking up before you? Because when do your kids sleep in now?
Julian still wakes up early. He's 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Because
Luca,
the other day he texted you at 9:30, 10, saying, "Where are you?"
Where are you? Luca's up at 12, 1 o'clock. He sleeps all day.
Going to sleep when?
He goes. I mean,
Is it like
guess
3 a.m.?
Sometimes he's up playing. We got a Siege 6 tournament tonight.
What's that?
I don't know. Some stupid game they play. Siege 6, man.
817. That lie is disgusting, Bobby. That's a SE life hack. Well, thank you for the teeing it back up here. This is Unethical Life Hacks. Welcome to the show, number 817 over there. All right, next one. I like this one from 325. If you know you're going to speed, just turn on your caution lights, and if they pull you over, tell them you're running to the ER to meet your wife.
Yeah, that's I think that would work. I would feel like I needed to show my note afterwards when you go to the doctor's office. You need a work note. I feel like they'd follow up with, all right, I'm going to need you to prove that.
Yeah.
Not that they're going to follow you afterwards, but I don't know. That one would be a little edgy for me to deal with, but I do think it would get you out.
Have cops ever I wonder this, if they think you're lying, then instead of just trying, interrogate you, basically they say, okay, I'll just follow you then. Do cops do that? Or
I'll
are they
give you the escort. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can do that.
Out of your jurisdiction.
That would, that would blow up on you.
And that's like a George Costanza. He'd walk in the hospital.
Oh, you got to commit to the bit.
You got to commit.
If you need a doctor to take you seriously, make up a risk factor. They say doctors go on probability. So if you don't feel like they're taken seriously, whatever you think it is, you start making up risk factors related to it, and doctors will start going, okay, all right, they have a family member who has that. All right, fine, I'll run this down a little bit.
My mother-in-law, I don't know what type of insurance she has, and I don't know what type of doctors she has, but I need that insurance plan because she's getting her doctors to do and give whatever she wants, and I don't know what premium she's paying because she's there once a week. She loves it. Loves the doctor. Loves the doctor. Loves it.
This would be something for Kristen. Kristen always feels like doctors aren't taking me seriously. They're not listening to what I say. It's like, all right, yeah, make up a risk factor. Say my mom had this.
Yeah.
And then
Does it run in your family?
They'll take a closer look at it. All right, I don't know if this is...
By the way, can I fix one thing about the doctor's offices?
Please.
Do I have to give you the same information
every time?
4 times. 4 times in the same visit. The first introductory nurse, and then the second nurse,
and
then the third person, and then the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm retelling the story. It's like it's like calling a hotline for your TV service.
So you're not talking about the forms.
No,
you're talking about
telling
when they
the
ask
story.
you what's wrong. Yeah,
telling the same story over and over and over and over again, 4 times over. Like Children's Medical, I love y'all. I think you do a fantastic job, but just retelling it 15 times, it's exhausting.
It is. All right. This is Unethical Life Hacks.
Children's Medical, ER.
Do you hate your neighbor? You have before. You hated your neighbor.
I don't hate
before.
my neighbor.
No, before, not now.
Oh yeah,
in the past.
Yeah, I got him in trouble.
Call the gas company to set up an account at their address, then cancel it the next week. So I guess this would only work at houses that have gas. So this is what somebody said. They said the people who moved into the building in front of us accidentally did this, set up a gas account at our address, and then they canceled it when they realized they'd set it up improperly. Well, the gas company doesn't see that. Because they canceled the account, the gas company just shut off their gas. And it became like this big pain for them over the next day where they were like, we honestly contemplated doing it back to them. Like, just because we were so annoyed with how it screwed things up.
Oh, my gosh.
But if you cancel it, then it'll cancel their gas completely.
We got a good neighborhood now. Now we got some changes. The cat dude moving.
Frozen cat?
Frozen cat guy. Moving to be closer. Him and his wife moving to be closer to their daughter.
Whatever happened to Suicide Guy?
One other we'll talk about. He's still with us.
I mean, he told the story on air.
Oh, good. Oh! Different story.
Your front yard.
Different guy.
Oh,
yeah. Different
guy. Okay.
Different guy. I don't know. I don't know if he's still there or not. I have no idea. I think the house is for sale. But I don't know.
Last one, you got to tell me if this is accurate, Chop, because I have no idea. While playing a table game at a casino, secretly pocket some of your own chips so that when you color out the pit boss marks you down as losing more money than you actually did, and spending more money gets you more comps.
Okay, so I don't know if it would work. I don't think, because every time they mark it, it's about what your buy-in is. It's new cash on the table. I've not seen it where they look at your losses after. It's new cash on the table.
I think what you can do is, because sometimes when I put the player card down, they put down like what my first amount is, like if it's blackjack. So if you go in for your first hand and you put 50 and the table minimum is 15, they'll mark you down as, okay, average play hand is 50. I think that's the life hack.
Right. I don't think it's at the end.
Unethical life hacks with the random Wednesday wheel spin hump day edition of Sean and RJ, the most important players for the Dallas Cowboys this season. Next, in Below,
the belt.
105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Who could you stand to lose and who just can't live without for the Dallas Cowboys in 2025? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. John Machota yesterday over at The Athletic was, as Shoppy and I were talking about this last week while you're at it. This is, what would you say, is it mid-June or maybe like June 20th until July 25th or something like that? 5 weeks is like its peak list season. Yep. You come up with some lists. Every outlet right now is doing the top 10 of this.
Where's the Jeremy Fowler or athletic quarterback stuff?
So that is typically into July. So we'll get, in the next few weeks, we'll get that. We're going to get the ESPN, like you were talking, we'll get the tiered list from Mike Sando for quarterbacks from The Athletic. We'll get the ESPN top 10 at every position from talking to GMs and execs and everything.
Brackets.
And we'll get this awful NFL top 100 list that has been absolutely destroyed this year and upset me. This isn't good news. So I actually had talked with you about this yesterday, Sean. The NFL is doing their top 100 players like they always do. And typically it was like, all right.
Voted on by the players.
Yep. Typically you'll go, all right, on Thursday we have the top 10 here. And then the next Thursday, here's, or it's 100 to 91. Next Thursday, it's 90 to 81. And it's cool. We could see, all right, here's 10 new players dropped on us. And we could see these video clips. If a Cowboy's in there, if here's all these players around the league talking about them. It's always been good off-season content. The NFL has decided they don't care, and they want to destroy that content because this year they are releasing the list 2 players at a time every weekday leading up to September 1st, when they will then drop the top 10.
So 2 a day.
They're going to give you 100 to 99 on Monday, 98 to 97 on Tuesday, 96 to 95, and it's going to just like be this slow leak. Without, I don't think there's any episodes tied to this of like the way they did in previous years.
But isn't that basically still 10 a week?
No, but it's the whole thing is there's not the TV show to go with it anymore. There's the top 10 show is going to come out.
Only the top 10?
They're only doing the top 10 show. And
sucks.
it's just it's like you're sitting on something. So if we're doing prep and we look in and go, all right, we know who this is, and they're like, we're just waiting and waiting instead of just getting the list and being able to react to all of it at once. But the first 4 players named on this list, Ladd McConkey, number 100, the receiver from the Chargers, Leonard Williams, the defensive lineman from the Seahawks, Aaron Jones, missed opportunity for the Cowboys, the running back with the Vikings, and then Drake London, the Falcons wide receiver, were listed on that. But we are in list season, and John Machota had a good one yesterday, I thought, over at The Athletic, which is the most important players for the Cowboys in 2025. And there were some players on it that I didn't instantly think would register, but we're up here on this list. So these are the top 10. Number 10, Kenneth Murray Jr., the linebacker from Oklahoma, the bane of Sean's existence in high-low, where he didn't know Kenneth Murray. Right. But this is Kenneth Murray. He says this technically could be Murray, Maris Leafau, or Jack Sanborn. So this is just kind of representative of any linebacker that needs to step up and do something.
Yeah,
for
they
the
want me
Cowboys.
like on in Chicago today to talk about Jack Sanborn.
Whoa.
And I was like, no, I can't.
No.
Give me something to say about Jack Sanborn, Bobby.
He's number 57.
That's it? You've been living out that practice.
We did. There was one practice he had where he was really bad in coverage. Like, otherwise, he's just kind of blended in.
Yeah.
He had one practice when they were indoors during mini camp where Ferguson worked him consistently. He did not look like he was very strong in coverage at all.
Got a huge neck. Big time neck. Massive neck.
Don't you want that in your linebackers? I feel like linebackers, you want big necks.
Man, Van Der Esch had a big neck.
And he was good for a period.
Had a broke neck.
Yeah,
he was.
Exactly. Number 9 on this list, most important Cowboys from John Machota, Kaiir Elam. And again, this is interesting the way that he's cutting at this. So he doesn't have...
What's the label?
It's the most important players for the Cowboys in 2025.
Okay.
So he's got Elam on here, which I think is interesting because the way that he looks at it is, you know Bland. When Diggs gets back, Diggs will start. So it's more just like the veteran who's brought in here to seize the role, can he seize the role? So that you're not having to go to Carson or one of these other unknowns. I can see the argument for it. I think Diggs being good is more important to them this year than whatever Elam gives them.
Elam's certainly on a preseason hype team. I know that.
Dude, he's made plays. I don't know if it'll stick, but he's made plays. It'll be interesting once Pats don't hit the bell again.
Jeez,
damn it,
Bobby.
It'll be fascinating. This is just turns into the synonym game. It'll be fascinating to see if he can keep that up once pads go on. He'll be one of the ones that I'll watch once they have pads. Number 8, and arguably I think you could have higher, Terrence Steele. He says Dallas's offensive line continues to go through notable changes. With Zach Martin retiring, Steele is the veteran leader of the group. He needs to play well, as the Cowboys will be working with a rookie next to him in first-round pick Tyler Booker. And I do think he's going to have a bounce-back season. Is there any confidence level from either of you that he can gather himself back up, or are you just like, he probably is what he is at this point?
No, I have a confidence level, mainly because of your Terrence Steele homerism, that he can bounce back. I'm not totally just mailing it in on Terrence.
I was once the biggest Terrence Steele hater in Dallas. It was like Wolchuk talking about Dak. I thought he was a complete turnstile. Never thought he'd turn into a stable pro, and he did.
Wolchuk went back at you yesterday on G-Bag.
I don't know. I didn't hear it like most of the Metroplex. So.
Well, you sent us the clip. So Zach, he was listening.
Why are you just destroying my joke?
And because G-Bag's been...
I didn't hear it, though. I had to have somebody call me.
G-Bag's been killing the numbers, so I got to give him their praise.
I got the phone call from
New Orleans
marketing director Cody, who's like, "Did you enjoy that shot?" He was like, "What shot?" I was like, "I was just happening."
I thought it was Broadus when he called out. He was listening.
No, he was too busy to call yesterday.
I do think Steele probably should be higher than 8. He's more important than that.
Is it?
Yeah, because like he's such a swing player. Like if he is really, really good, how much better does that make the line? If he's really, really bad,
if you could pick one of them has to stay the way they played last year, and the other you get twice of what they were last year. Would you pick Steele or Guyton to be better?
Guyton.
Okay, I think I could live.
Could be twice as good.
I think if I get Steele back to what he was like twice as good as he was last year, I think you're able to do a lot in the run game. And soften things up for what you want to do attacking.
Give me a lockdown. Give me my lockdown left tackle.
Lockdown. Now you're telling me if he becomes like prime Lane Johnson, okay.
Number 7 on this list, most important Cowboys in 2025, according to John Machado, Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle. This I understand just from the perspective of no one else is doing his job right now. He's the only one technically.
He doesn't even do his job.
Well, yeah, there's just that.
I think John needs to relabel this. I don't know about the way he's categorizing these players.
Number 6, George Pickens. He says up to this point, Pickens has appeared to be completely bought in on having a big year in Dallas. The Cowboys needed to improve their passing game and did so in a big way by trading with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now we get to the top 5. Just ahead of him, CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver. Says Lamb remains the clear number 1 receiving threat in Dallas. As long as he's healthy, he should have another big year. I would put Lamb 3rd. To me, like I'm glad they got Pickens. I still have no faith that they're moving the ball at all if CeeDee goes out. Like it would look like the Rangers offense in football form.
I mean, you move it much better than if Pickens wasn't here last year.
Right, it'll be improved, but Pickens showed last year when he gets double-teamed, which he would get all the focus if CeeDee was out. When he gets double-teamed, he is a below-average NFL receiver. And so that would be my concern there. Number 4, Deron Bland. He says that the questions at cornerback make Bland even more valuable than usual. He can play inside or outside at a high level. With Jordan Lewis leaving in free agency, the expectation is that Bland will play more on the inside. Something that I don't think he loves. He's not refusing to do it, but I mean, he's talked about he'd prefer to be outside. Also because outside corner money is different money, and this is a contract year for him. Number 3, Tyler Guyton. He says that last year's first-round pick didn't have a great rookie season. He has appeared to be putting in the work to have a much better year, too. The Cowboys badly need that to happen. Tyler Smith protected Prescott's blindside for most of his career, or Tyron Smith protected for most of his career. The move from right tackle in college to left tackle in the NFL is not an easy one. And then, obviously, the top 2, really easy. Number 2, Micah Parsons. And then number 1 is Dak Prescott. And I look at this and I say, all right, if you're telling me that Dak is the number 1 most important player, which he is, and Micah is probably number 2, because we saw the defense just looked wildly different when he was in there versus when he wasn't last year. If you look at that, then to me it says, all right, then 3 through 10 probably need to be everybody supporting Dak or everything that's around Dak. Is that if Dak's number 1, then I would then want 3 through 10 to be whatever's most important to having a successful year. And so that would be Lamb. I'd probably throw Ferguson in this list of top 10 most important because I think the offense is just different when he's playing well versus when he's not.
I could have Bland at 3. I don't really look at it as everything supporting Dak. I look at it as, how good is my defense going to be? What would the secondary be without DeGrom Bland? With these Diggs questions, that's why I would have Bland that high and maybe even a little bit higher.
I think in terms
higher
of
than Guyton.
Pressure on a guy.
Bland higher than Guyton.
I mean, if you lose Bland right now, you can't cover anybody.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
More Stephon Gilmore rumors yesterday. It's like, I see Stephon Gilmore attached to the Cowboys one more time.
Man, the man tried to walk into the Star to just be seen. Like, hey, guys, I'm still here.
And they still said,
like,
turn around.
No, they're like, sir, get out of the building.
He'll be hanging out at our restaurant at the bar again. Lure in Oxnard, just hoping that we take him back home with us.
You guys drop me off at the team hotel?
Yeah.
You guys got a roll out there?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, the name on here that I think is missing that I would personally, I don't think, the more I thought about it, the more I didn't think his names were, some of them shocked me at first, like Mozzie. Then it's like, Mozzie is the only one at that position. He does need to, right now you are kind of left out to dry if he's not better. Kenneth Murray similarly representing all the linebackers. To me, if there's so many questions in the secondary, and Eberflus is coming in here and changing the defense, and he's changing the style of the safety play to interchangeable. They need him to kind of do everything. Malik Hooker's got to be good. Malik Hooker's got to be good to protect the corners, the ones that you're not so sure about. And Malik Hooker's got to be good in terms of just covering over what I think are going to be some deficiencies from Donovan Wilson in the adjustment. Some to the extent that if they get to camp, they go, Marquise Bell fits this better, or Wanye Thomas fits this better, or man, we got Israel Mukwama who can do some flexible things for us, then I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a competition there.
Below, D-Bell, with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto, every day at this time on your official home, in case you did not know, of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, and the 9 a.m. ticket giveaway, NBA Youngboy tickets to hook you up with, and I'm going to win you some money with the Dallas Mavericks after this. Plus Brett Boone at 9:20 on 105.3 The
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Of Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Peyton and Aiden are getting it in the back in rhythm here on DFW Sports Station. We're going to hook you up with our NBA Young Boy ticket giveaway in this segment. And speaking of the association, by the way, Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, should be in a good mood. He'll join us at 9:20 after the 10-2 beatdown of the Baltimore Orioles. NBA news, still waiting for some more blockbusters. Miles Turner to the Bucks. That caused them to cut Dame Lillard. Giannis is saying, what the heck? Dame is going to have the year to recover and then pick his own free agent destination. But I got some odds sent to me after the moves were made from Bet Online. And I said, oh, where's the value? I'm going to make you some money on the Dallas Mavericks. Ooh. The favorite to win the NBA championship as of today in Vegas for next season is
the Thunder.
It is the Oklahoma City Thunder, plus 250, 5-2. Next,
the Knicks.
No.
Is it an Eastern team?
I'm not going to tell you for number 2.
The Cavs.
That's RJ guess.
He was taking too much time.
You're already incorrect.
Too much
Can't
time.
be the Cavs. Can't be. Can't be.
The Lakers.
Won't be them either. Let's just go Denver.
Nope.
The Rockets.
The Rockets.
Wow.
Plus 850 from the armpit. Picking up Dorian Finney-Smith, bunch of big men as well. They got their tower of power with 3 bigs now. Cleveland, Denver, and the Knicks are all tied at 9-1. You want to guess after that?
Cleveland, Denver, and the Knicks. It is the
Orlando
Golden State Warriors.
Orlando at 12-1. How about that? Then the Lakers at 14-1.
I got a nice Maverick Magic ticket. The exact matchup of the NBA Finals next year.
When did you bet that?
Last week.
You bet Orlando and the Mavs?
$10 to win like over 1,000.
Oh yeah, that's tremendous value.
Not gonna happen, but it's a waste of $10.
But why are you loving Orlando so much? Because of Desmond Bain or the East has crumbled?
The East. Yeah, the East.
Lakers at 14-1 to win it all. Clippers at 16-1. Wolves at 16-1. Warriors at 20-1. Hawks at 25-1. And ladies and gentlemen, the Sean Sharif value bet of the next NBA season is the Dallas Mavericks at 28-1 to win the NBA championship.
Fortune favors the bold.
Bobby is already. You see my vision? You see my vision? You getting it, dummies? You getting it? The Dallas Mavericks are 28-1. I think that is tremendous value. Boston 33-1, and Philadelphia 33-1. I'm sorry, the Mavs are being disrespected on here. Now I know Atlanta is above them because of the East, but the Mavs are better than the Warriors. I think they're better than the Wolves. I'll take them over the Clippers. They're better than the Lakers. They're better than Orlando. Again, that's Eastern Conference. I would take them over Denver, and we'll see what Houston does. Bobby has been shaking his head, and this also reminds me, I'll make some money right now.
Yeah, you need to.
This will be my future money.
Or not real money.
Oh, yeah.
Gentleman's bet.
Let's have a gentleman's bet as Bobby and I. Now, you can call me disqualified because we were talking about this before the draft and the Cooper Flag luck that the Dallas Mavericks will definitely be better than the Los Angeles Lakers this upcoming season.
Oh, yeah, no chance.
Okay.
Lakers are going to be better.
All right. Well, let's
Revenge body, divorcee, Luka? Hell no. Y'all, they're dud. The league is cooked.
Let's put something on it. Let's figure out something fun to put on it, and we'll figure out the mechanics, whether it's regular season record, furthest in the playoffs.
Yeah, we need exact definitions here, too.
28-1 for the Mavericks, for maybe the deepest team in the entire league after Oklahoma City or Houston. Tell me where I'm wrong. This is tremendous value. Lay down $10 to win $280.
It's completely
28-1.
It's completely worth a $10 bet. Milwaukee is worth it. You got anybody that has a top, 10 to 12 player in the NBA.
Yeah, Milwaukee, not even listed on here. So
they're like 50. They're like 50 to 1 to win the title. Yeah. It's totally worth it. A Mavs-Bucks finals matchup, just bet on that.
Yeah, so that Orlando Dallas ticket you got, you didn't even need to pick the winner.
No, it's just like 100 to 1. I took the Knicks Mavs too.
Find a value.
What the hell, man? Right? It's $10. You get a long-term play. Throw Milwaukee in anywhere. I mean, you're gonna get you're gonna give me Giannis at 50 to 1 to make the NBA Finals.
Bobby, why am I overselling?
Like you want me to, your reasoning or why I think you're wrong?
Both. It's the same question.
Well, no, I would just assume that you're buying into. I think you've been swayed by the hype a little. The flag momentum is exciting. I think that there is it's such a watered down NBA. I think you feel like they can run deep. They can do whatever. They fought hard. They were competitive even when they didn't have their players there that they anticipated having there. I think this is all useless, ultimately, what they've built, if Anthony Davis gets hurt, Kyrie Irving doesn't come back like normal, and I think those are two likely things. I think it's likely Davis gets hurt. It's likely Kyrie Irving doesn't come back quite the same player, and even if they're healthy, they're not better than a handful of teams in the West still.
Like?
They're not better than Denver. They're not better than Houston. They're not better than Oklahoma City.
Not better than Denver?
No.
Okay.
I think that right now they don't match up against either of those three and win in a series, no matter, even if they're healthy.
Well, they match up with Denver. They match up with anyone who has a fantastic big.
They can match up in terms of they're not going to get run out of the gym. I'm just saying those three teams, I don't think they win a playoff series against them. They'll lose. They'll lose by varying degrees to the three, but they're losing to all three of them.
Okay. Obviously, the biggest X factor is going to be Kyrie's health and coming back. So now that the Lakers continue to strike out with their bigs, still have not signed DeAndre Ayton. There was an article put out in Portland the other day. Even if Ayton does go to the Lakers, they're talking about his want to and lack thereof. Brian Windhorst was asked, did the Mavs win the Luka trade?
No, okay. I mean, the Lakers ended up winning 50 games. They obviously had a disappointing crash in the first round. Their outlook, they have two star players. Their outlook this year is significantly better than Dallas's. I do think what Dallas is trying to do, which is to try to build a deep team that's based on defense, is the path forward. I like, in theory, the way they're structured. And getting Cooper Flagg is transformational. I mean, Cooper Flagg potentially is a generational player. We don't know for sure, but everything points to that being the case. And, when they made the trade, Cooper Flagg was not in their thinking whatsoever. So the Mavericks are in a pretty good-looking position here over the next few years, but saying that that's a result of them winning the trade, I would not agree with that. The big thing for Dallas is getting Kyrie healthy. Their guard play is going to really depend on that. And by the way, we have come very far in recovery from ACL injuries. I have no doubt that he's going to come back and be a key piece for them. But they're going to start the season with D'Angelo Russell as their starting point guard. And, D'Angelo Russell's output has been, shaky. He's basically been a journeyman for a reason. So if I was a Mavericks fan, I would be very excited about Cooper Flagg. I would be very excited about the defense that my team was building, but I would not claim any sort of victory in losing Luka Doncic, and I don't think many Mavericks fans would.
Yeah, 1,000%.
There's no winning. There's no victory.
This debate about are the Mavericks...
There can be a victory. Possibly.
The problem
some will always say no, like Bobby.
Right.
But if you win back-to-back titles.
Yeah, the problem is that the victory, I don't think you can ever credit, because you would have to say that they knew they were getting Cooper Flagg. Like, if Cooper Flagg becomes LeBron James.
Yeah. I'm not crediting Nico.
We're not crediting Nico.
No.
Like, they're better off for it, but they're not crediting Nico.
Look, there was a discussion.
By the way, real quick, I'm sorry, Bobby. Someone brought this up yesterday. I think it was Dan Patrick. Your vision, like, you were one game away from not being in the lottery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you weren't trying to be in the lottery.
Right. If you beat Memphis,
you wanted to be in the playoffs. You all started selling playoff tickets.
Yep.
So don't tell me you tried to end up where you were for the 1.8% chance. We're not stupid, even though you keep talking to us like we're a bunch of morons in this whole city.
You did that because you
One
wanted
game.
Casho Lucevic Leprovicis, the guy from Illinois who went like 10 or 11. That's why you were in that game. That's what you wanted to get. You wanted to be like at that 10-11 pick.
Yeah, Nico said, I literally hadn't looked at anyone outside of the who would be there at 11. Like he hadn't even studied, so he knew better. There was this discussion I saw it on Twitter, I think, where there was a discussion about, is Dallas undervalued? Like, is Dallas better than people are talking about? And I can't remember who had said it, but somebody had chimed in and said, they're like, the easiest way to summarize the Mavericks is they're going to be good and not one of their fans is likely to care about it. And that's kind of where they're at. They'll be good. They probably won't win a title. They'll be competitive. They'll be whatever else. But they're not going to be, even still, it's not going to be like, oh, hey, we're building here. We're doing some things. People are just going to be mad if for a long time. I don't know. This lasted longer than anybody thought it would already. Anger in the city.
No, it didn't last longer than anyone thought it would. I thought it would last longer, and it will last long. But we can't answer.
Initially, you thought it would last this long?
Yeah.
Because the first 2-3 days after, I remember thinking it felt like you thought there was an overreaction that was going to simmer down.
No, wrong show. You'll probably listen to Walchuk bash you again.
I'll go find the text.
No, people are never going to get over Luka Doncic getting traded. But the Cooper flag, people are bandwagoners, okay? Like, let's Troy Aikman was right and Josh Hamilton was right.
Oh, wow, baseball time.
People are bandwagoners. If Cooper flag comes out
and is better than Luka, his first 2 years are better than Luka's first 2 years.
Everyone will be back in.
Which that's not his game. His game is not going to surpass.
No, I'm just talking about the hype factor. If he's a superstar, exciting as hell rookie, and the Mavs start off 15-0, or they're in the Western Conference Finals, that arena will be packed, and MFFLs will be hyped up. You're always gonna. I don't ever predict fan reaction until in the moment, like until the whole city has the game on at the bars. Or we're doing remotes out and about, and you want to be part of the mix, and you want to say, I went to that game, but we'll see. The Cooper flag thing saves a ton in terms of the excitement and the hype. Dick Vitale is not happy, friend of the show, with Caitlin Clark's All-Star voting. And by the way, congratulations to Paige Beckers. How we at the All-Star? I thought we just started the WNBA season.
They play 40 games.
Oh, I was like, what the heck?
Games. Yeah,
and Kelsey Plum said it's too long. That's why the shooting percentages are down.
Right. They want to play less games. They want more money.
Right.
Yeah. Why not, right? But Caitlin Clark was voted number 1 in All-Star voting by the fans.
In our hearts.
The media voted her 4th.
Mm-hmm.
The players voted her 9th.
Wow.
Because they can't, because the WNBA players can't get out of their own way.
Oh, is that it?
Well, yeah, I mean, because she's averaging 18 points a night, and like the leader is like 20. So like that's why.
Yeah, well, it's a thing called volume. Literally, she's shooting 39% from the field, 29% from three. Hold on, shut up, Chop. I'm talking. She's shooting 29% from three, 6 turnovers a game. Literally, the only player in the NBA who has put a stat line up that's kind of like that, and it's still 2 turnovers a game short, is Robert Pack in 1997. So yeah, Robert Pack probably is about the 9th best WNBA player too. I agree.
You don't think she's the 9th best guard? This is not WNBA, but this is guard.
I mean, I'll be honest, Chop, have not studied the guards in the WNBA to know with certainty. No, I'll tell you what, I don't like 39%. If somebody put up this stat line in Dallas, we'd be saying, why is that person seeing the floor?
Bobby, they score 70 points a game as a league. The teams do.
I know, and she still manages to turn it over twice as much as anybody else in any
what I'm saying
level
is
of basketball.
nobody can shoot in the league. They score 70 points a night. They score 70 points. Nobody can shoot. Nobody can.
Literally, Paige Beckers is outdoing all of this.
Bobby, 9th as a guard is personal. Come on.
It's personal.
Probably 9th as a guard.
Paige Beckers is not better than Caitlin Clark.
What it is it's leveling out the number 1 ranking, which she's not. 39%. 29% from 3. She was not brought into this league to shoot 29% from 3. She was not the messiah.
I get what you're saying.
No, she was not the messiah of this league to come out here and shoot Rajon Rondo basically from behind the arc.
Are they not? Okay. This is absolute jealousy. that this is cattiness.
Yeah, probably
And Dickie
jealous
V,
that somebody that bad is like getting that much attention.
is she still like, okay, whatever. You're an idiot. But this is what Dickie V says.
Come on, tell me about
Absolute
basketball.
pure jealousy that they voted her 9th best guard. Someday they'll realize all she has done for all the players in the WNBA: charter planes, increased salaries, sold out crowds, improved TV ratings, yada, yada, yada. They can't get out of their own way. Kelsey Plum's going over to fans saying, you can't wear that jersey. Do better. Can't wear that jersey. Somebody was wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey at a
I like that move.
Sparks game. Well, look,
I
first
thought you
of all,
supported it last night.
well,
too.
here's what I support. This is why the WNBA doesn't have fans. They don't have a league. They have a player. Because nobody should wear another team's jersey to a game that isn't their game. But that's what happened. These are all newfound fans. Okay? But still, you're jealous. You're all just jealous.
What happened before the Rangers' 10-run explosion in the hitting cage? We'll ask Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone live on Sean and RJ next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
You win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
Bowman a glance to second, and now the 0-1. And that ball drilled deep down the right field line. It's got a shot. It's gone. First big league home run for Alejandro Osuna. He'll touch them all as the Rangers now lead it 5-2.
Hixie with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. 10-2 win over the Orioles. And every hump day, we check in at 9:20 with our buddy, Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What was that like in the dugout after Osuna hit his first?
Oh, he's everybody's been wondering when he's going to hit his first. Actually, our bench coach reached over to me yesterday. He said, I think he's going to hit a home run tonight. And I said, no, he's not quite ready for it yet. And sure enough, next to bat, he did it. So, no, it's cool. He's a great kid. And, yeah, it was big. It was nice yesterday, but we've been through the last 5. I don't know that I've been through 4 games leading up to yesterday's game like I was just through 4 extra inning games. Seemed like we were down in every game. We came back and tied every game, retied it in extra innings some of the nights, and only came out of there with 1 out of 3, or 1 out of 4. So last night was nice. Offense was clicking. Everybody did good. Obviously, we had Jacob deGrom on the hill, who I call the best pitcher in the world, and it was a nice win. Hopefully, we get one tonight, have an off day, and go get back at it in San Diego.
Booty, how much of an advantage is it? Because y'all faced this team last week. You just saw this pitcher from last week. Like, how much of an advantage is it for a team to see a pitcher twice in 1 week?
I think it is. I think when it comes to, because I think it's skewed over the long haul. The pitcher, always having a little bit of an advantage over the hitter, but the advantage you get is back-to-back weeks. You have a fresh sense. I mean, it goes both ways. Pitcher has an idea too. What you did off him, what he was successful with, what he wasn't successful with. But I think if there's any time a hitter gets a little bit of an advantage, it's that back to back. Saw a guy in his last start. Now he's got to come back and start. Especially when you had success against him in the first time. It could be kind of the reverse with deGrom. As you remember in Baltimore, pitched to Jim, had a no-hitter or a perfect game into the 7th. Now you're in that clubhouse going, oh, we got to face that guy again. So it can be a detriment, but usually if you can find a little advantage from a hitting standpoint, it's that back-to-back, especially coming off successful game the prior game. So it was a great game all around yesterday. Everybody did a nice job.
Booney, amongst this stretch of extra inning games, we know there's been multiple opportunities to win with small ball situations. And there was a report yesterday, Evan Grant said y'all were working on situational hitting in the cage before the game. What does that exactly look like? Are you setting them up, okay, 0-2, a man on third? How does that go?
Well, I'll tell you. What happens, we were doing it on the field yesterday, and we do it a lot anyway. I mean, it's something that's been passed down from me. We did it my entire career. I mean, it was just normal. You get in the cage before the game, and I'm talking about, out on the field, and that leader of that group just kind of, you do your 2 bunts like you always do. You might throw in a hit and run. Hit and run is kind of a lost term in today's game. You get them over. Then you get them in with infield in, you get them in with infield back. And it's just more at this level, it's not like, okay, we're going to teach you how to get them in from third with less than 2 outs, even though that's been a thorn in our side lately. But it's more of a setting the psyche up, setting the mental. Yeah, I go through the motions that first round of batting practice, and it's get them over. Oh, it's get them in. But then if you start thinking about it, like, all right, infield in, what does that mean? That means I don't want to hit a ground ball to the infield. That means I want to hit a fly ball to the outfield, or obviously a base hit is the ultimate. But my job at any cost is to touch this ball and get that guy from third to home, because that's another run for us. So I think about that. Now I got infield back, and it makes you go through scenarios. Sometimes a pitcher might have your number. You might not be seeing the ball well. It's just one of those nights. He's got a heavy sinker. And sometimes the best option as the count grows, and this is my recollection as a hitter, is sometimes my best alternative is to hit a 10 hopper to the shortstop, because that's all I've got in the tank today against this particular matchup. And you know what? Sometimes that's okay, because that's another run for us. So we go through those scenarios. It's been since the beginning, as long as I can remember. But obviously lately it's kind of cropped up, and it's been a sore spot, in our losses, 3 out of the last 4. So it's just kind of a refresher, and it's not more you're working on it. It's just more of getting the mindset of, okay, I'm in a battle here and I got to run on third. I got to get them in at any cost. And what is that? Is that shorten up? Is that touch the ball? Is it hit it on a line? Is it hit it on the ground? It's something, but if you reiterate that and do that on a daily basis, I think when those situations come up in the game, it's all right. You look at the infield. Infield's in. What are we doing in the pregame? So I just think it's more of a mental exercise than the physical, especially at the big league level. They know, it's not like I want to have this big meeting after those 4 games and go, well, guys, yeah, Booney, we know we didn't get it done with a runner on third. This is the big league. So I don't want to. The one thing I caution against in the position I'm in is having too many meetings or obvious meetings. I've been a part of those of teams that have had a lot of meetings, and at a certain point, if you overdo it, you get the eye roll, and it's all right. What are we meeting about today? So I like to pick my spots when I sit down with the guys and just have a discussion. I'm not a big meeting guy. I don't sit there, pound the drum. Oh, we got to do this. We got to do that. But once in a while, it's called for just to touch on an issue for 2 or 3 minutes. I like to get them in, get them out, teach them, treat them like big league players that they are, like men. And not overdo it on the meetings. Always for me, it's a timing thing. There's a time and a place for a meeting, and there's a time and a place for maybe individually having conversations throughout the day. Just grab somebody here and there and have a conversation. Sometimes that's better than having a meeting. So you really got to pick and choose when you do that. And all I rely on there is just, I always try to put myself in the player's position, what they're thinking, what they're feeling at the time. It's just like during a game. If somebody's having a rough game, sometimes that's not the time to come up and have this long explanation of what you need to do mechanically. Sometimes it's just a word of encouragement. It's a hug. Go, hey, you're going to come up. I got a feeling you're going to come up late, and it's going to be a close game. You're going to come through in a big situation. Not as corny as that, but you know what I'm talking about, where I'm going. Sometimes just a couple words is all you need, and sometimes with the right guy, right situation, it's a kick in the butt and a little harsher words. But knowing that personality can handle it, it's kind of a it's a slope, and you gotta kind of got to be able to navigate that slope, know who you're dealing with at all times and what the situation is.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Brett, what we've seen, Josh Young just came off of the toughest month of his career at the plate. What do you think he really needs right now to kind of get himself back to where we know he can be?
Josh, at certain points, and I'm interacting with him every day. He's been doing a lot of work in the cage. He's searching for it. We've watched videos from 4 years ago, from 2 years ago, but continue to work. We've worked soft, which when I talk about soft, I said low velocity. And the reason I really like that sort of training is, the layman take on guys, if you're not getting to the fastball, is let's go train on 100 miles an hour. Well, I feel the opposite, because I think if you train hard, you're working too hard and you're developing bad habits and you're cheating and you're trying to get to it. So I think it's a detriment in the long run to train at that velocity. I think it's to train soft and get our body in the position we need to be in. If a Josh Young, or any big leaguer for that matter, gets his body consistently in position to hit, he's going to handle 98 miles an hour. He's going to handle 88 miles an hour. And I don't care who you are at the big league level. If your body is not in position to hit, 88 is going to blow you up. So that's how I think about it. Josh he's a great kid. He's had success. He's a World Series champion. He's going through a tough time, and he'll have little spurts where he has some success, and then, man, it seems like the next day he's lost it again. So I've been there. I've done that. I've had years where I'm just in and out of it, and I can't find that just right mix. And you got to keep searching. It's trial and error. We'll keep watching video. We'll try this one day. How does that feel? And the thing is, when you get something that you think is got you on the path, the correct path, it's tough to just get away from it. Well, no, what I'm saying is, as a player, it's easy to abandon it. If you go out and you don't have any success in that, you go 0 for 4, even if it was a step in the right direction. That's how our minds are focused. No, I want this. Oh, I want a quick fix. I want that to work now. And that's the biggest challenge I have with players is when I see a real positive move from a mechanic standpoint and they do something good, but maybe they don't get any hits that day. My biggest challenge is, no, you're on the right path. Let's just stick with that, and it's eventually going to turn out in the long run. But it's something that JJ's just going through. We're going to keep working. We're going to keep grinding it out, and eventually it's going to click, hopefully sooner than later.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Adolis, last couple of nights, he had the home run, couple of hits with runners in scoring position last night. Are you seeing him kind of turn a corner here?
Absolutely. He's a special player. He really is. He just has a nose for the dramatic. He could strike out 5 times in a row, and you come up in a big situation, all of a sudden he hits one in the gap, and I look at him after the game, I said, how do you do that? How can you be so bad that's so good? And he laughs, but he is a special player. He's he had a little tough spell when I first got here. He was going through a tough time. He's kind of loosened up his upper half and kind of unwound it, and then started to get going a real good direction. And all of a sudden, a couple games, he couldn't hit a fastball, and then he made a little bit of an adjustment in his take back kind of mid-game 2 games ago, when he ended up getting the base hit and then hitting the 3-run homer. And then yesterday he looked really good and really comfortable again. Sometimes that's all it is. We want to get too complicated on, oh, you're doing this with your left hip and and I kind of look at people and go, listen, hitting at this level is really, really, really hard. And sometimes it's simpler than that. Sometimes it's just your brain gets confused and there's so many thoughts going on. You put one good swing in a situation on a ball, and all of a sudden, all that cloud that's in your brain, that's between your ears, goes away. And sometimes it's as simple as that. Sometimes we like to make this game too complex, hitting too hard, and simplification is the way to go. Really proud of the way Adolis went through. It seemed like about a 48 or a 54-hour stretch where I'm looking at him like, what's going on with my hat on sideways?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he comes through with the big hit, the 3-run homer, which we ended up not finishing the night before. And then yesterday he has 5 RBIs. So it's as quick as that, he turned it around. So get him smiling and feeling good is a big part for this team. And he's a huge part in the middle of that lineup and a huge personality. So it was great to see him doing good. People don't, you look, and this team's been battling. The thing that I'm really excited about is, for a while there, it seemed like we got down in a game. We never came back. And all of a sudden, it seems in the last 10 days, every time we get down, we come roaring back. We haven't always finished and won the game, but we don't go away. With the Rogers game, the game 1, he really pitched his butt off against us in Baltimore. And I think he pitched a shutout. And all of a sudden we're down 3-0 to a guy that just pitched great against us the other day, pitching great again. And next thing you know, we'd come back and tie it 3-3. So those are really good signs that I'm seeing with this offense. I think long-term is going to be really good. And also we've been banged up. We haven't had a Wyatt Langford out there. We haven't had a Jacob Berger. We've been missing Jock Peterson, who was a big offseason sign for 5 weeks now. The list goes on. Josh Smith, we didn't have in the lineup the other day against the lefty. Little things like this, Carter's gone on the bereavement list. So we've been playing a little bit shorthanded lately, but it was a great win last night. Let's get everybody back healthy. It's great to see Nate Eovaldi coming back, and this will be his second start coming back from that IL stint. He's going to be a huge part of this team down the stretch, second half. So I see things going in the right direction. It doesn't always seem positive when we lose a game, but the little things I'm seeing behind the scenes and the little things we're doing, like coming back and never out out of the game. These are positive things that I really think are going to help us in the second half.
Thanks as always, Brett. We appreciate it. Go get the series tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Texas Rangers hitting coach every Wednesday at this time, Brett Boone, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well. The Diddy verdict is in. Next in Crosstalk 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, Jen.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
A humongous win with the breaking news for Sean Diddy Combs as the verdict is in, acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges, the most serious of the offenses that he was facing, convicted of prostitution charges. So we will see what that sentencing actually is, but humongous win for Puff Daddy.
Do like I probably not comedians, but do people have to go around and make like a Diddy apology tour for like talking all this stuff, and then you're like, he got prostitutes, which we got him on that, but nothing else?
No, I don't think you have to apologize because of all the other stuff. Blowing up people's cars, beating up women, holding people over balconies.
But the beating up women wasn't even like part of the trial, right? Wasn't that not one of the charges?
That's
weird.
That's why I said this last week.
Might be statute of limitations on that. I don't know.
There should not be statute of limitations of that. But
he's not being charged for it.
That's weird. Right?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It was going to be for racketeering and prostitution and sex trafficking and all the sex parties, not for beating up females.
Yeah.
I'm sad that this happened because I know that Diddy is a piece of crap, but technically, legally, I felt like something like this was going to happen starting last week when it was like charges versus who he is. Are they completely matching up? And the answer was no.
And like you said, it would appear as though these were the two, least charges that he could have been found guilty on, and so.
But the RICO is the big one. That's the one that sends all the mobsters to jail for years and years.
That and tax fraud,
yeah. That's what they really get you on. They invented that charge like 30, 40 years ago, I guess.
I can't wait to see what he looks like outside of prison. I can't wait for.
Do you think that's going to happen like straight away then? Like, do you think they're going to give him?
Oh, he's going on a Diddy tour.
No, I'm saying, but like, so time served and see you later. You think?
Well,
I don't know.
He's gonna serve, I think, sometime.
Okay.
I don't think he's going on a Diddy tour, but I'm fascinated to see the interview, the public comments, who aligns themselves, like who high fives him publicly versus shunning him. Can he ever show up to an award show again?
So you're wondering, like, will this be kind of like the OJ thing where when they said not guilty, he was like, I'm going to go back to my regular life, and then found out people were like, I'm good, man.
But isn't he still making money?
Well, he's dead.
OJ died.
No, not OJ, guys. Diddy. Like, isn't Diddy still?
So. He's still got rights to a lot of music.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that stream of income's got to be still massive for him.
point.
Oh, he's gonna be fine financially.
He could recreate his life.
But don't you think people will jump back in if it's a financial interest to them?
Yep.
Were people jumping all over Diddy as like a kingmaker in the last decade anyway?
Probably not.
Like, he had kind of fallen off. Like, this was the most like relevant to the news he had been in a decade.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was really into the alcohol business. Like, that's where his face was.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I don't know Diddy's artists in the past 10 years. I don't know who he was producing. I don't know who he signed. But I just want to see publicly. It's kind of like, was it Snoop? Snoop and Trump. Like, people were calling Snoop a traitor and a sellout because I think he had said some things about Trump years and years ago, and then he's performing at, like, you know, whatever nomination or convention or party there was.
Would you respect that more if either A, he came out and he's like, you know, I got new information, I've changed my mind on some things, or if two, he goes, yeah, I'm doing it for the money. Let's all be adults about this.
So Snoop had said later the entire reason he flipped on it was because Trump pardoned one of the old death row executives. And that was why he had switched.
Okay. Well, that's a reason. That's
yeah. I mean, it's like it's personal to him at that point. It's personal to him at that point. And so, I mean, I don't know how quickly anybody's going to want to align with Diddy. He doesn't have, or how much he can force people to align with him if he doesn't have the same level of power.
And as Corey asked, who's safe now that he's back out?
That's terrifying.
If you took that stand.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That is
man.
Or do you think he's, sat in there for all this time and was like, maybe I'm not going to.
I also think that, like,
take out hits allegedly on people.
If some of the witnesses start disappearing, it probably isn't that hard to connect the dots. So he may be like, yeah, I'm not, because now it's the whole double jeopardy thing. He's clear.
He's at the Aaron Hernandez
double
level.
jeopardy on
these.
But what if
witnesses go missing?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if witnesses go missing, like, it's not, like I said, it's not hard to connect the dots.
I always wonder.
And there's no double jeopardy.
If they just get, pneumonia.
It wouldn't be these same charges.
No, it wouldn't be. Yeah. So I'm saying he's clear on this. He has no reason to go after it other than a vendetta, right? Other than the vendetta, which would bring in a whole new list of charges.
Okay,
like John Wick.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but also I always wonder if people are emboldened in situations like this.
Yeah,
like,
they are.
Does he step out of the courtroom if they're like, "Hey, time served, see you later"?
This is
and
what
he's like. That's right.
It's what got
Nothing.
This is what got Aaron Hernandez. Aaron Hernandez was killing people, was not being held accountable for it, or was having these different things that he would get in trouble for. And then what happened was he just started, I can get rid of a semi-pro football player that everybody knows I was with tonight, and his body turns up 2 days later, and he just couldn't even conceive he was going to get in trouble for it.
Did John Wick win the bracket?
He lost.
Lost to Rambo.
In the finals.
There are a lot of Johns in that bracket.
Yes.
John McClane, John Matrix, John Rambo, John Wick. I don't know the other ones.
Is Rambo's first name John? I remember that.
Is.
Yeah.
Because that's not intimidating.
John Rambo?
Yeah. It's just Rambo.
It's Rambo.
But
me.
It looked
Me
like
and Rambo. Yeah.
he does kind of do the same
good
voice.
Rambo.
So I was going to say, because that sounds rocky, but I got you.
It's all the
But
same.
it was going to
dressed
be
different.
John Wick that was going to win, and then Lucius came in, and he's like, no, I cast my vote for Rambo. And then Dawson was right behind him, and he goes, it's got to be Rambo. And then we did our giveaway.
And the exact title of the bracket was
Greatest action character from a movie, because we didn't say like Sly against Schwarzenegger. Like, these are the specific people from the movie. And even the contest winner, before he even got excited about being caller number 10, he goes, Rambo.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, at 12:30 today, Bruce Bochy will join us after a win. So that's awesome to get that finally. And then FC Dallas's Sam Sarver joins us as well. Kevin is friends with Billy McKinney.
Wow.
Got his
had
his debut last night. He almost convinced him to wear a cowboy hat for a story once. And so because Kevin covered him while he was playing O West. So we're trying to see if we can get him on the show, but congratulations to him last night. And also, here's my question. Do the Tolos want us to air the Glenn Gulletson press conference or do something else?
11 a.m. I thought you were going to ask if they wanted you to air the Choppy Bobby fight that spilled out into the hallway over Caitlin Clark. When did you first pick up on it?
Okay.
This is tough.
So all I heard was Bobby yell, Eric Crouch. and so then I asked Sean and I asked Corey, I go, hey, is this still about Caitlin Clark? Or I didn't know if we moved on to other generalized college athlete discussions and stuff like that. But then I found out, yes, it was still the ongoing Caitlin Clark discussion.
I would like to see if you guys can follow the rules. You get 30 seconds max to reset what you said, and then we will hear Corey and Kevin give their ruling and judgment. Choppy, you start off.
Well, my contention is that the WNBA players, they just continue to shoot themselves in the foot. They don't have a league, they have a player. Whether she's an efficient shooter, I could care less about.
Could not, yeah.
Whatever. I still could, I could and I could not care less. All right, how about that? I don't care about her shooting numbers. What I care about is the only reason that anyone is paying attention to the WNBA or even remotely paying attention to women's basketball is not because of anybody else than Caitlin Clark.
That's your time. He says they shoot themselves in the foot. That means they shoot about as accurately as Caitlin Clark has this season. She is literally 55th in the WNBA out of about 90 qualifiers in three-point shooting percentage. She's awful. Literally just on the question of the merits. You had your time, and I shut up the whole time, and you can't do that now. So there's my whole point, and I guess I'll just turn it over to Choppy now. So, Chop, go ahead and tell us again.
So, ninth.
Tell us about the WNBA that you studied so deeply.
See, she finished 9th among shooting guards or just guards in All-Star voting.
I think it was. I thought it was shooting guards, maybe guards. I don't know.
Bobby followed the rules of the debate. Rules are what keeps order in this society. I vote for Bobby.
I'm voting for Chop. Obviously, whenever there's a debate going on, you can just say wrong, and that's incorrect and not factual.
I mean,
you
look,
win.
There is evidence to back you up on that point.
So we've decided nothing. Bobby with a rap battle towards Corey Majors tomorrow.
Baby.
We'll see. Bobby loses again to KNC.
Okay.
They're next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. That makes sense. Frankel injury attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or you can hit us up on the YouTube, on the Twitch. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. I'm sorry. That's not right. Alec, I did that wrong. We got, Corey Majors. And of course, there you go. The famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how we doing today, and welcome to the program.
Doing great today because the Rangers won last night.
Damn right.
Changes everything for my day. My perspective is completely different. Yesterday, I heard Wolchuk on the way home because I Tolo. I was listening on the way home, and Wolchuk's like, I can't bring the positivity today because what happened in last night's game sucked all the energy out of me. I hope today, I hope Wolchuk's back. With all the positivity, because last night was a good one. Last night was a real good one. It was nice to see deGrom go out and do his thing, and it was nice to see our Rangers swinging those bats.
I've gotten to the point where deGrom is so good all over again that when you had a 3-0 lead, I was like, well, there's no way you're going to lose.
And then Gary Sanchez.
Yeah, and then the home run, and I was like, what the hell? No. Even though that's a thing. Pitchers give up runs. But I was like, what?
It was an immediate, like, oh, well, in my mind.
Okay.
I hate it for him because in his mind, he's probably like you. And he's like, I never want to let it run. He's like that. But it does happen. And he dominated the rest of it. And I was like, all right, there we go. So I have a lot of faith in deGrom when it comes to not giving up many runs and pitching about 81 pitches.
Yes, and yesterday, that's why I felt like it was an anomaly because it was in the low to mid 90s, I think.
You know what, though? Remember he had to throw extra pitches because that umpire screwed everything up in the 6th or 7th inning?
Man, that has...
You have to strike him out 3 times.
That has definitely been a theme of the season of Rangers fans, probably all fans, but Rangers fans in particular feeling like they got jobbed by the officials a handful of times. Also, I heard Mike Bassick reference me, but not say my name.
Yes, he did.
They were talking about the condiments that you put on a hot dog. And one of the things that Mike said that wasn't about me that I thought was hilarious, he goes, ketchup on a hot dog. And he goes, I kind of view ketchup as like a condiment for children.
A children's condiment.
I just thought that was tremendous. And he goes, but you know what really weirds me out is those people that don't put...
Right when he said this, I knew, too. I knew exactly where he was going.
He goes, those people who don't put anything on their hot dogs, like I got a buddy from radio, and he goes, he puts nothing on his hot dogs, and I think Dave Raymond's like, is it Kobayashi? Or Joey Chestnut or whatever, and he goes, no, but yeah, he just doesn't like condiments. It's weird. And so, of course, I texted him and I said, no condiments needed. And he goes, yeah, I wanted to say your name. And I said, are you not allowed to? And he goes, I don't know. I'm learning on the job. And so he felt like if he didn't say my name, safe. But Corey, I know you heard it as well.
He said my name once. He gave me credit for finding Kamar Rocker.
That's true.
So I appreciated that. He can. Mike, as far as we're concerned, you're allowed to talk about us. All right.
Yeah,
and
I give authorization.
We're tight with the Rangers.
For sure.
We're the home of the Rangers. I just got done chatting with some Rangers PR just a second ago. So we're good.
Okay. And part of the reason for that.
We got Bochy on today.
That's a great question. But this is, a great statement. Sorry, great statement. I was going to say, I've got a question.
I got you.
Merged them all together. 877-881-1053. I promise this will be relevant to the Rangers. How long have you had your current cell phone number? 877-881-1053. All right. Because here is the situation. If you can, please, Mr. Medford, will you give me cut number 2 and we can talk about Plano West Zone, Billy McKinney.
Of course, in his big league career, played for 7 teams prior to coming here to Texas. Here's a ball flared out into left field, and that drops for the base hit. Billy McKinney, the native Texan, has a hit as a Texas Ranger.
So, obviously, we got a kick out of this. Billy McKinney went to Plano West. He played baseball at Plano West. He was so good at Plano West because we covered him.
Did I cover him?
I think you might have covered the very beginning.
Okay, all right.
Because he started as a freshman because he was unbelievable. But so I got to cover him throughout his high school career and so much. And I loved the kid. He was super nice. And I remember his dad asked me to write his kind of little capsule for Baseball America because he had been selected to Baseball America's All-Star or All-American team. He was also selected by Perfect Game. And so I wrote that for him because I had seen so many of his games. And I remember the weirdest thing is all the scouts would come out and see Billy McKinney and then they would walk away from the fence when he wasn't at bat.
Oh, man.
And I was like, what if you just saw some other kid that you're like,
chumps.
Who the hell is this guy?
You would hear it off the bat.
You could.
You know, that would be the scouts'
Although
approach. Hold on, what just happened? Who's on first now? Or, they would probably hear it off. It is metal bats, though. So, but you could hear the P-Rod off those, you know.
And so here's what I wanted to know. Corey, as you're aware, we built a massive phone bank.
Yes, we did.
At the Plano Star-Courier. And a lot of these athletes have gone on and done really great things. So went back through my records because I'm a nerd. And class of 2013 found Billy McKinney, had his cell phone number. So this morning, I went ahead and sent him a text. This was 12 years ago. And also, then he became a millionaire and made Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. So I don't know where you go in life if that facilitates you changing your cell phone number. I'm not sure. And so that's why I wanted to check from the 682. I've had the same cell phone number for 15 to 20 years. From the 870, same number since 2001. Only one that I have ever had. Had the same number since 2003, 20 years. I've had the same cell since I was 2005. And so I get the sense that a lot, like, I've had the same cell phone number as long as I've had a cell phone number.
Yes.
And honestly, that's the number one thing I think phone companies learned along the way. Hey, we'll give you this free phone, or we'll give you this massive discount, or we'll buy out your other contract.
No,
you
we'll
need to keep
your number.
the same phone number. If they're like, we're going to give you a new phone number, you're like, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm going to save you
Stupidest thing you've ever
$800. You're
said
like,
to me.
don't care.
Go away.
I need my phone number. So, Alec, how long have you had your same phone number?
I only changed numbers once, and it was when I graduated from the track phone stuff to like a real phone.
Yeah.
And I think that happened when I was probably 14, so probably 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Corey, you've had...
I know Adrian and I both have had our phones since 2000, like right around 2000, 2001. So almost 25 years.
And had the same phone number?
Same phone number since then.
So...
And every time, same thing. Every time I would go in and they'd say, we're going to change the number, I'd go, I'm just sticking with AT&T then.
Yeah.
And they'd go, hold on.
Yeah. And it took just a minute, but then the phone companies realized this is the number one deal breaker for people. So I sent him a text message.
Billy McKinney?
Billy McKinney. I sent him a text message. We'll see how it goes. And I had to be like, hey, I covered you at the Plano Star Courier. It's been 13 years. Maybe he changed his number. Maybe he never liked me to begin with. Maybe he's just too freaking busy today because he just made his debut with the Rangers. I know not his major league debut because he's been in the league for like 8 years, 7 years maybe, and he's played for several different teams. But there are any number of reasons I might not hear back from him, but maybe I will. Or maybe somebody else got that number and they're going to catfish me and work their way on the air
That could be
by
fun.
pretending that they're Billy McKinney.
Oh, yeah, Billy. That's a good one. I'm Billy.
I'll know straight away. I was like, I don't think so.
Rambo.
No, that doesn't.
That'd be awesome.
That doesn't seem.
If Billy McKinney starts Alec and he just goes Rambo, I want you to go. He's on air immediately. I don't want anything to change from that.
It is
from the 817 texting y'all from my Motorola Razr while on the Singular network right now.
So
for real?
It's, by the way, if he does catfish us, we'll go all the way back to the beginning.
You ask him one question.
Of the KNC Masterpiece when we had Flula on. Flula heard that we talked about him on this show on a Sunday. Like
on a
one
Sunday
of our,
at like 9:30.
Yeah, really early shows. He got my email address at the newspaper, emailed me there. Like, we didn't seek him out. He sought us out. And he told us who he was. And he's like, I heard you guys talked about my video. I was like,
I heard y'all played my song.
Yeah, did you now? That's weird. And so we had him on air, and we were both like, this could be a mistake. Are we sure about this? And then there was a moment in the interview where Flula goes, and you know what us Germans are best known for. Everything flashed before me. I thought about all the poor decisions I made that got us to this point.
First thought was domination. Like, that was my first thought.
Or something much worse. And he goes, precision.
Precision, obviously.
And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I really was like, I don't know if we did enough to vet this person out.
We had no clue.
Yeah, because like, Alec,
he's awesome, though.
You're familiar. You've done stuff on the weekend. You get much more discerning as you move along in your radio career. Like at the beginning, when you can't get anybody to come on your show because they're like, who the F are you? You're like, hey, I heard this guy is a friend of my sister's cousin. I guess that would be your cousin too. And he put out this YouTube video talking about the Mavs. You're like, sounds good. Bring him up. But you become more discerning along the way. So yes, I was very concerned about that. So it is entirely possible today we could get actual Billy McKinney, or we could get catfished by Billy McKinney.
In the 915, I've got too many ex-girlfriends to not change my phone number repeatedly. And then from the 214, I only switched my number when I switched from Motorola to a Primeco phone.
I don't know what Primeco is.
That's from a rap song, Kevin.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We'll find out. We'll find it for you.
I'm a very boring and unhip person. I do apologize.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
About that. All right. So I want to go back to something else from the Rangers game. Well, it wasn't necessarily from the Rangers game, but from the Rangers in general. You mentioned Jacob deGrom. And are you to the point now, before we move back over to Tyler Mahle, are you to the point where you've kind of breathed a sigh of relief about deGrom? Because I'll admit, early in the season, I was kind of like in a constant state of panic about, is he going to be healthy? Is he going to be this? Is he going to be that? Injuries can happen at any time to any player. I get that. But have you gotten to the point where he's going to pitch and you're excited and not like particularly worried anymore.
You've gotten a lot of games out of him this year. For sure. And like this is already more games by far than you had out of him the entire time he's been here. So yes, that is a confidence booster. Early in April, he was around 4 or 5 innings. That 5 innings, 5 2/3 was kind of where he maxed out. Then in June, they got him to 8, and he was over 5, 8, 7. He's over 6 and 7 now here in in June. May was whenever they got him 5, 6. Then now he's at 6, 7, and 6, 7 could be one of those things. And he's got these opportunities. They're being smart by saying you're capped around 90 pitches. Like they've been very smart about limiting that even on good nights. Yeah. And it felt great last night that Jacob Latz could come in and do what he did, right? Like that was another thing. I'll take 3 innings over and we're going to finish this game out and we're done. Don't worry about it, Jacob. You did a great job tonight. So I will always be worried about why did he walk around the mound like that and why is the main. Well, I'll always be worried about that. But I feel like early in the season is he the same pitcher anymore? And now I'm like, oh yeah, he's that dude. He's that guy, and I don't have to worry about it anymore.
So one of the things that facilitated Billy McKinney's spot on the 40-man roster is they moved Tyler Mahle to the 60-day injured list.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we already knew, per Chris Young in the G-Bag Nation, that he wasn't going to be back till after the trade deadline. All right, so we're talking about already like a chunk of 30 days right there. But now you add on another chunk. So essentially, like, he'll be out the month of August as well. And so one of the things that Tyler Mahle said, besides it sucks, but it is what it is, which feels like a very human response, he said he's optimistic he can pitch again this season. I get how that's a positive.
The playoffs.
But whenever you hear that, and you don't say, I hope I'll be ready for the beginning of September or obviously before this announcement, before the beginning of August. When you hear, I'm optimistic I can pitch again this season, obviously you have questions and I have concerns.
Yeah. Kevin, we've experienced this with this team many times with pitchers.
Yeah.
They just keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. And you're like, look, we'll figure it out. They never really give us a true answer because why should they? In their minds, it's like, why should I give you a true answer? Because what if it changes?
Yeah.
So I'll just kind of give you something very, very mysterious that you can work with. I'm not expecting him back, Kevin.
Okay.
I've gone
this season.
I'm now on the assumption that Evaldi is rested enough to finish out this season and then say, all right, let's burn through the playoffs if we get there. And deGrom can carry you there too. And it's up to Rocker and Corbin and Leiter to pick up the slack on the backside of that. That's where I am right now. It's awesome to have a bundle of really great pitchers. It's really awesome. But because you know that pitchers get injured, you've been planning for this. This is why all season when we've been like, should we trade John Gray? Should we trade this guy? You're asking that question, but you don't really want to because what if something happens to another guy? And now you need to replace him. You can't replace Jacob deGrom.
You're right.
You can't replace Evaldi. We've seen that thing. Like those two are not interchangeable either. But to have those two at the front of it puts us in really good position.
Coming up next, we're going to go back to the Cowboys. I'm going to change it up just a little bit, Corey. The Dallas Cowboys fan survey. I'm going to need your input, Alex's input, and all of the Tolo's input next on The Fan.
30 straight minutes without interruption.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe? No.
Nutmeg Maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, it feels like
summer.
Sure.
Childish Gambino.
But also, didn't it feel like the average person listening right now has had their same number for like 18 to 20 years? It's a really long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like it, man. I miss my childhood phone number, the landline that we used to have.
You still remember it?
I still know what it is. If I say it, will people call it? And then is that a bad thing? I'm not going to say it.
I might not.
All right.
Like, it feels like that phone number is probably still in use. And they just gave it to somebody else.
They don't just throw phone numbers away once they've been used?
I don't know.
They recycle them, huh?
Honestly, I was going to say I don't think so, but then my brain goes, based on what? I have no basis for that. Like, I want to tell you that's the case, but I have
Somebody texts in, oh, yeah, Kevin with the whales again.
Yeah,
they obviously throw the numbers
away. He's right.
Away.
I have absolutely no basis to make that decision.
I've worked at Southwestern Bell since forever, and does your mom worked at AT&T?
No.
She would know.
She didn't. Look, I know what you're doing. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to answer that in a second. We're going to do the Dallas Cowboys fan survey. I want to get y'all's thoughts. I want to get the Tolo's thoughts. It drives me crazy when my mom says that she worked at AT&T. She not for one day in her entire life ever worked for AT&T. She worked most of her adult life, at least the part I know of, at Southwestern Bell. But Southwestern Bell eventually merged into AT&T, and so she just tells people that. And I was like, that's a lie. You live in a house full of lies.
Yeah, because you grew up in Garland your whole life, and she was right in this area, just working away for what became AT&T. That's awesome, man.
Shut up.
All right.
How many games will... How many games will the Cowboys win this season? Here are your options. Less than 8, 8 or 9, 10 or 11, or 12 or more.
I can't go less than 8.
Okay.
And I can't go 11. I'm somewhere in the 9-10 range.
Okay.
So that range.
That's not one of the options.
What was the second option then?
8 or 9, or 10 or 11.
9, 8 or 9.
Okay. Alec, what say you?
Kind of with Corey, but I think I'll go on the opposite side of his idea, and I'll go 10 or 11. It's not because my expectations are super high. It's because I think they might be too low, and I think they're just going to prove me wrong like they seem to always do.
They've done this before.
Exactly.
They've definitely, and Romo's group did it before, where we were like, dude, just throw it away on this team. And they came out and did something. And then the next year, you're like, oh, gosh, this team's going to be something. And they're like, no, we win 4. And you're like, dang it.
Man, early looks. I did see somebody say 10 to 11 as long as Dak is healthy. But then
he's got to be healthy for this team to win a lot of games.
Agreed. Less than 8, less than 8, less than 8, 8 or 9, 8 or 9. I bet a lot of people do come in at 8 or 9.
The 682, my company demolished the AT&T building off 30 in Cockrell Hill. Did Kevin's mom work there?
No, she didn't. Because she never worked at AT&T. All right, next question. Man, I might not make it.
All right.
What would you consider a good season? A, having a winning record. B, making the playoffs. C, winning at least one playoff game. Or D, winning multiple playoff games.
For what I think this team is, winning at least one playoff is what I realistically would love.
Okay.
For the 30 years of a Cowboys fan.
They haven't won multiple playoff
games. But so I would consider, because I don't think this team is a playoff team.
Okay.
So winning one playoff game would be a good season for me. But then, Kevin, if I get there and they're a better playoff team or a better team than I thought they were, then I'm going to raise my expectations and say you got to win it. You got to get to the NFC Championship and win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Maybe.
Man. All right, Alec, what say you?
I like that line of thinking that winning one would be a success for me this season, because I don't know if I'm putting them in that 10 to 11 range. I have to kind of say that they are going to make the playoffs, because I think that double-digit wins in the NFC probably gets you there by default, probably. And I would say they're one and done. And honestly, I wouldn't be mad at it this year, because first-year head coach, some roster turnover, new defense and everything. I'd say it's a good building block for year one. So I'd say making the playoffs is probably a win in it of itself for me.
All right, so this segment has turned into Dallas Cowboys fan survey / update on my mom's employment history.
Oh, no.
Can your mom get us tickets to AT&T Stadium? Well, her tenure at AT&T.
From the 972, Southwestern Bell was AT&T. They were diversified regionally in an antitrust judgment,
there you go.
Then reconglomerated.
Yeah.
All right.
She worked for AT&T.
That is the best answer I've heard so far. I will look into it. Question number 3, and then I'll give you more.
No, I'm good. I'm just going to laugh at our great text.
This is confusing, but you have to answer it nonetheless. What grade would you give Brian Schottenheimer for how he's handled his first 5 months as the coach when no games have been played?
A.
A, B, C, D, or F?
A.
A?
Yeah. He's preaching the culture, just like you expect a coach to do. It sounds like from the players that they're excited to play this year.
Okay.
Whereas last year at the end of the season, did it not look like those guys just couldn't wait to end the season? That's the way that team looked to me last year.
Alec, what's your grade?
I'm going to give them an A because when you have your own players who have been here for a minute tweeting that they're having fun again, and it's only OTAs, it's only T-shirts and helmets, I think you're doing something very, very well.
From the 806, I worked at the AT&T store in DeSoto, and Kevin's mom was a lovely coworker.
She was. She's a lovely woman. She really is.
Agreed. How long will Brian Schottenheimer be the Cowboys head coach? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 or more years?
I think he plays out his contract at 4.
Okay. Alec?
I'm going to say 4 as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be stubborn and say, keep giving it time if it doesn't result in anything. And they're like, well, Mike McCarthy 2.0.
You get into an NFC championship game, extension immediately.
Yeah, I could see that. All right, yes or no question here. I think I know your answer. Will Micah Parsons have a new contract by the start of training camp practices on July 22nd? That noise you made is my answer.
That's your answer?
Yeah. No.
Started training camp?
Yes.
No, but before the season. Sometime in training camp is what I think.
I agree with that.
I always like saying that I feel like anything like major can happen whenever y'all are just sitting on the tennis courts minding your own business out there, right?
Yes.
You know, so I feel like it's fully in their hands, and it's so annoying. So I'm right there with Corey. It's like I don't think there's going to be a certain day that I can put it on other than before kickoff week 1.
From the 682, Kevin prematurely shot down the possibility that I walked into her office. Not good journalism. Not great journalism. Fair point.
From
I'll
the
work on that.
214, Kevin. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry, Kevin.
All right. How do you feel the Cowboys have handled their major contracts? They're among the league's best, they're somewhere in the middle, or they're among the league's worst? You're going to need to answer this question correctly, because I've already filled in the answer for you.
Somewhere in the middle.
No!
You just said.
Wrong! They're among the league's worst. They just wait and overpay. You currently pay Dak Prescott $5 million more per season than Josh Allen makes, and he signed his contract after Dak.
Yeah, but then you get like a Donovan Wilson on the cheap or a Javon Curse. You know, you get some dudes. You get some dudes.
Yeah, some dudes.
Yeah, for cheap. So that puts them in the middle. They're terrible with the big contracts, really good with the little ones, so they're in the middle somewhere.
Corey, your comprehension is not working for me today. How do you feel about the Cowboys handling their major contracts?
J-Ron Curse.
Because you just said terrible.
They're terrible.
Thank you.
They're the worst.
We will move on to the next one. What grade would you give the Cowboys front office for how they've handled the offseason? Coaching hires, trades, free agency, draft, etc.
Underwhelmed by Schottenheimer. Although we know we like the guy. It just wasn't an overwhelming thing. Trades. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll give him a B.
Okay.
I think this offseason's been a B. They did a good job in the draft, too.
Alec?
It would be a B+ if they got the Micah deal done already. It would have been a pretty solid offseason if that was just done and we had nothing to talk about right now in terms of big storylines. But, I'd say it's about average. I think they've had worse off seasons the past couple of years, so I think they've done some good things, but it's about average.
We get so frustrated by, you're not signing anybody, and then you're like, oh, crap, they've signed about 9 people. You just don't care about them.
They just weren't the right people, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to answer D on this one. How far are the Cowboys from winning a Super Bowl? A, 1 or 2 years. B, 3 or 4. C, 5 to 10. Or D, more than 10 years.
I mean, it's been more than 10, Kevin, since they won their last Super Bowl. So
it's been more than 10 plus another 10.
And another 10. Yeah,
10.
That's tough.
That's where we are. I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah. There's nothing to tell me that it's going to change within the next 10 years. And I don't know. I can't decide. Are they stubborn with their approach?
Yes.
Or are they? Ooh, some people say clueless, and I don't believe they're clueless. I just think they're stubborn and don't have the right direction sometimes.
See, believe it or not, I agree with you. Not clueless. I want to change my answer. They're not stubborn. They're fine with their approach. because it makes lots of money, gets plenty of headlines. It has become more clear as the years have gone along. Winning to them is incidental. Like, maybe you win, maybe you don't, but
we really want to win.
Yeah, and I do believe that. I do believe they want to win. I just don't believe they want to put any of the extra work, time, or finances into winning. Fair?
Fair.
All right. If you could only re-sign one of the 2026 unrestricted free agents right now to a team-friendly deal, who would it be? George Pickens, Deron Bland, Jake Ferguson, or Sam Williams? I feel like it's not Sam Williams.
Oh, my gosh. I usually don't. I guess.
Do you go Bland?
I guess Bland because you need cornerbacks. I don't like that group, though.
Fair. That's fair.
Because I don't have to sign Pickens because I have CD.
But actually, believe it or not, that's a good sign going forward, right? The fact that those are your top free agents and you're like, meh, I think that's a good sign going forward. All right. Question for both of you guys. What position group gives you the most concern at this moment?
I feel like quarterback a lot of times. But, I'm still, but that has to do with the offensive line. So I'll say offensive line because I don't know.
Okay.
Your offense is going to have to carry a lot.
Okay.
And you need that offensive line to be productive. I understand defensive tackle will always be a hole for me. That's just something they're never going to fix for me. But I'm very concerned about the offensive line. That's my biggest question. If the offensive line's successful, this team's good.
Alec?
I'll go with Corey's other argument in defensive tackle. And it's for his same reason about the offensive line. I just don't know. You know, like I don't know if this is, we kept on hearing from Jerry himself, you know, give a defensive tackle 3 years with Mozzie Smith. Let's see what he looks like in 3 years. And then we'll really know who he is. And then you add in a 7th round draft pick in there that, you know, I don't have any expectations for a 7th round draft pick. I hope he blows me away, but I don't know what I'm going to get from it.
Kevin, this has been a question submitted by a Tolo.
Okay.
Not about this season, but would your Super Bowl window option change if they somehow landed Arch in 2027?
Yes. I would immediately, and I want people to hear me on this, I would immediately change it to at least 5 to 10 because now you've changed the economics of this team. Because by the time you get to 2027, you might still be a year away from really being able to wriggle your way out of Dak's contract like fairly pain-free. But I could get you out of it going into the 2027 season.
So it's not less, like, in my mind, it's more about the Peyton and Eli being in his ear, helping him, guiding him, and you having that kind of standard within your organization now.
And I understand that, and I know what
you're saying.
I don't mean to discount Arch Manning as a player. I still think there's too many unknowns for me to say that. What I would look at is what you guys just bought me is 3 years of advantage in the league. So let's even say you kept Dak on the 2027 deal when you drafted Arch. All right, fine. You can use Arch straight away or not, whatever. But you're still going to take a hit on the Dak deal. But then you move into 2028, 2029, and 2030, where you have a huge advantage at salary cap. And even 2031 is not going to be so bad. And guess what? If you decided to sign him to an extension, I don't know, ahead of time, you could actually flatten that out for another couple of years. So the simple economics of football would lead me to change my answer.
Congratulations, Tolo, that asked that question. And then, Kevin, this is the last one. I'm sorry, because we're running out of time. 469. What grade for the Cowboys offseason? I'll give it an A. And a T. And another T. AT&T for moms. I appreciate that one.
Even after the first T, I didn't see where it was going. I was trying to think of
Wait, hold on. An A, what's a T? Tremendous?
Yeah. We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess.
Hey, is there more to that? We should do more of that later. I liked it.
There is more to that if you really want to do that, or if you just think it's going to turn into more talk about my mom, then we're probably not going to do that. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's overdue that this fan got banned, right? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a...
105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Bowman a glance to second, and now the 0-1. That ball drilled deep down the right field line. It's got a shot. It's gone. First big league home run for Alejandro Osuna. He'll touch them all as the Rangers now lead it 5-2.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, Alec, I'm excited to start the show. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah.
You'd think I would know when to talk, but no, I decided to try to talk over the highlight. All right, we got a whole lot of ground to cover. So right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. We start with this question. Are you invested in this? So Clayton Kershaw is going to get the start tonight. He is at 2,997 career strikeouts. Are you excited about the prospect of him surpassing 3,000, especially at a time when it's kind of felt like maybe you're not going to really see 300 wins anymore, and there's some other pitching kind of milestones that have gone out the window? Are you excited about a local product getting the shot, 3,000 strikeouts tonight?
It is cool. It's a little different. You know, the entire the entire group of stats has changed, it seems.
You're right.
The ones that are like a base hit for many games, getting on base, a base hit, that's impressive to me. The home run one even is a little weird to me now because nobody wants to recognize the same one.
Okay.
Not my home run king.
Man,
there should be no home run kings.
That is interesting. I had not even really thought about that.
So that's
great point.
And so there are a few of them, and this one is kind of in that vein of you've done the work to strike people out. 3,000 is a good milestone, and not a lot of people I don't think are even going to get to this point again. In the future. So
you could very well be right.
So I'm in on this one.
It probably won't surprise you to know the Athletic did a confidential report with MLB executives about who you think is most likely to be traded. Corey, I know this won't surprise you. We've actually talked about it a great deal, but when you go down the list of position players, Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks is number one. And the reason why I bring that up is because that is a name that has been rumored around with the Rangers if you think they might go into buying mode. But then at number 9, Adolis Garcia. So execs across the league, not our team executives, well, I guess they're 1/30th of it, but execs across the league, they think Adolis Garcia is the 9th most likely position player to get traded at the deadline.
Okay.
No, you're not surprised. I know you're not surprised.
I'm not, but at the same time, I am. Because you want to trade him because you think a change of scenery is all he needs? Or you want to trade for him because you think a change of scenery is all he needs, and when he's in your organization, he's going to be better?
Yes.
And if you're a Rangers fan, do you want to trade him for the same reason? I think Rangers fans want him to be here, but we want the version we got last night.
And that's the thing. I don't think you can say that's going to happen. Like, you'll see it in flashes, no doubt. Yeah, you even saw a flash of it on Monday night.
Yep.
So you'll see it in flashes, but I think the idea of a consistent 2023 version of Adolis Garcia, I just don't think you can count on that. And this is one of the things where the scouts work to your advantage. Because we talk about how sometimes, whether it's whatever team that we love, you lament the idea that a scout will say, if I saw him do it once, I can see him do it again. Well, guess what? That transfers over to other teams. And they're like, you're telling me I could get a 30 home run hitter and he's going to be arbitration eligible next year. Maybe he gets like $10 million, 10.5.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
And maybe there's a pitching coach or a hitting coach on the other team that's like, man, we've known for a long time how to get him to hit that inside fastball.
Yes.
And we've got to fit. So go ahead. Yeah, trade for him. We know what to do.
So that would be my guess about like the appeal of Adolis Garcia. I just wanted to throw it out there again. It will depend on what the Rangers do. We went over this yesterday. What the Rangers' path to July 31st is will depend on their wins and losses. And if they start to continue to lose, well, Adolis Garcia may well be out of here.
All right, let's say he stays on this. Let's say he does this. He's, 5 hits in the last 2 games?
Okay.
And 10 of it. So he's hitting 500 in the last 2 games.
Hell yeah.
If he stays on this trajectory, that's amazing, right? Like that's he's going to have a good bat. But let's say like up until the trade deadline, he's on fire. Do you go, man, he is back, and it's now become contagious to the team, and we're there. I guess you do have to judge the team, but what's his value then?
Okay, so see,
do you just want a bag of balls for him, or do you want something special?
That's a fair question. I wonder, and this goes back again to something that Chris Young said with G-Bag. That's a must listen every Monday right here on the Fan. Players who maybe don't fit with our ideas going forward. I'm not saying that means Adolis, but that thought crossed my mind.
That makes complete sense. So you go look at the top 100 prospects list right now, and there's one Ranger on it. Sebastian Walcott's it, like number 4 or 5, 6, somewhere in there. I went and looked last night, no Rangers anywhere else. And I was like, holy crap, nobody? Not a single. So as we've always thought, our farm system's growing, but we're not seeing it right now. Not even Cole Drake, Kevin. We're not seeing that be, up there. So do you need to start replenishing that, or do you need players that can play on this team?
I think if you're trading away Adolis Garcia, you've decided I don't need someone who matters this year. That's just my opinion. Like, I think you
somebody who matters down the road.
Exactly. Yep. I think you would trade him for like a AA reliever or something along those lines. But you brought up an intriguing hypothesis. And this is where you have to decide. So Adolis Garcia, he was miserable in April. He was maybe even worse in May. Then in June, he was, let's say, solid to, maybe a little bit above solid. And so to your point, if he really had a hot month, you can go, I think, again, it will be determined by what the team's success is. But then at that point, couldn't you argue, what a horrible start to the season? But then he was solid in June, and now he's turned into heated up Marcus Semien in July. Why would we move him? Or on the flip side, you can parlay that into, you want to trade for Adolis Garcia. Because we've talked about this before. I used to feel the same way to a smaller extent about Joey Gallo. There is no one better in the league than hot Adolis Garcia. And I literally mean nobody. You can take Aaron Judge, Shohei. When Adolis Garcia is on fire, it's unfreaking believable. And that could be what you sell to a team that wants it.
Yeah, he knows it. Everybody going up against him knows it. He is the dude whenever he is him. And whenever he has found his stroke.
Absolutely.
And I think isn't July usually a good month for him? I'm going to go back and look at his career here.
So the team's success will decide if either he stays or he's a hotter commodity than maybe you thought. Yordan Alvarez for the Astros. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago as he had hit a setback and they had kind of reconfigured what his rehab is going to look like. Well, we got news again yesterday that Dana Brown told reporters that Yordan Alvarez has now been shut down after he felt soreness swinging the bat. I believe it was either yesterday or the day before. And so obviously, much like we talked about with Tyler Mahle, he's going to be shut down from throwing. This doesn't feel like something that's eminently going to change. So whether or not you just want the Astros to fail or you have ideals about still catching the Astros in the division.
This is helpful.
This is very tough for them.
I'm not celebrating it because I like Yordan Alvarez. I think he's a freaking amazing hitter. But it is positive for if you're trying to catch up to them. But you know what Astros fans are saying right now? Yeah, exactly what we expected. That they all are frustrated.
Right about that.
There is, how we get frustrated by certain players. They're frustrated with him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. George Springer, he had 7 RBIs yesterday to help the Blue Jays defeat the Yankees. And then I want to tell you about this Diamondbacks fan. I can't believe it has taken this long. So there's a Diamondbacks fan that sits in the first couple rows in the outfield. He got involved in another play the other day that caused for a replay, like a home run review and everything like that. It turns out this is the 4th straight season he has been involved in a play that has facilitated the need for a replay. So finally, the Diamondbacks have said, you're done for the rest of the season. I don't know if he'll learn a valuable lesson or not, but it took 4 straight years, and he's been involved in 4 home run replays or replays in general, and they're like, that's it, you're out.
They couldn't just move him 2 or 3 rows back?
You know what? That is an intriguing
idea. They got plenty of space in that stadium.
Man, that's true.
A lot of open seats.
Man, he's not wrong. If you look at most of these highlights, even even in the 2023 year, when they would make it to the World Series, it was pretty sparsely
Tell
populated.
him you're just moving him behind home plate now. And you know what, dude? You've been such a great fan. We're throwing you behind home plate. And if he's like, no, I don't want those seats, you say you have no option now.
Yeah. See, I didn't go back and do a breakdown about whether or not most of the time it was in their favor or not. I should have done that.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
if it was in their favor, they're like, no, that's our guy.
Yeah, there are 3 of the 4 times you really screwed us on that. And so that's why you got to go. I don't know the answer to that, but yeah. So the Diamondbacks went ahead and made that move. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will have our T-Pain ticket giveaway, plus Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. But coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality, right here on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion as you.
German friend. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Base waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the show. Somebody said overreaction or reality. Did Kevin's mom work at AT&T? No, she did not.
Semantics.
All right. Let's say
I worked at CBS.
Let's say you retire next year.
Mm-hmm.
The weight of your retirement crumbles this station, and we get picked up by Cumulus.
What did you just do?
And become the ticket.
Oh my gosh! What are you doing?
Would you tell everybody that you worked at the ticket? Not semantics.
Man, I'll have to wait until I retire, Kevin. Because your mom's retired. That's why she's saying it. So I'll have to wait.
I figured you would have liked that scenario. In this scenario, it was just the retirement of Corey Majors that just brought this
That was
station
really good, yeah.
to its knees.
Oh man, no, I actually, once I left, I like what you're doing there, but I'm more team player, Kevin. I don't need that ego.
Corey Majors show on 105.3 Fan.
Where'd y'all find that?
That's my favorite.
Where'd y'all find that?
That's my ringtone every time you call. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Now, Alec, I'm going to need you to look at me when I say this. You are invested in the new Netflix documentary on the Cowboys. Now, I needed him to make sure he saw my air quotes on this because the more and more you hear about the Cowboys' involvement, the more and more concern I have that this is going to be, man, the 90s were awesome when we were winning, and then we got all these cool boats and stuff, and we built the Star, and there was some like cocaine stuff. Don't worry about that. And Jerry's the best. So, my question is, overreaction or reality? You are invested in this new Netflix documentary about the Cowboys, which comes out August 19th.
Are you just asking him still? Or?
No, you already know how I feel about this.
For me, I'm 100% invested. And the reason is not necessarily what's happened over the last 30 years, because it looks like it's going to be a bunch of glory days stuff.
Would you be shocked if like episode 1 was the 90s and then episode 2 was like 2004?
The Dave Campo era.
Like, how shocked would you be if that was what it was?
Just jump from that to that. It would be the right way to do it.
Probably.
Like if you're going to do a documentary, you're going to tell the whole story.
Yes.
That would be the appropriate way to do it, is tell everything, all the goods and bads.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how it's going to go. I think you're going to get a lot of behind the scenes stories that you want to hear from that era. The fun things that were happening when they say the White House is going to be one of the conversations.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're going to get all those things.
Okay.
I think you get to relive the glory days that we had, and that's fun. The Cowboys have spent most of their last 30 years living off of that.
Sure.
And what Troy and Emmett and Michael and those guys were, and that's still fun to me because it's really all I have is of success. So I will enjoy that part, and maybe they'll give me a story I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
They do sound like they jump immediately, though. They jump next to all his cool toys. And
from the trailer,
you're like, you just skip this bad section. You're like, but look at the stadium and the Star and all. And you're like, well, all right. So
I am worried about that as well.
I'm invested in it because I want to see it.
I'll watch
Cowboys
it.
are an interesting story to me.
Okay. Alec, are you invested, and did my sarcastic air quotes do anything to change you?
It didn't do anything to change me. It just validated my thinking, if anything. I feel like I should be invested because a lot of the stuff that it sounds like they're going to touch on, I was not around for.
Okay.
So I might get a lot of information or, like Corey said, just behind the scenes stuff that I wouldn't otherwise get, but I'm still not. Because it's almost like how Tyler Hero the other day was saying that he doesn't believe in history before 1950 or whatever, which I thought was interesting. It's like, for me,
sounds kind of like a hate take there.
It's interesting, to use a Bobby Belt term, but I think with Cowboys history, anything before the 2000s doesn't really intrigue me because I'm like, this is what I'm used to. This is the brand of football. This is the brand of company that I know. It's the big, grand team that is so amazing, yet on the field. They haven't really done anything in my lifetime, so I'm just used to what I'm used to.
Now, for the purposes of this job, obviously, we'll still watch it.
I will be watching it. The investment, I'll probably be like, oh, yeah, that's cool. I guess I want to see something happen now.
NFL overreaction or reality. This one is still funny to me. Kyle Shanahan believes the things that he says about Mac Jones. Or sometimes you just have to say words to take up the space. So he said Mac Jones is fully capable of being a starter. So overreaction or reality. Shanahan believes the things that he said about Mac Jones. Boy, sometimes you got a lot of time to fill. You just say things.
He said that about Sam Darnold.
He's been proven right about that.
And then proven wrong again at the end of the year.
That's fair. He didn't say a good starter.
He just said a starter. I think he means it, but I also think that he's trying to prop him up and give him encouragement.
Okay.
And also prop up his value a little bit in case they want to trade him. Because I really do think I've listened to Shanahan talk about the position, the quarterback position, many times, and I'm right there with his line of thinking on what a quarterback should be. And one of the things is being able to deliver big throws.
Right.
And Mac does have an arm that can do that. I don't know if he had the right group helping him when he was in New England. And then he had a couple opportunities in Jacksonville. But I think that he's in the right place right now. A coach that knows how to work a quarterback.
Alec?
I don't mean this as in Shanahan's an egomaniac, but I mean this in a way that he's so confident in his system and his way of teaching that he's like, yeah, when he's with me, he's an NFL quarterback. You know, I feel like because he's done that with Brock Purdy. I've been open and honest with the fact that I don't think Brock Purdy's that amazing, but he's amazing for that system.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he's playing very well, is because Kyle Shanahan knows exactly what his mold is, and he knows if he can or can't teach somebody how to play the position within the confines of his system. So I think he sees Mac Jones and he says, look, he's got the talent. He just needs the right voice. And I have that voice. I have the track record of taking quarterbacks who haven't been super sought after, and I turn them into viable starters.
NFL overreaction or reality. This is the last season of Travis Kelce's football career.
How old is he? 39, 60?
I thought he was a little bit young. I mean, he's definitely younger than 60. I thought
35.
He was younger than 39.
So 35. Yeah. Dude, what is he playing for now? Because if he's playing for my buddy Mahomes,
I think
he'll play more. If he's playing for one more championship, this could be it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's not playing for money. There's no way that dude's playing for money.
Well, okay. And like, if you want to touch on the private life part of it for just a second, I could see a world in which both of those two, if like Kelce and Taylor Swift like wanted to get married or whatever, they could both easily just quit their jobs
and disappear.
Yeah.
I think the one thing though is he did see the landing pad that his brothers had. And his brothers is having success on ESPN. He's having success with Garage Beer. So he has all these other little successes that are going on, and their podcast is successful.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think him retiring makes it an irrelevant podcast.
As long as he stays with Taylor Swift.
Or stays in touch with the game.
Okay.
Once you lose touch with guys, those behind-the-scenes stories, the funny stories, that you only have so many of them on a podcast that you can retell.
Well, and the other reason I brought up is this is the last year of his contract. Now, that doesn't have to mean...
Yeah.
It
would make sense. And it would also make sense for the Chiefs to say, we appreciate your time. And we are not offering you a new one because it's going to be too expensive for us.
That would be.
They told him at the end of the season, we need a deadline. This is your deadline to tell us whether or not you're playing. And I think that was the first sign.
Alec, what say you?
I think the fact that they had to give him that deadline tells me that this is one last run. I think he was really considering it. And I think he's going to have, I've heard Luke Kuechly talk about how he had a moment at the end of his final season where I think he said they were playing the Bears or somebody, and a running back ran over him. And he was like, usually I spring right back up after those kinds of hits. That one, I had to lay there for a second and say, that sucked. I think Travis Kelce might have that moment where he's like, this sucks. I don't have it anymore.
NFL overreaction or reality, you actually believe TJ Watt will no longer be in Pittsburgh?
I don't.
I know they're trying really hard to make me think that, but I don't either.
And they're trying to this year to really set we're changing, but we're not changing our philosophies too much. I think they're willing to say, if you want to play for us, you can play for us. And that's how it's going to be.
Yeah.
And we'll let you hold out. We're fine. We'll let you hold out. You do that if that's what you want to do.
I don't see a world where he leaves. Like you said,
I don't either.
They keep trying to paint this picture that it could happen, it might happen, just because there's no, imminent conversation about something getting done with him and the team. And it intrigues me because it's like, why aren't they having the same conversations about Micah on ESPN? Like, if that's the mold that, hey, the deal isn't done yet, we could do that every offseason with the Cowboys, and that would drum up more interest.
That is
so why are we not having that conversation even just around the league? It's weird that they really want TJ Watt out of there. Maybe the networks just want him on a more relevant team. I don't know, but I don't see it happening.
Now, I'm going to do a little bit of a setup for this question because Corey brought this over, and I was like,
You're welcome.
Thank you. The District of Columbia Mayor, DC for short, Muriel Bowser is concerned that the stadium deal is going to fall apart. And so she was asked, like, on a scale of 0 to 5, which I feel like is really breaking the social contract about how we do that, with 0 being not concerned. It is. And 5 being very concerned. She said it was a 4. So my question...
That sounds pretty concerned.
Yeah, very concerned.
No, very concerned 5.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Pretty concerned.
Yeah, pretty concerned. That's a better way of putting it. Shocker. Corey's right. Okay, so my question here, though, is this. NFL overreaction or reality? You pay attention to any stadium deal that is not your team's. Because, like, Cleveland's working on legislation about how they can get this amount of money, and then this team's doing this, and, like, there's a lot of stories about it. I have to admit, I don't really care because it's not my team. I know, so I wanted to gauge where you guys are at with that.
I really do care.
Okay.
Because they've been intriguing.
They are interesting
this year, and like I like Jaden Daniels. I think he's a fun quarterback to watch. I like Terry McLaurin.
Yes.
The Commanders are not my football team. Okay,
that's the Lions.
The Lions and the Eagles. No. I can respect. I can respect talent.
Nope.
Just like I could respect Tim Duncan in his career and still not like the Spurs. It's okay. But that could be a beautiful stadium. Like, it could be a beautiful stadium in a beautiful place. That's another thing, because when you're going on the tour and you want to go see all the stadiums, do you want to go see the one that overflows doo-doo? Or do you want to go to the new, fresh one that has good working toilets?
Here's the thing. You went too far.
All right.
Because obviously I do want to see that other stadium because I'm a big fan of seeing the train wreck. Like, if you were like, do you want to go see a run-of-the-mill stadium? I'd have been no. But when you say that part, yes.
But
I do.
All right. Do you want to be walking under the pipes whenever that happens?
A little bit.
Oh, my gosh. Because the lawsuits.
Just to see the hilarity when someone else walks into it because they don't know the story. I'll know the story. I'll be like, there's people from the Hurt Locker at the beginning of the movie. I'll be watching and ready. Alec, your thoughts?
I don't want to speak on that part. I'll speak to the question that you asked as part of the original part of the segment. Reality, I do care. I do think that I care because of what Corey said. Whenever I have that Plano money like him one day, I do want to go to games at other stadiums. Mm-hmm. I do want to go to concerts at stadiums. I want to go to WrestleManias at other stadiums if they're not going to be in Vegas every single year. I do want to go check these places out for not just games, but other events too. So I'm kind of hoping, I'm looking at some of these places, like I see what geographical area that they're in. I'm like, please have a roof, please, because I want to visit, please.
Okay, quick side question along with that then. I understand the reasons that y'all are saying for sure. Do you get interested in the financial aspects of it then? I guess I should have said that. Do you care about taxpayers foot this much here or they don't? Or like, do you care about that part?
I do, but I also know like I have very limited control unless I have the vote.
Sure.
But hey, I've experienced seeing a city before I was even living in it.
Yeah.
Make a change happen.
Yeah.
I wrote a story about a fountain that was supposed to be made in Plano. All the developers and most of the people on one side were like, "Can't wait for this $1 million fountain." And then I just wrote the story, and those people didn't want to comment at the time.
They were probably pretty pissed at you.
So I had a one-sided story, and I published it. And then all of a sudden, I got phone calls from the other side going, "Why aren't you telling our side?" And I was like, "Y'all haven't called me back. That's why." And then guess what happened? The people of the city showed up to the city council meeting, and they voted it down. And I saw that happen multiple times. So I know that the people actually can have a voice if they rally around it. I've seen it happen too many times. So that is the interest, yeah, Kevin, that I kind of want to know what my city's spending and how it's going to benefit me.
Same for you, Alec?
Yeah, I care a little bit because I have dreams of being a homeowner one day, and, I can't predict where my future is going to take me. So maybe it takes me to a city where they're thinking about building a new stadium in the next few years of me moving there. I don't know, so that would be it intrigues me to see if there's going to be like a standard set eventually of like, hey, this city did it the right way, so everybody's going to kind of try to copycat, and then it's like, okay, I can kind of know what to expect.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus stop eating dairy before bed. We're going to talk about why next on The Fan.
Your proud home of the Rangers, Cowboys, and the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
service today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now...
Why does nobody look happy at that tennis match thing that's going on? Isn't it supposed to be a big deal? They all look sad.
Maybe one of the people who's playing was the good for you guy.
Oh, gotcha.
And so
Yeah.
she's like hate watching right now.
There you go. Hate watch is always fun.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to use that to answer today's question of the day. Plus, an odd study about eating dairy before going to sleep and how it can absolutely ruin your dreams. Corey, your hand is raised.
Is Michael Evans the mayor of Mansfield?
That was a great question.
You don't know?
No, this isn't good. If Michael Evans is the mayor of Mansfield, Michael, I'm calling on you.
I feel a proclamation coming.
Oh,
I think we need to proclaim Alec Medford as the pride of Mansfield.
We should.
That way it's official, because we
like
know
it.
it. Like, everybody knows.
Yeah.
But
and it is him. I actually met him a couple years ago. I remember this now.
Michael Evans, you're a handsome man for one. I just want to let you know that.
More handsome than Glenn Gulletson?
Oh, my gosh. Far more handsome.
Wow.
Whoa.
And you have the power to proclaim, I don't know, Alec Medford Day or whatever, but
That would be crazy.
But proclaiming him the pride of Mansfield, I think, is a significant push for the truth that's out there.
And remember, it's the people that say it. They say it.
Yes.
I don't. I got scolded by WWE superstar LA Knight. It's on the website. Go search it, 1053thefan.com. When I said, you call yourself the megastar, he cut me off abruptly. And he said, they call me the megastar. He said, who is they? I don't know. But they call me that. So I am the man that they call the megastar. They call me the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Stop calling it a self-proclamation.
Exactly.
They call me that.
Exactly.
Who is they? Figure it out yourself. All right, question of the day, gentlemen. No National Day calendar today. I just got to thinking about something. It was actually because Corey is wearing a different style of headphone today.
It is. Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah. What's the story?
Oh, my other ones are giving out on me. Like one of the little pieces. I've had them for a while. And then I went to Guitar Center yesterday to replace them. And the guy was like, I'm sorry, we're really understaffed today. It's going to be a while. And I was like, well, then it's not happening today for me. So
okay.
Well, it got me thinking, because there's something that actually falls into that category for me about things that you really want to get yourself, but you don't need it whatsoever. So what's that one thing in life right now that you really want to get for yourself? You know you don't need it. Because for me, it actually came up on my Instagram feed, I want to say last week.
The seesaw?
No, that's a great call. Please tell me that I'm not the only one that gets those like targeted ads in your timelines on social media from like Amazon or Temu or something, and it's just a slide of like 50 different products that they think based on your web cookies that you would like, and 90% of the items are just outrageous, because I got steel wrestling ring steps and a seesaw in the past week. Why do I need
hell
either
kind of stuff
those?
are you looking at, Al?
I don't know, because I haven't sought out either of those things, but Amazon thinks I want them. But
all right, hold on.
I don't know.
Here's my theory. Back-to-back searches. When do WrestleMania tickets go on sale? how to build your own background playground. And like, that's what I think you typed in, and they're like, hey,
how to build your own background
these
playground.
2 ideas for you.
And it's not like a little Home Depot seesaw or whatever, or a Target one where it sits on the ground. No, it's one you have to bury into the ground. Like, it has a post. You have to actually use cement and like implant it into the ground. It's like a real playground seesaw. Anyways, but for me, on Instagram, I follow a company that makes like headphones and in-ear monitors called JH Audio, and they posted like some close-ups of some that they made for different artists. And I saw one slide that they made some for my favorite artist, The Weeknd. Some custom in-ear monitors, and the singers all wear them. They're molded to their ear. It's like no single pair fits the same. They're made for his ears and his ears only. So that in and of itself is expensive. But they were encrusted with Eliante diamonds as well. So they were probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like $20,000 if I had to guess. I'm no expert, but just knowing that the model that he got was about $5,000 on top of the diamonds that got encrusted on them, it got me thinking. I have in-ear monitors. I'm wearing them right now. They're what they call hybrid models, where half of them are molded to your ear, and then there's a foam ear tip on the end. So part of them, they use a phone app to scan to get the opening of your ear. So they sit flush with your ear, but they don't go all the way into the canal. I want the real, like, molded ones like the singers wear.
Did you say they sit flesh with your ear?
Flush is what I meant.
Okay.
I think I said flush.
You said flesh.
Okay. Well, I had a Corey moment the other day when you said, what did you say that we had to roll the tape on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was bad, though. It was definitely bad.
I do remember that. Okay, so Alec, I think you're going to understand this, and I hope this counts as a tangible product. What I really, really want to buy is epic, elite, top-notch WrestleMania seats.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I want to be no further than like the third row back, preferably on the guardrail, hard camera side. You can see how I feel and react to everything. And that, again, we're probably talking at least $20,000, especially because I want to go both nights. So I don't know if that will count as the tangible product. I think about that all the time, and like, what a terrible waste of like my money would be per where I am in my life. If you have like millions and millions of dollars, knock yourself out. Who cares? I do not yet. So that's what I think about.
I like that. You want to be green shirt guy is who you want to be. Just right there, dead middle of the hard cam on the TV
wondering
side.
What I do for a living.
Exactly.
How I can afford these seats.
Conspiracy theories that you're like a plant from the company and they pay you to be there and stuff.
I will accept that job.
The Cowboys. Is that...
Man, he really upped the ante on both of us.
I want
these diamond plated. I want these WrestleMania, and you're like, I would like the Cowboys.
I don't want the star. I want the Cowboys. All right, if I'm gonna go with the slushy, the Ninja slushy.
Yes,
$349. It can make pretty much any slushy drink you want, alcoholic or not.
Yeah.
My kids want the Creamy 2.0. That's the Ninja Creamy 2.0. That's what it's called, Kevin. But the slushy, because Adrian likes margaritas. And I would love to make her happy by making a margarita and letting her sit in the pool with a margarita.
Is she like Jimmy Buffett?
Not really.
Oh,
it's not.
Don't bring that back, Kevin.
It's not particularly her style, but she does know, because when she hears margarita, the first thing she thinks of is Tex-Mex. And she is a child of East Dallas.
Yeah.
And she grew up on every Wednesday night. You go to El Phoenix and you get the $3 enchilada plate. And that was so in her mind, Tex-Mex and margaritas are completely connected, which they are, thanks to Mariano's, who created the margarita machine with the 7-Eleven Slurpee machine, as the story goes.
That's a good one, because there's a lot of kitchen appliances now that are so specific to like one or two things that it can make or do, and they're so expensive. It's like, I would probably use it twice before I get bored of it. But I would love to have it. I mean, we did that with the Ninja Creamy. I think my stepmom asked for it for her birthday, maybe.
Yeah.
And parents got it for her. We used it maybe 4 times, haven't touched it since.
So the kids for Father's Day, they got me this accessory for the KitchenAid mixer that makes ice cream.
Ooh.
And it basically it's got this fluid inside, and then you put it in the freezer, let it freeze, then you pour the batter in there and make ice cream. I don't know how it works, dude. I
don't need you to know how.
And I made some over the weekend. I made some peach ice cream. I've been telling you, I've been craving peach ice cream for like 6 years, and I made some, and my kids, every single one of them said, "Dad, this tastes just like peach cobbler. How did you do it?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, success on the first try." And now all I want to do is make ice creams, and I think I want to make my own ice cream company.
Wow.
Huh.
So if he doesn't buy the Cowboys, create an ice cream company, maybe do both.
Yeah, and Kevin, I need a clever name for my ice cream company, so give it some thought.
Gotcha.
Let me know what you got.
Gotcha.
He's always clever.
The name that instantly came to my mind was Not So Great, so I'm going to keep that for the commercial break.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good ice cream brand. Not So Great ice cream. Nobody's going to.
But I don't know.
I'm glad you went that route, because the route I was thinking was a lot worse.
I do kind of think you'd have to I don't know. I sort of want to see.
I want to check it out.
What is all the not hype about? You know,
people love self-deprecation in comedy and stuff. Why not in marketing? It's like, hey, we're average. We're not that great, but hey, you'll at least get your money's worth. Just be brutally honest.
I was talking to Avery this morning about something. He was talking about socks or something, and I was like, "Yeah, you need some farm to foot socks." And he was like, "That's hilarious. Why is nobody using that?" And I was like, "Somebody does need to use that."
All right.
Nope.
I don't want this in Masterpiece of the Week. I think this is going to be okay. Robert Kraft might be coming to your shop. I don't know. Could your ice cream shop be called Cream Come True? I think that's fine.
A lot of people are using my name with cream.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was thinking, so thank you.
Scoop, there it is. I like that.
That one's good.
I like that. I like from the 469, they said the DeWalt battery jumper. As I'm getting older, I'm finding a lot of appliances and tools that I'm like, that is so cool.
I could use
Am
that.
I ever going to use it? Maybe twice in my life. I don't even own a home yet. Why do I need this?
He's already trying to fill it up.
Yeah, but I'm already I've got a toolbox waiting for me that my dad's like, yeah, I don't use this one. You're going to have it one day. I'm like, cool. I got to afford a house first.
All right. 2 more. I think you're going to hate at least one of them.
Oh, no.
Under one condition.
Oh, I like that.
Ooh.
And legendary.
I like it.
Hey, segue, Kevin.
Oh!
Speaking of dairy, a new study has revealed that consuming dairy before you go to sleep can and will trigger nightmares.
Really?
There's already a legendary milk company.
Dang it. This comes from Frontiers in Psychology. They ran a study of over 1,000 people that is linked to eating dairy before going to bed to disrupting sleep frequently and having quote-unquote vivid nightmares.
Oh, no.
This actually started back in 2015, back when NBC News ran a study about this, and a large chunk of a sample size that they did said that eating cheese specifically before going to bed led to very vivid nightmares, where they said about 80% of people that consumed dairy before bed had nightmares, but 40% of those people were saying it was cheese specifically that did it. They ran this study again this year, and almost everybody that they tested out of 1,082 people said that when they consumed dairy a couple hours before going to bed, they had nightmares. So if you're having frequent nightmares, stop the snacking before bed and stay away from dairy.
This is fascinating because I found out whenever I was working at the restaurant that cheese has something in it that makes you happy. Like there's something about, I can't remember the chemical in it, but there is a chemical in cheese that immediately makes you happy. Now,
it's good.
Obviously, it's going to weigh on you.
Yeah.
And now it makes you happy and then gives you terrible nightmares. So it's like the perfect drug.
Huh. Cheese is a hallucinogen. Yes.
What about the creamery?
I like it.
I like it.
We're the I still think Cream Come True's got something
Oh, that's
to
good.
it.
That's good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What is the Cowboys' best and worst case scenario defensively for the upcoming season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ball is out to the 17. First down. Mayfield pump fake, and Wilson on a blitz comes in and removes Mayfield's head. The ball might be out. And Donovan Wilson might be on it.
Wow. Can we play that cut one more time? Okay, because first of all, I love the description.
I didn't hear the part that you're cracking up about.
But the follow-up from Brad Sham that after that description, the ball might have come out. I'm like, well, that does make sense, Brad. All right, play it again for Corey Majors and our audience.
Ball is out to the 17. First down. Mayfield pump fake, and Wilson on a blitz comes in and removes Mayfield's head. The ball might be out, and Donovan Wilson might be on it.
Wow. First of all,
he removed his head.
I love the descriptive powers of Brad Sham. Secondly, it would make sense that if your head was removed, you'd probably drop the football. Right now, those type of insightful critiques and news stories are part of Gridiron Gravy.
Dip and rip it.
Now, I want to get y'all's thoughts about this because I totally get what Rashad Bateman is saying, and I think the way he laid it out makes a whole lot of sense. I just don't think you're going to change the culture of how quarterbacks specifically get judged. But let me throw this out there. This was Rashad Bateman talking about kind of the knock against Lamar Jackson not being to the Super Bowl, not winning the Super Bowl, etc. Whatever they say about Lamar is kind of mind-boggling to us in general. If you've watched the dude's highlight tape in college, he threw the ball really, really well. You watch in the NFL, he's throwing the ball better than most quarterbacks since he's been playing. I think they're definitely caught up in him not getting to the Super Bowl, but honestly, that's hard to even say. All right, so they definitely are caught up in that, and I totally get his point, but it doesn't feel like that's going to change. Like, there's been nothing about, like, if you look at the rest of the career arc of Tom Brady, if you look at the knocks against, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and even to a certain extent, Joe Burrow, thank you, who at least made it to the Super Bowl but didn't win. It doesn't feel like our society is about to change their metrics of deciding what a successful quarterback is, does it?
No.
Even though he makes a fair point.
No, it's very fair, and you can be a good quarterback. You can be you can be a great quarterback, but the best, the elite, the ones in the top tier won. And not necessarily they won and they have to be because Trent Dilfer exists.
Yeah.
And we'll always go back to that. But the question will always be, did you win the high school state championship? Yes or no? Did you win the college championship? Yes or no? Did you win the Super Bowl? Yes or no? And if you didn't, then you are considered just under the guys who did. Whoever it was in your era that won the Super Bowls, they're better than you because of that. And it's unfortunate, no matter what numbers you put up, because it is a team game. But you're the most important factor on that team.
And I think about that a lot when it comes to looking across all the other sports. Hold off on that for just 1 second, Corey. Who do you think of? Not who society tells you. Like, who do you look at from what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've read, and you're like, I think those are the best players in NFL history.
In NFL history?
Yeah, just like you're like...
Marino's one of the best passers of all time.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
Joe Montana is the best quarterback of all time.
Okay.
John Elway, even before the championships, was going to be one of the Hall of Fame quarterbacks of all time.
Okay. And it doesn't just have to be quarterbacks. Because I was thinking about
Jerry Rice.
Dan Marino and Barry Sanders are the two that stand out to me that are like all-time accepted greats that didn't win championships, because all the other people, all the other people that you listed, they won championships. And John Elway is interesting because he was to a point where it's like, is he going to get to 5 Super Bowls and lose them all?
But he was still in that era. Great. I mean, Jim Kelly's a Hall of Famer.
See, But I don't think he's on that level.
I agree.
Because he didn't win. And so I was thinking.
But the guys that played with him and against him will be like, no, dude, he was a stone cold killer.
But I think it's not only football. So we describe it a lot with quarterbacks, but I don't think that's the case. Like, who are the greatest basketball players of all time?
Michael Jordan, Kareem, Magic Johnson, Wilt.
Guess what? They all won championships.
Barkley.
Okay. See, I'm glad that you had.
I'm literally looking at a video of Barkley right now.
But I was just going to say, but I think Barkley is a cut below that. For whatever.
If he'd have won one championship, would that have changed?
Yes, absolutely.
That's sad.
And that is weird. And that is the one part, going back to what LeBron said a couple weeks ago about ring culture, is I think the one thing that he really hit on the note that was fair is the idea of I won one ring versus I lost in that finals in game 7 makes a difference. But
or I lost 4 rings.
Yeah, sure. But
think about that. I lost 4.
Yes.
I was there 4 times.
But it does make a difference. How many people
never even got there, and I was there 4 times, but were you the best when it mattered the most?
Sure. And that's where I think, even if you think about baseball, Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle,
Mike Trout.
Yeah, okay, but think about it. I think that's what's going to separate him from that group. So I don't want to paint a picture that it's only in football where this happens. Because I think if you go through the greatest players of all time in all of the sports, one thing they all have in common just about is the titles. Like, I think about Dan Marino and Barry Sanders. I think Barry Sanders is accepted as one of the greatest players of all time. I think Dan Marino gets the caveat. Now, that you can blame on the quarterback bias when it comes into championships.
I would hope that at the end of his career, if he doesn't win one, that you can look at Lamar kind of the same way as Dan Marino, where you're like, no, he was feared by everybody he played. Any team you had to change everything you'd done defensively for him that year.
Yeah.
In that game or for whatever playoff game. And were you successful at stopping him? Yeah. But he was so good. Yeah, we did forget Robert Horry, Kevin, in this conversation.
Yeah, well, once they put him in the Hall of Fame, then we'll have that conversation. So I just wanted to bring it up, but I wanted to point out, I don't think this is only football. I think it's a little bit different in baseball because for whatever reason, the number of rings you actually won doesn't seem to be the way that things get judged. Tennis
is really,
it's the majors.
Golf.
Now, and it's the majors. All right? Like, make no mistake about it. When they talked about Tiger Woods chasing down Jack Nicklaus, it wasn't, well, if you look at overall tournaments, it was like, Jack has 18 majors. How many is Tiger going to get?
Yep.
Like, that's what it is. So, yes, tennis, golf, baseball is a little bit different, but even hockey, what made Sid the Kid over the top, all-time great? It was getting that title. It's awesome that Ovi broke the all-time goal record, but what really made the difference to put him into the unquestioned all-time top great category was winning the cup.
It is so wild to me how Tiger's 3 away from Jack.
Right.
And I know this is gridiron gravy. This is weird to be, but Tiger's 3 away. That's an eternity.
Sure.
Knowing where he is physically right now, he won't do it.
Because you'd have to go back and look. I don't remember offhand. He's won one major in the last 15 years, something like it's been a long time.
And then Walter Hagen won 11, and we never talk about Walter Hagen.
I mean, part of that is just because of the time.
1914 to 1929 was a 15-year period.
That part of that is the time frame. I will agree.
What was the media doing?
There are athletes probably covering what they called the Great War at the time. But I'll admit there's probably athletes that will, you know what, maybe this is a segment. What athlete do you love and that is really good that will be lost to time? Like sometimes I fear that Dominique Wilkins will get lost to time because he was really good, but he hit the stopping block that was the Celtics and then Michael Jordan and obviously the Pistons as well. So maybe that's a segment for tomorrow. Maybe it's a segment for another day.
Gary Payton was a fantastic player.
I could see Gary Payton
getting in the wrong era.
Yeah, and like if you were talking to somebody right now that miraculously was still alive and they were like 120 years old, or they'd be like, you're crazy not talking about Walter Hagen in that conversation. Like he was amazing. And so that's inevitable.
Old people.
Right? All right. Okay, that wasn't totally
I'm old. I just turned 44 yesterday. I'm old.
What I was getting at.
Hey.
All right, shut up, Alec.
What do you mean by that?
Because I'm a year.
I didn't say
half
dang. I said
that as
dang.
well. All right, let me give you some more NFL stuff. Looks like we might have to move the best and worst case defensive scenarios for the Cowboys off to another day.
In your face.
All right, thanks a lot. All right, so let's go back to the top 100. Levante David comes in at 96, and then Josh Sweat, now with the Arizona Cardinals, jumps on the list at 95. Couple more quick things for you. Did you see Sophie Cunningham get a shot back at her for her thoughts about expansion and how it kind of tied to the NFL?
Because she said Detroit and Cleveland are the worst.
Yeah, what she specifically said is, I don't know how excited people are about going to Detroit or Cleveland.
I get it.
Well, offensive lineman for your favorite team, the Detroit Lions, Dan Skipper, came out and said, you ever been there?
Old Skip.
Question mark. Pretty good place to play. Well, not for you now. So I love that level of passive aggressiveness. Well, I guess that is just regular aggressiveness. And also pointing out, pretty good place to play, pretty good place to win.
Pretty sure she's a black belt in Taekwondo.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Would you take
she
her
earned it at age
over
6.
an offensive lineman then? In an MMA fight?
I don't know.
That was the whole point of MMA to start, is like you'd see the most bizarre.
I'm on Sophie's side in most situations here, I guess.
I bet that you are. Couple more quick things for you. The new look Pittsburgh Steelers only favored in 6 of their 17 games this season. I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah.
And then the NFLPA has said we're going to put a 1-year pause on negotiations because, look, you're going to have to negotiate again for the next collective bargaining agreement with the NFL. The NFLPA knows the number one priority for the NFL going into that is an 18-game schedule.
And Netflix.
Maybe.
Well, but yeah, the 18-game schedule is the biggest factor here. How do we get to it? What's it going to take? And I don't know, man. Do you think the players have enough backbone to fight?
Nope.
Or to get something real out of it?
Nope.
I don't either.
I think they're going to get a throwaway thing, just like the weed smoking thing. Like, what a throwaway issue to pick up. The owners would have given you that if you really would have turned the screws on them. But instead, you gave it up for that.
Yeah, not worth it.
Absurd. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about a Mavs and Stars super segment?
I dare you.
Next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you haven't been listening for the last 2 hours, first of all, what have you been doing?
What's up, man?
But secondly, this might not make sense to me. Speaking of internet, Kevin, can you ask your mom where my router is? I ordered it from AT&T. No! She's been retired for a while.
Why?
Because
she wanted to retire.
Got
she was
older and wanted to spend time with her children.
Yeah, that's all you had to say.
Believe it or not, do you want to know one of the real reasons?
You made it. Oh my gosh, I don't know.
You do.
Okay.
It might surprise you. In middle school, I made the basketball team for our middle school, but I couldn't go because I only had one present parent.
Gotcha.
I'll say. And so she was working to take care of me and my sister, and we couldn't figure out all the logistics of how to get me to practice, get me back every single day. And so the next year, she took a retirement buyout.
That's
started
pretty
her
amazing,
own business.
Dude. This is why your mom's the best.
She
dude.
is.
That's
the best.
pretty amazing.
She's awesome. Love you, Mom.
That is a real, and that was the beginning of Kevin being able to dunk. He wouldn't have been able to dunk if she hadn't put in that time for him.
What a physical marvel I would be if that was able to happen. All right. It's time for our Dallas Stars and Dallas Mavericks super segment. Do you want to start with the Stars or do you want to start with the Mavs? We can bounce back and forth.
Let's start with the Mavericks right now.
Okay.
Because I want to look up some Stars stuff from our good friend Robert Tiffin before we get rolling here.
All right. By the way, tell Robert we're working at breakfast at Tiffin's.
Okay.
So, to the surprise of nobody, Mark Stein reported last evening that Jason Kidd's contract is expected to be extended before the start of the season. Look, we talked about this a lot when it came to all the discussions with the Knicks. Does he really want to be the head coach of the Knicks? I don't know. Maybe if we have him on again, I would 100% ask him that question. But I think a lot of people viewed it as a negotiating tactic, right? And it looks like it's worked. And look, if you're here to win in the short term, Jason Kidd makes a lot of sense. Like if you go off of what Nico said, probably doesn't make the most sense in the world to bring in a new coach that might piss off a couple of your key players. So that makes no sense. So the idea that he's going to get a contract extension, whether you think he just earned it on the merits or whether because he was dabbling with the Knicks, whatever, looks like that's going to get done.
It's pretty genius.
I see the appeal.
The saying is, for every crisis, there's an opportunity.
Yes.
And when the Mavericks were in crisis,
Yes.
Whenever they traded Luka. Do we speak of this anymore? Is it something we've kind of moved on from?
That's up to you.
But whenever that happened, the Mavs went into crisis mode. And if I'm an agent of a head coach on that team, the first thing I'm doing is, do you want somebody navigating these waters for the next 3 years? You better pay them.
Yeah.
And so, like, that was genius on Jason Kidd's crew to go in there and make that happen.
You know what? I just want to go back to your other question real quick as well. Just me personally, unless something big happens with Luka or Anthony Davis, I'm pretty good with like living my life. I'm going to keep monitoring Luka, of course, but I know there are a lot of people who want to like not you, but relitigate that like all the time, and I don't care about that.
I'm with you too. I don't want to go through that. But somebody was tweeting at me over the last week, while I was on vacation, mind you, which I was like, leave it alone, Corey.
It's tough.
But they tweeted and they said, yeah, Corey bringing up 2011 all the time and the Rangers and the World Series.
He does that to piss us off.
Does that piss off people when you just mention the Luka trade?
Probably.
Is it does it piss you off as much as whenever I did that on purpose? Now I feel like it's a time period. It goes back to, this is the before the merger. This is the BC. This is the time period that this happened, was the Luka trade. Once that happened, it became a time period that we can all point to and say that's when this trend started.
See, it depends on what happens next. Because I've told you, Corey, I told you on and off air, it also bothered me when you brought up 2011 because I hadn't really got a closure. Like, I hadn't gotten closure. It bothered me when people would bring up the 2006 NBA Finals until you won the title in 2011. Mm-hmm. So until, like, you see the Anthony Davis-led Mavericks win a title, I bet for a lot of people, they'll be like, no, I don't want to hear it. Shut the hell up.
Yep.
And maybe after that, some people still feel that way.
Gotcha.
All right. Speaking of kind of maybe somebody who's involved with that trade, Cooper Flagg. Maybe he wasn't. Don't know. But I have thoughts. So Cooper Flagg was at Fort Worth Country Day School yesterday for the Mavericks Hoop Academy. I just think it's really cool, specifically this. Not only is he giving back to the kids, but you could see with those kids, you could hear with those kids, he's already their guy. Mm-hmm. And like, it makes sense, right? If you're an elementary school kid, there's a decent chance you are not like locked in on Luka just yet, depending on how old you are. Maybe if you're like a fifth grader, you're like, oh my God, I'm still devastated over it. But like, you're kindergarten, first, second grade, maybe you just haven't really got into sports yet, and like Cooper Flagg can be your dude, and you won't even care or particularly remember Luka being part of the Mavericks. So I appreciate those kids getting a really sweet opportunity, and hopefully we'll get to interview him next week. So I can ask him my F-shirt question.
Hey. I hope he's all in. I really do.
By the way, one other quick note there. The Knicks did officially hire Mike Brown as their next head coach.
Good for them.
Because they heard Jason Kidd was going to get an extension. I don't know if that was the case. We've heard it's kind of looked like it was going to be Mike Brown for a minute.
Remember that New York media wanted to keep pushing that. And it must have been somebody in the Knicks organization that was like, they haven't said no yet.
Right.
Jason Kidd has not said no yet. So I'll just leave it at that. And maybe that was the thing.
Could be.
I think it is.
On the Stars front, can you go ahead and give me cut number 8, please, good sir? Because we talked about the rumors yesterday. The rumors are facts, and Foxa is back.
Steelers lost it. Grabbed by the Blues and Nathan Walker at the line for Foxa. Shoots. He scores! Foxa with a rocket! And the Blues have taken a 3-1 lead with 34 seconds to go.
And so I think originally the number that we had heard was $3 million per, but now came out yesterday. I believe Leah Isimakopoulos threw this out there that it's a 3-year deal worth $2 million per year. So 3 years, $6 million to bring Foxa back to Dallas. He had spent the entirety of his career with Dallas until he went to St. Louis last offseason. How are you guys feeling about bringing a familiar face back here with the Stars for a cheap price, which they can't afford?
That's the most important part for Nil, is how do I get people that are capable of playing and cheap and fit the system and might even be able to go along with Glenn Gullitson's approach. Like that could be another thing too. Is how much does Gullitson have some say on that? Did he? Because they've been interviewing.
Sure.
You know that's this interview didn't. This process, by the way, Gullitson's daughter is playing at Hillsborough Junior College.
Oh.
And they knew that about 6 weeks ago. So that's another factor in some of this that's going on.
Interesting.
So yeah, him being around is probably something. But he had high praise for Jamie Benn. There's a lot going on there. But yeah, I think it's nice to JUCO softball in Hillsborough, and they knew that about 6 months ago. So Gullitson really wanted to defeat.
Certainly didn't.
He wanted to beat Pete DeBoer so he would get fired.
I don't. You know what? Maybe.
Also,
I was going to say I don't think so, but I don't know that.
Leah did ask Jim Nill if they're planning to move on from Matt Dumba.
Yeah, what did they say about that?
He said they have multiple options that they're looking at.
That's a yes.
No decisions yet.
Okay. Well, you can go and mark that down as a yes. I'll do that for you. All right. So, I wanted to give you a look at what could the Stars lines look like next year. All right? Yeah, now, you'll probably see some shuffling, especially since I think like Ben and Robertson are really your only actual left wingers. So we might change this. All right. First line, Robertson, Hinson, Rantanen.
Okay.
Second line, you feel good about that?
Man,
I would assume.
I love Robertson as a facilitator.
Okay.
And I'm curious if Rantanen works best with a facilitator or if Rantanen's best with three dudes on the ice that can all do it themselves.
Yeah. That's a good question. Second line, Steele, Duchesne, Sagan. Third line, Ben, Johnston, Bork. That's a heck of a third line. Fourth line, Bach, Foxa, and Blackwell. Now, Blackwell, you just brought Bach.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. That's on me.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I appreciate you so quickly taking credit for
that
it.
was fair. That was terrible. And then Foxa, obviously, we were just talking about. So that could theoretically be your fourth line.
It's still a little...
You don't love it?
It's a little... still not as physical as I want it to be.
Okay.
Like, that's still... They lack it.
Let me tell you the defense pairings, but I have a feeling it's
Kevin,
not
that's
change
fine.
Your mind.
The defensive pairings are fine.
Yeah.
I still need more physical forwards.
Yeah. I gotcha.
They're very skilled players.
Well, the unfortunate part is I think you're kind of locked in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't see a whole bunch of names in those four lines that they would be willing to move off of. Maybe two.
I gotcha.
All right, so for the defensive pairings, Lindell and Heiskanen.
Okay.
Harley and Labushkin. Bischel and Lundqvist. And whoever we replace Dumba with and Petrovic. Or Dumba. He said there's a lot of options.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be shocked if that changes to go along with Petrovic, with Onger and DeSmith, of course.
It's again another deep team.
Yeah.
It's a pretty deep team that how can you get younger players into cycle them in?
Yeah.
And get them some experience this season so that you can start depending on them in the future. But that's difficult to do with as many veterans as they have, but it does sound like you still have a lot of younger players that are growing into that spot. Maverick Bork being on that line would be great to see him go through a full season. So it's still a good team that can win a cup.
So Dumba and maybe Labushkin, if you're looking to move out some money and maybe see if you can find like that more toughness factor out there, either in a trade or on free agency. Because as we said, the Stars pretty much at this point, they have no money.
Yeah.
But you can find ways to make things happen.
When's the salary cap going up in hockey? Do they do that every year, or they're like, we've gone up $400,000?
I think the fact that they have had 2 work stoppages in the last 20 years has given them a much more measured approach to their raises of the salary cap.
Fine.
Sorry, Corey.
Work stoppage.
No, that is not what I'm recommending.
Kevin just told everybody out there to stop work.
No, that is not.
I'll be back Monday, I guess.
Everybody except for Alec and Corey.
What?
No, don't. Everybody keep working if you're currently working.
Oh, of course, Kevin's the one telling everybody to work harder.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. What's happened? Right here on 105.3 The
Wait till
Fan.
tomorrow.
Coming up next, the teams with the best duos at every NFL position. Did I convince Spittle to give Corey a talking to in the break? And Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, all part of the Expressway next on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy coming up in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, I'd seen this list from Pro Football Focus, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier in the week. And I kind of wanted to, or I guess last week, since you guys were on vacation, I kind of wanted to chop it up with you guys.
Aww.
And if this is scary at all because of the configuration of the list.
Okay.
All right. So which team has the best duo of running backs in the league?
I would still say Detroit.
Yep. With Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. I think that is very fair. Which team in the NFL do y'all think has the best pair of wide receivers?
This is a tough one because I still think Cincinnati's at the top of the list.
Who else is in consideration for you then?
I think the Cowboys have a fantastic couple right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll throw those two names out there.
Okay. Alec, Cincinnati the way to go?
I'd lean Cincinnati, but yeah, the Cowboys make an intriguing option there.
Eagles get consideration.
Dude, the Eagles are definitely, and the Bucks, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and like that's a group. How do you feel about Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua? I mean, I
would have them a step below
Puka's
the rest.
Often injured, but God, that dude can play. And Devontae Adams is really good too. So, but yeah, I think that's a good conversation for sure.
All right, so Pro Football Focus went with the Lions and the running backs and the Bengals on the wide receiver. Sweet. All right, we're gonna go past tight end. They have the Ravens with Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely.
Okay.
Offensive tackles.
Who has the best offensive tackles?
Who has the best pair of offensive tackles? Because unfortunately, this is a spot where if you're just focusing on the Cowboys, you're like, that feels like there's a lot of questions at both of your tackle positions, and their ability to play well this year might well dictate where you go.
I'm kind of where probably the Eagles with Lane Johnson and Mailata.
Yep.
And then I don't know how San Francisco stacks up with Trent Williams and whoever they have on the other side.
So Jordan Mailata.
Oh, for the Chargers. With Joe Alt and not Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater.
They could not beat out the tandem of Mailata and Lane Johnson from the Eagles. Best offensive tackles. Best guards, Joe Beauty and Jonah Jackson from the Chicago Bears. Let's go back to the interior of the defensive line. Which team has the best pair of interior defensive linemen? And let's see if you start to notice the trend.
The Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles. You agree with that, Alec?
Sadly.
Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Teams are terrified of them.
That is, I think, and like, just think about it. They lost Milton Williams.
Yeah.
Because they're like, you know what? We can absorb that.
Yeah. I mean, they actually, Kevin, they go from most of the last 10 years being dominant at that position anyway to being even more dominant at that position. So that's terrifying to me.
It really is. Now, spoiler alert, you're going to hear them again in just a minute.
Okay.
But before we get to that, best tandem of edge defenders. Go with the Steelers here.
It kind of depends on if you think TJ Watt's going to be there this year.
I do.
But I would say yes.
Since I do, it's TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith. Cornerback, I'm going to give you a couple of the others real quick. Cornerback, Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter.
Stingley's awesome, dude.
He is.
Watch him play and just enjoy his toughness and the way he plays.
Absolutely. For the Texans, and then for safety, Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch from the Lions. But what I want you to consider real quick is you wouldn't have the Cowboys even in the mix for tandem of running back. You mentioned they are very much in the mix for wide receiver, so that's awesome. Probably wouldn't have them in the mix for tight end. Definitely wouldn't have them in the mix for offensive tackle. You might, at the end of the season, have them in the mix for guard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not prepared to say that just quite yet. Definitely not at interior defender, and just injuries and hopes of Sam Williams and some other players. That just hasn't come to fruition. That would keep you away from the edge defender. Also, linebacker. I don't think you would be in the mix for linebacker.
No, and it's not like you could have gotten any good linebackers either. Like, you were never in position to get one in the draft.
Can you take a wild guess as to Corey already rolled his eyes, so I think he's going to get this right. Can you take a wild guess as to which team has the top linebacking tandem in the NFL?
I'm watching them right now run a touchdown in. Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean.
There you go. For the Philadelphia Eagles. So what I want you to think about here, and this is what's terrifying to me. So again, this is just one source, Pro Football Focus, but I don't think that we feel like these ratings are necessarily out of line. So the Bengals, Ravens, Bears, Steelers, and Texans, they all got one of the categories. And then the Lions got two of the categories at safety and running back. And certainly don't think you would have the Cowboys in the mix for safety right now either. They're one of only two teams to hit in multiple categories. The other one is the Eagles, and the Eagles lead the way in three different categories: linebacker, interior defender, and offensive tackle. So I want you to think about, and this is what—
they're a balanced, good team.
They really are. And this is what really bothered me about, like, people talking about the prospects of winning the NFC East. I would love it. I hope so. But we have the Eagles, who have three honest-to-goodness best tandems.
Mm-hmm.
And I said maybe the Cowboys would be in position to have a conversation about two tandems. I'm not even saying win. I'm just saying even be in a realistic conversation. They have two.
And that kind of puts you in they would be in position to have a conversation about winning the division.
Correct.
But that's about it.
Yes.
Because of what that team is. And somebody said, seems like Corey really is an Eagles fan. He knows all of them. And LOL.
Those are some of the best players in the league.
Yeah, and that's why. Like, and plus, we play them twice a year, and then we'll watch them during the playoffs.
Man, that's
they
true.
play a lot of playoff games.
You know what? I'm really glad that you said that, because Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis are the epitome of that to me, where it's like sickening how good they are.
Yeah.
Like, you don't hold it against them, but kind of you do because you're a Cowboys fan. But they're just so good. And the fact
It's
that
Tim Duncan again.
Yes.
You know, I hate the team. The player's good.
I think Milton Williams, if we go back, if I remember correctly, should have been in line to potentially be the Super Bowl MVP. And they're like, you can go. And he left. And guess what? They still got rated as having the best two. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Well, I should hope after a win it's going really well, right?
Right. Well, much needed one, right? Tough 4 days there, consecutive extra inning games, and so it's always good to break a streak there. And guys did well, man. Jacob, he just continues to amaze me, and Latz, going 3 innings, so it helped us kind of reset the bullpen.
I was really fascinated when you were talking about the string of extra innings games. You've talked about how, maybe that one game-winning hit can spark things and the team. And so I was curious, is the opposite true where 3 out of those 4 extra inning games didn't go y'all's way? Do those losses hurt even more, even though I get it, every game counts the same in the standings, but do they kind of sting a little bit more, potentially bring you down?
Oh, I think they sting more, especially when you're at home and you're in extra innings and your pitcher goes out there and keeps them from scoring. I mean, it's just a huge advantage for you. Now you're just looking for productive outs. You don't even need a base hit. And the chances that we had and the losses in those extra inning games, that makes it even that much more frustrating. Now, to your point, maybe, at times they do put a little added pressure on themselves when they don't come through or, have a game that we lose and then it comes up again. And but to have 4 of them, they might have felt it a little bit. I don't know. But you have to remember in those games, too, you are seeing the team's best on the other side, their best relievers, just like you're seeing our guys. And so I like to think it doesn't, but I think it's a fair question. I think in some cases maybe it does.
I hope you believe this is a fair question as well. In a merit-based sport, is it fair to say that a trip back to the minors might be in consideration or maybe even needed for Josh Young?
Oh, these are things, we discuss daily. CY, myself, the staff, on all subjects as far as the team, what we can do to help this team win, but probably as important to help guys, get back to who they are. And so anyway, things are always being talked about like that.
We always like to say, Boach, that hitting is contagious. Which one of these guys in this lineup do you think is the most contagious if they keep it going?
I think anybody in the heart of our order, and I'm talking about Corey, of course, Marcus, and Dolly, with the passion he plays with. I think those guys are certainly guys that the rest of the team can feed off. Now, it could be somebody down the bottom of the lineup do something big. Anything. I'll say this: when you don't hit, you look flat. You always say, "Well, they're not into it today." Well, when you're not hitting, nothing's happening, and you're not getting guys on base, so it just has a look to it. Now, you get somebody that gets on base, and I'll just say Hellman, for example. Here he walks, still second, scores. I mean, in that dugout, it was going crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's baseball. It just brings so much more energy, and so I think really anybody can do it. But of course, it's always your core guys that guys are waiting for, to do something.
Yeah, I think last night, Heim started off with the big hit, and then all of a sudden, Adolis, is on base all the time. I saw the energy going. What was your favorite part of Ozuna's home run? because the celebration I loved. I mean, he did a great job celebrating it when he hit it. He knew it. I watched him in the dugout telling the story over and over and over. And I was just kind of curious from your perspective, like when you see him get his first home run for the first time, like what did you like the most about it all?
Well, I'll start with just, how excited he was.
Yeah.
You love for these guys to play with passion, and he's a guy that walks in his clubhouse. He's got a big smile on him all day, and that's who he is. And so, to see him enjoy it the way he did. Now, I thought it was number 500 because he that's what he acted like. I mean, he watched it, he enjoyed it, went around, he did the big hop and skip and high-fived Beasley, and so it was pretty cool that, he did act like, hey, this isn't the first one.
I'm so glad that you said that, because one of my questions was going to be, is there any tiny part of you that's like, hey, calm down, I've seen a lot of home runs, okay, just a little bit. That's amazing.
No. You want these guys to enjoy it, I tell you, it's a big home run, extended the lead. It was huge at the time.
What if...
It was a nice rally, 2 outs, nobody on, somebody gets on, and we pop one. It was perfect.
What, if any, pitch restrictions will Eovaldi have tonight? I know 45 pitches in the return on Friday. What are you guys looking at this evening?
Anytime, when they're in a progression like this, you can go up 10, 15 pitches. So, possibly 60 tonight. So, again, it's watching him. The effort he's having to put in, the stress of the inning, the number of pitches in that inning, and all those things add up. But, he could go 4 or 5 innings.
Do you ever have to have like a conversation or maybe even an argument if those pitches go really, really smoothly, where the pitcher will be like, hey, I'm cruising, give me one more inning, regardless of what the pitch count is?
Oh, yeah, that happens a lot, yeah. You got to know them well enough to be able to trust them, though, because, a lot of times they're going to say, I'm good. I think we have a staff that we have a pretty good read on, and watching them, Mike does a tremendous job. Mike Maddox, he's got such a great feel for these guys and their stuff. And so anyway, it's something that we do ask the guys. We do check on them. You hate to sit there and the guy's got 85 pitches and you don't even check on them. That's a courtesy thing that almost every club does.
I know he's still building up, but how exciting is the prospect of having Eovaldi back and having that 1-2 deGrom Eovaldi punch, where I'm not saying you're going to win every game, but I imagine you go into both of those starters pretty darn confident.
Yeah, no, you're right. That 2 veterans like that, the winners, great pitchers. Of course, have them back to back, and just to add to that, Nate, of course, to me, he's one of the best all time. I'm talking about performing under pressure pitchers lately. That's in the game. But you look at what Leiter and Rocker did. And Corbin, I can't leave out him. He gets up to those 110 pitches. He ends up getting a quality start. So these starters, man, I just can't say enough about the job they're doing along with this bullpen.
Last night, I think it was the 8th inning, Boch. Soto for Baltimore was a little erratic. And when you see something like that happening, what's the first thing you say to the guys? Is it, hey guys, we're taking until he throws strikes, or be careful up there because this guy's he's all over the place? What's the first thing you want the guys to know?
Yeah, you want the guys to keep playing. It's what you do in this game. The game wasn't over at that point, and but anytime a lefty's wild, and I have one of my left-hand hitters up there, they always makes me nervous, and the ball running in on them and has a natural tail to it, and it's probably happens more in today's game, I think, than it used to, because guys are coming up here so quick and they're not so much command guys as much as stuff guys. Just let it go and as hard as they can. And so, as you've seen, I mean, guys getting hit by pitches. It's trending upwards, and you get the clearing of the benches more. And most of them, I don't believe they're intentional. Now the ones who are retaliating you can tell they are. So, you just got to read it.
And I mean, obviously, I held my breath when Corey Seager got hurt last night, and I was kind of. Do you get mad? Do you get mad whenever you see something like that, or you have to tell yourself to calm down? How do you feel whenever you see a Seager take one high and in?
Well, you hate it, man. It's shoot. You know what Corey means to his club. Anytime you get hit, you're not happy. Nobody's happy yet. Duran, he took a pretty good shot last night.
Yep.
2 strikes in. That's that's part of the game you hate. Especially around the hand area. I mean, we lost JJ last year. He broke his hand. I mean, Corey, he's gotten hurt with getting hit in the hand. That area is what makes me nervous.
What are your thoughts, or what are the unwritten rules of a couple of your guys get plunked like that? And even if it wasn't on purpose, you're like, well, we're going to respond.
Yeah, there's a point where you got to send a message. No doubt. If their style is 0-2, we're going in, then hey, okay. We got some of that too, and so again, you're reading it and doing what you think you need to do.
Now, obviously, we've all been disappointed about the injury of Tyler Mahle. Was having another starting pitcher who is having a phenomenal season in addition to your bullpen that you mentioned. I know he said he's optimistic. Is there hope, or do you really feel like there's actual hope that he can be back hopefully in September?
Oh, yeah. I have hope, sure. Yeah, I think he'll be back. And, I mean, that's what you have to have, don't you?
Right.
I think our medical staff, our training staff, they do an incredible job. So, we'll get them ready.
So this could be for Tyler, but also something that Cody Bradford was saying the other day. I'm curious, in your history, what can players learn, or how can they evolve when they are injured and can only watch?
Oh, I think you can learn a lot. I think it's one of the great ways to learn is, through the optics of watching game, what's going on, reading swings for a pitcher, sitting there watching the hitter, watching him adjust, watching Jacob pitch and Nate. You can learn every day. You can learn. I think I'm still learning when I watch hitters. Reading their swings, things like that. And I tell you, it's almost like I wish sometimes pitchers would throw batting practice.
Oh,
just to throw it and get the feel of just taking a little bit off occasionally. You'll get them out front, and throw a little bit up, whatever. But just when them reading swings, they won't do it. But if they did it, I think they would learn from that, because I threw batting practice my whole life. And I knew if I just took a little bit off or cut it a little bit, they're done. So it's pretty. And you're not talking about BP that's got velocity to it.
The real quick, Boach, Kevin and I both had the pleasure of covering Billy McKinney whenever he was in high school here in Plano.
Yeah.
And he popped on last night for the Rangers, and there was a time when Kevin almost got Billy to wear a cowboy hat for a newspaper story. And I was just kind of curious, do you think that we can kind of recreate that at some point and he'll actually wear it?
Yeah, work on them.
Okay.
Yeah, work on them. I mean, if you're asking me to mandate it, we'll see what we can do there now. But Billy, no, we're glad to have him. He's going to be out in left field tonight. I've seen him from the other side. He's been swinging the bat well down the Round Rock, and with our situation, of course, with Carter on bereavement, we felt like we needed another left-handed bat. He gives us that, a quality at bat and some versatility. to play first in the outfield. And but I will talk some today for you about this cowboy hat deal.
Thank you.
I would appreciate it. And if you needed any context, he was a freshman in high school, and their team, Plano West, was on their way to the state tournament.
Yep.
And so my logical headline was going to be Billy the Kid, and he would look awesome in a cowboy hat with a bat. You get it, right?
Yeah, I like it. I love it. Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Great talking with you.
Yes, sir.
How great is that when you hear that laugh in the background?
You can hear him laughing.
He got it. He was like, I get it.
Yeah, I know where Kevin's
appreciate it.
vision is here. I see it.
You know what I really love, though? Your Boach is getting very good. Is he goes, I mean, if you need me to mandate it, I probably can.
I like that part. He was in on it. He was like, no, let's get this to happen. Unfortunately, we don't have the original. We didn't have a picture.
Yeah,
so we can't recreate it. But if we can get the first one, maybe even find his old Plano West jersey. I don't know.
This is how I knew he was going to make it to the majors. As a 14-year-old kid, he had the wherewithal to know not to put that hat on.
Smart job.
And he was like, he goes, I see what you're going for. And he goes, I would prefer not to. And I was like, well, sure, you can make whatever decision you want. No problem.
Life,
all right. So one of the things that he said in there, in addition to shouting out the bullpen, and we talked about that a great deal yesterday, that you had the best bullpen ERA in all of Major League Baseball for the month of June. But the other thing that he was talking about there with Evaldi, maybe 60 pitches tonight. So he got 45 pitches in the start on Friday. And so you got to think realistically, that means you're probably this start and then the next start. And then in the one after that would be closer to like your full capacity of potentially 90 pitches.
So you're hoping for 5 innings. That's what you're hoping.
I would love to see that.
More likely 3 2/3 is kind of the range you'll be in.
Right.
But what did you do last night? You had Lats out there, and that was it.
Yep.
So you were able to save your bullpen, give your bullpen some opportunity, because you knew that you would probably need this tonight. Now, did you know your team was going to score 10 last night, and that was going to give you that flexibility? No.
True.
But once you saw it, you were like, in Boach's mind, the first thing he was thinking was, I can throw Lats out there for 3 innings, and we can be done with this, and tomorrow we'll have some guys loaded.
And I know it's not a guarantee, and like, your pitch count is not always directly reflective of how you're doing in the game, but I would be willing to bet if he gets through the 4th inning at or below that 60 pitch count, we feel pretty good about it.
I agree with you because you could have a great game where you struck out a bunch of dudes, you had to work them for 7 pitches, or you had to work them for a lot. But I will say there is something about the efficiency part of it and knowing you had a great night. Because Cliff Lee used to say all the time, this was the thing that I learned most from Cliff Lee whenever he had his time here. I can't remember if it was Derek or C.J. Wilson that told us this, but the line was, Cliff Lee said, hey, man, most hitters are only successful at maybe 30% of the time. That means I'm successful 70% of the time. That's why I'm attacking the strike zone. Because I feel like my stuff's good enough 70% of the time. If they get one, oh, well, that doesn't happen that often. So just attack the strike zone. So when you're Jacob deGrom and you have that stuff, your mentality is to attack that way, and you reduce your pitches because you're forcing them into other situations.
I'm going to give you guys an option right here. I know we've been wanting to talk about the best race car movies. And
we can throw that in. We can throw that tomorrow, dude.
I was going to say, Alec might vote for that since I asked him to pull a bunch of audio as well. But Alec, do you know the national treasure that is Red Panda?
I am familiar, yes.
Did you see the terrifying news last night that Red Panda was injured? And if you're not familiar, Red Panda, she does all of the bits, all right? So I've
never seen Red Panda live, by the way. Never seen her live. I've heard and I've seen videos.
So I've seen her at multiple basketball games. That is the most logical spot. I don't know how difficult it would be to do what she does on turf or whatever. Certainly not on ice, although that would be amazing to watch. So she throws bowls up from sometimes her knees, I think, but mostly her feet, and then catches and stacks them on her head. First of all,
can't do that.
That sounds
on the ground.
Incredibly difficult.
I could barely do that. I don't think I could do that with my hands.
Okay, see? So
bring me some bowls.
You're respecting the skill. Well, G-Bag is next. So, in addition to that, as if that's not enough, she does it on like a 12-foot high unicycle.
That's terrifying.
So that's amazing enough. So yeah, so she'll have these bowls and she'll flip them up in the air on the unicycle. She'll catch them on her head.
If you're not watching the fan camera right now, Kevin like doing the flipping motions and everything is cracking me up.
I'm trying to give you the most authentic experience of it. And so she is unbelievable. And if you've never like watched what she does, like go watch a video or something like that. It is really impressive. Well, she had a tumble last night and she got hurt.
No.
And
this is her livelihood.
I think she's going to be okay.
Does she get paid even though she's not playing?
That I do not know.
She's going to have to get back out on the field
I
quick.
can see how as an independent contractor, she's cleaning up, just bouncing from place to place. But I honestly don't know. So it got stopped less than a minute into the show. And they took her off on a wheelchair. I know she was having a couple of different issues, but you saw numerous athletes, including like Caitlin Clark, reach out and say they hope that she was okay, because I feel like so many people are familiar with Red Panda, but this just shows like what she does is really difficult and kind of scary. That I just was in amazement that she was catching the bowls, not even thinking about like you could just fall off your unicycle.
While her appearances have decreased,
she's getting older.
The Washington Post, who always tells the truth, said that she reported that she earns per performance about $5,000.
Shut up. She's worth it. Actually, I don't know why I said that. She's worth it. Alec, you know what? I will do my best.
Have you even seen Red Panda?
I can't guarantee I'll give you the money because my wife will be mad.
Oh.
If you can learn how to unicycle on a 12-foot high unicycle and flip those bowls from your feet to your head, I will do everything in my power to get you $5,000
a day.
I'll take that.
Probably just the one time.
Well, I think once you've done it once, you know you can do it again. So I think you push them harder
those
after
payments out to other people. If you can learn how to do all those things, I will do my best.
Would you
fundraiser, GoFundMe, whatever?
When's Noah's birthday?
August 16th.
You got about a month.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe about a month.
Maybe the fourth birthday. I'll tell you what. I guarantee you, if you're close on this and you tell me you can do it, we will not buy him any presents. I will take all of the money that was gonna be for his presents, and I will give it to you. And if my wife gets mad, well, maybe he'll get presents anyway.
What are you talking about? She'll love it.
And
Noah will be so happy.
We'll have, you can do the show for Noah. We'll hire you as his birthday entertainment, and I will get this money to you.
Man, I don't hate it. When you guys were out, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago on Thursday, I was talking about I'm a man of entertainment. I've got many talents that I tried. I landed on radio because I sucked at all of them.
Oh.
So
you'd forever be the pride of Mansfield for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I gave up on ventriloquism, card magic, and all of it just to be a unicyclist.
From the 214, Red Panda's in 2K. And also from the 214, they want to call Alec Red Manda.
God, I hate how much I like that.
You remember we talked the other day about what your favorite meme is? Shut up and take my money. You've already struck oil.
Yeah.
There's no need to keep digging.
Yeah.
All right. I'm already
Red
in on
Manda.
this. Okay. Side note, while we're talking about money,
Does he wear a cape?
I'm going to leave that up to him. If you master all these other skills, you can dress however the hell you want. You can wear a tank top. Speaking of money in sports, how much do you think the U.S. Senate passed a bill? How much money do you think was in there for World Cup security? And I'm not getting into the politics of everything else. How much money?
Is this part of the big, beautiful
No,
bill?
I'm not talking about that. How much do you think they have set aside for security, for funding?
$800 million.
Oh, that is a lot of money. Alec, what say you?
If Corey's going on the 800 million side of things, I'm going to say like 800,000.
Okay. Well, that was dumb. So, Corey, before I read this story, I would have thought that your opinion were what you said was the ramblings of a lunatic.
I feel like I saw that this bill, like, it was a huge number anyway.
$625 million.
Wow.
By the way, it also sets aside $1 billion for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles.
Wow.
So,
jeez.
I had no freaking idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we're going to go to C-Block, but
something away. I was trying to do auto-tune.
T-Pain, right now. Don't worry, you probably didn't have a stroke.
Let's get something away.
We're giving away tickets for T-Pain. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see him October 22nd at Toyota Music Factory. You can go, of course, buy these tickets, or courtesy of Live Nation, you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, C-Block.
Our sister station has stolen our idea, but we support it. Next in The Fan.
No Cowboys off.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Simmons still? Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the C Block.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I wanted to start something new. My family got this little box of weird sports trivia for me yesterday for my birthday. And literally, Adrian goes, we just thought it would be fun at work. And I was like, all right, then, during the C Block, I will ask one question every day.
Ooh.
As your, like the Aflac trivia question.
Yes.
We don't have Aflac sponsoring this, so it's by me. So it's the Korea trivia question until we get a sponsor for it.
Okay.
Which of the below is the only one that is not a real sport?
Oh, no.
A, aquatic billiards, B, chess boxing, C, toe wrestling, or D, underwater hockey. We will announce the answer at the end of the segment.
Just real quick, Alec, your initial thoughts got to be A or D, right?
Yeah, I was leaning A, but I'm going to have to let this simmer for a second.
Yeah, because B and C, I see the possibility of
Underwater billiards sounds like a blast, though. And then, dude, I don't know, man. Underwater hockey, how would it work?
See, I think I'm going to go with A.
How's that going to work? Yeah, there's no ice under the water. You can't have ice under the sea.
What?
All I want to do
There's
is...
tons of ice under the sea.
Where?
On the bottom of glaciers and stuff.
You're going to skate on that?
I mean, I wouldn't.
You'd be skating upside down, I think.
I guess you could have the scuba tank. And...
How do you have an ice hockey rink under the sea? All right, well, again, we'll answer the trivia question at the end of the segment. From the 858, can Kevin's mom help y'all land an AT&T sponsorship for Corey's trivia?
Right.
We should ask.
Should we?
I don't know. After hearing the story that you told, it was a very wholesome story, and I really appreciated it.
You're welcome.
One of our former producers is taking on what I think is a gigantic responsibility and a gigantic event. And they are a Sports Radio 610 in Houston. Our friend Reginald Atatula and his show are going to do a radiothon from 6 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock at night. And they are going to be raising tomorrow, as a matter of fact. They're going to be raising money for the Houston Food Bank. So
that's really cool.
I do believe you can text to donate Sports Radio 610 to 71777. I think that's how it works. I'm not exactly sure, so you'll have to go. We'll help do what we can to help facilitate. But it is it's an awesome thing that Reggie's doing. And every time we would do things, Reggie would always say on whatever giving day, he'd just say a food bank. There are hungry kids out there.
Yeah.
There are hungry families out there. And so North Texas Food Bank was that. So I think Reggie would appreciate either way, no matter what.
Yeah, that's super
Wherever
cool.
you decide to donate, he would appreciate that. But tomorrow they are doing that. Now we hope that they raise a ton of money in Houston for that because that's awesome. Now, he did ask me yesterday, and I'm sure he asked you too as well. And Alex, since you have actually gone through the full 14 hours of Peace-a-thon before, and Kevin, you as well, he asked, do you have any tips, any advice for this thing? And I would like to share my tips and advice for Reginald Atatula, and then you guys can share yours. I said, it's not your regular show. So just recycling sports isn't really what you're going to want to do.
Right.
It'll drive you nuts and it'll drive the listener nuts.
Right.
I said, have evergreen topics just in case something happens. Lay your run sheet out and start filling it in, knowing that you might have to move things around. Get as many guests as you can, because it's always fun to have more guests around.
Sure.
And I think now what we've added with Peace-a-thon, when we add the hosts on our station, and I'm glad the hosts on the station have been like, no, we support you guys.
Yeah.
And they support our cause.
They've been great about it.
We always appreciated that. I said, so get as many. I said, stand and sit. Don't just sit. Kevin disagrees with that. But I also said, hydrate, have an emergency plan for bowel movements. Get the station involved. You have to have an emergency. It's an all-day thing.
Okay.
And then most importantly, have fun, because it's about the friends we make along the way.
Oh my God.
And so, Kevin, I was kind of curious from you two. What do you mean? We made new friends.
Well, it probably won't surprise you to know.
It's not about the friends. It's about how much did we raise.
That when we talked about this, I gave him almost nothing but monetary advice about how to raise money. It probably won't surprise you to know that most of my suggestions were in the ways to drum up interest and potentially, hopefully, turn that into donations. But I also reminded him when we put together our first Peace-a-thon, we did it on 4.5 days notice. And so he's clearly way farther ahead of the game than we were.
Yeah. Alec, any thoughts from your side of things, experiencing that for 14 hours?
Honestly, I would say just kind of let things happen the way they're naturally going to happen, because like you said, if you just beat down sports, it's going to be exactly that. It's going to be a beatdown. And you guys were off the Friday after last year, but I was on with our guy James, and I had an entire segment of stuff that I pulled from Peace-a-thon alone.
Oh, really?
To run as Masterpiece of the Week. We had other shows earlier that week. I did not use any of that.
Amazing.
I was able to, and really, it was just from like a 3-hour block towards the end of the broadcast.
We got a little loopy and hungry.
Where Mike kept on talking about his burnt pecan pie or whatever.
Oh my God.
Him and Derek.
Exactly.
He was so mad about that.
Yeah, so I think I had just enough of Mike just talking about eating his burnt pies that I was able to run pretty much 2 segments off of that. So he's going to have fun if he just lets things happen and not be a little, too hands-on with it. Just whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate y'all throwing that. And for anybody listening, that's kind of the experience. And if you want to get a chance this year to, hop up with us and say hi, then we always welcome some support.
Yeah.
And if that support comes in the form of food, that's always helpful as well. We treat it as a family Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's what I always
say. Hey,
too,
load the table up and let's have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kevin, Gen Z or Father of the Year?
Father of the Year.
Father of the Year. Oh, Gen Z is going to be so good, though. Father of the Year nominee. A father who was on a Disney cruise ship with his 5-year-old daughter. Him and his wife were playing shuffleboard when she climbed over the railing and fell off.
Oh my gosh.
Into the ocean. Immediately, he dove over the edge to save her. Now, it took, I can't remember, just a few minutes for Disney Cruise to get started and go rescue them. In the middle of the ocean. 20 minutes, this dude had to tread water while holding his child.
Holy crap.
And hope. You're watching a boat go away, and you are sitting there. You're like, I have to. Now you're avoiding sharks. Obviously, it's a big ocean, and you're just hoping that your head, with no life jacket, your head is just high enough over the water that they can see you, so they can come get you. Now, most of these, I do believe it's like a 9 out of 10. If that happens, you're done. You either get swept underneath the boat and you go through the propellers, or the boat can't turn around in time to come back and get you and find you. However, Disney had they have a crew that went into action, got their little boat out there, drove out and picked them up, and was able to bring them right back to the boat that quickly. Again, this doesn't happen, and you make it that often.
That is terrifying.
A lot of people were saying that he was holding the child over the edge, and that's how it happened.
No.
That was erroneously reported, is what I've learned. There were multiple people that said that did not happen. They were playing shuffleboard. Here's the most terrifying thing as a parent, Alec. You look away for that 1 second. Because you can be the best, and then you look away from that 1 second, and they're doing something that they don't think about because you're not there to stop them. And you got to hope that, every once in a while you can watch them do something stupid, and they're going to learn from it.
Right.
You can't just hover over them all the time.
Controlled stupid.
Yeah, but something like this is absolutely terrifying.
That is so terrifying, and I'm so glad they're going to be okay because, look, I didn't know it was like 9 out of 10, but I could have guessed probably most of the time that happens. It doesn't turn out super well.
Yeah, and somebody said, did he dive or jump in? I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see that part of it, and it's not in the videos that we've seen. But I'm very happy that they were able to make that happen.
By the way, the question was asked, do we know if Mike will be part of Peace-a-thon this year? He will. Now, how much of that he might complain about along the way, but he'll be part of it.
Oh, and he might complain about it.
Yeah.
He's coming up here on his own accord. What are you going to do? Are you going to force him to stick around?
I can be very persistent when it comes to charity.
What about the kids? That's
Hey.
usually what Kevin says.
By the way, process begins. Well, it's already begun. I got a lot of stuff already.
Nice.
But at the Dallas Card Show this weekend, that's where the shakedowns begin.
Just bought my tickets.
So you put the note in people's ears at the July show. And then you really put the hard sell on in September and pick up in November or go to their shops in between, because we got a lot of really awesome card shops across the Metroplex that have supported us for years.
What is the saying? You put the iron to them or whatever it is. I don't know what the saying is, but you take an iron, heat it up, and really let them know.
Oh, well, I just do it.
You brand them, Kevin?
I just do it through discussion.
You press your shirt so that you look good when you go ask. That's what I don't know what y'all were talking about. Guys, Gen Z. Alec, are you Gen Z? Is that how it works? Are you part of Gen Z?
I have no clue.
I think Gen Z was born in like the 90s.
Okay, I'm not.
Then I would not be. I'm 01.
90s to 01. Gen Zers have fallen for remote working, and if employers want to attract them back to the office, they'll need to offer more than free coffee and ping pong tables.
Bull crap. I'll just go hire somebody else.
In fact, 38% of Gen Zers admit they wish their workplace had a private space for hookups and solo play.
Oh.
Allowing them to take a break.
Wait, what?
Alone with a colleague whenever they desire.
What is solo play?
I think you know what I mean, Kevin. I'm just reading it. I'm not, yeah. So that is now being said that Gen Zers are like, hey, I can't believe this has never happened before. I can't believe that wasn't already an idea. Hey, look, if we just give them play, they'll never leave. They might just always work. Because then you give them 10 minutes to go canoodle, and they're going to come back and get to typing away because they're so pumped up.
All right.
But this is actually kind of fascinating to me that they're like, that's how open they are about it. They're telling their bosses, not only do we want a place to do it, but I want to be able to do it with my coworker. Dadgummit.
I needed that. Thank you.
Dang it.
All right. I never thought I would be this person. But I get it why the generations before us said we were soft and how we'll pass it on down. Like, I used to think, no, we're not softer. You're just older, and that's what you think. But I get it. I'm at the age now where I'm like, those kids, they're soft. I need a safe space. I can't believe you're making me go to work. Oh, my gosh, shut the hell up. Then get a different job. So I have hit that age where, yes, I do think the generation under me they're soft. So I officially, I guess that means I'm an old man. Probably was doing Sudoku and crossword puzzles in the newspaper that really cemented that, but I'm going to add this.
Next thing you're going to say is you can't get free agents to win a championship. You have to build from the draft. Like an old man would say.
Back in my day, Michael Jordan's
supplement your team with free agents, except for the 2023
Michael Jordan
Rangers.
didn't leave. He stuck around. Except for that one period.
I think it's more complicated than you have to stay with one team your whole career. I think by the time, it's like marriages, right? If you want to go to your second team, get your second marriage, all right, things happen. Maybe your third team, perhaps a third marriage. Totally get it. If you're like an elite level player, I get it. If you're like struggling to stay in the league, you're going to go wherever. But it's the same theory as marriage. Once it doesn't work out with a third one, like, it might not be the team.
I do wonder,
You know how women are.
Thank you,
That's
PJ
not
Washington.
necessarily just for women, PJ.
I will say, though, our building, our office, we're about to move up the road. We're going to be right up the road here. Do you think they're going to have private rooms for such activities?
No.
Why not?
Because
if it's what the kids want.
I don't know how we're going to have room for that if we're all going to be on the same floor.
That is a good point.
I really don't want to see the people who want to hook up from La Grande or Jack or whatever. Maybe that'd just be robots. And I really don't want to see that happening right in front of me.
Well, it's, again, closed door, all that going on. There are a lot of windows in that one. All right, that's the C block, ladies. Oh, y'all want the answer?
Yes.
Which of the below is the only one that is not a real sport? Aquatic billiards, chess boxing, toe wrestling, or underwater hockey?
It has to be the first one or the last one.
A.
It is A, aquatic billiards. Good job, gentlemen. Tomorrow, we'll have another one.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Then also from FC Dallas, we'll talk with Sam Sarver. All of that next right here on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
FW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Clark directing traffic. And then steps back with the 3 over Brianna Stewart.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Sam Sarver from FC Dallas in just a minute. But before we get to that, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney. Text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or the Twitch or the YouTube. Now, at first, I was just going to say, do you think the WNBA players are idiots at all for the Caitlin Clark voting results? But I want to move forward to what happened this morning. So the whole idea was going to be Caitlin Clark got more votes for the All-Star game than any WNBA player. So obviously she was first among guards. She finished third among media voting for guards, and she finished ninth among players who voted for guards. So I was going to ask if you think that's just bitterness, jealousy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But this morning, that became a huge point of contention between Bobby and RJ. And Corey, I wanted to know, who are you siding with?
Well, it was fun to side with RJ, just so that I could make. I
sided with Bobby because he followed the rules of debate.
Yeah, he did. But as we've learned in debate, Kevin, all you have to do is just say wrong.
Look,
or interrupt and not let them finish.
I had a debate in high school where the other girl ran crying out of the room. I thought, there had never been a better example of someone winning a debate. And I was judged to have lost that debate.
Yeah, I guess in this whole thing, it seems like, and I don't know what exactly Caitlin Clark has done, other than there is a bitter rivalry between her and Angel Reese, and she kind of became remember, Kevin, somebody once called us the Golden Boys of the station, and they were a little upset about that.
They still work in this building.
They could look at her that way, and they're a little jealous of it.
Yes.
And the league they're catering to her. They give her calls that we don't. Maybe that's it, but Paige doesn't seem to get nearly as much of that.
You know what? I'm really glad that you brought that up. First of all, Paige Beckers is awesome. She's having an awesome rookie season. Nothing but positive things to say about Paige Beckers. I think she has two things going for her that I could think of. First of all, the UConn to the WNBA pipeline is strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like some of the greatest players, in the history of the WNBA came from UConn. I have to admit, I am not familiar with the Iowa to WNBA pipeline.
Right. So she already had a lot of friends.
Yeah. And so she probably has a lot of friends, mentors, sponsors, however you want to put it, that are going to naturally back her up. And so I think that's one of the things. And maybe somebody will correct me. And there's been 200 Iowa players who went on to play in the WNBA. I don't know the answer to that. The other thing that I think really sets the stage for Paige to have an advantage is because Caitlin Clark was like, I'm just going to play basketball. And then somehow Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese became this weird political and racial flashpoint about you have to pick one side. If you're this, you believe in Caitlin Clark. If you're this, you believe in Angel, blah, whatever. And I think Paige, she probably already felt this way, but I think Paige saw, I can't just be quiet and play basketball. And so she did make it a point to talk about, she specifically said, all of the great black women who were there. And that's true from the beginning of the league and helped build it up and everything like that. I just want to make clear, I think that Paige absolutely believes that. I just think maybe she was motivated to speak out because she saw, you can't just go play.
She didn't want to get punched in the throat.
For just not saying anything, because like if you don't say anything now, even in sports, some people believe that makes you guilty, which I think is kind of unfair to the people who are like, no, I have opinions, but I didn't get paid all this money for my opinions.
I get paid to shoot.
Yeah, exactly. And so sometimes I think that's
shut
unfair.
Up and dribble.
Yeah, but like on the flip side, by the way, for the record, I think you should absolutely be able to share your opinions if you want. Like, I don't agree with shut up and dribble either. It's just, I get it if people are like, I'm not going to follow political discourse from LeBron James. I understand that. That's like, you make your decisions based on whatever. But I don't think that also you cannot have a political opinion just because of what you do for a living. Doesn't mean people have to listen, but that would be my guess about why Paige doesn't get as much, because nobody's talking about Paige as saving the league. They're saying, can she be the next Caitlin Clark?
Yeah.
People 100% straight up have been like, Caitlin Clark is the reason why the WNBA is going to make their first ever profit, probably next year, maybe this season. She's the reason the TV rate. She's the reason. I don't feel like people say Paige is the reason. You know what I'm saying? I hope all of that.
Maybe one day she will be.
Okay, maybe. Look, I hope so.
Of all the championships.
Because she plays for the team that I care about.
Are we going to that parade?
Hell yeah, I'll go to that
Wings parade. I'm in.
Heck yeah, I will. Now, this one's a little tougher. So we'll move into the no-joke zone. Maxwell Hairston, the Buffalo Bills rookie cornerback, is facing a lawsuit. And we say this, unfortunately, every time we talk about this. A lawsuit or an accusation is just that. Not saying he's guilty or anything like that. But it becomes a story because he's a first-round NFL draft pick. Unfortunately, there's lots of people who get raped or sexually assaulted or whatever, and a lot of people don't care because they're not famous. They're just regular people. So the accusation against Hairston is that he had non-consensual sex with a woman while at the University of Kentucky in 2021. And I understand the cynical part of people will say, now that he got drafted, now that he's getting paid, here comes the lawsuit. I don't know if that's true or not, but I understand the timing makes people cynical. Or maybe maybe you've been through this process of a false accusation and you're just naturally cynical because you're like, this ruined my life and I didn't actually even do anything. So the accusation is she went back to his dorm room, but then when he started trying to maybe push, like mentally or physically or like with words, her into the bedroom, then she got uncomfortable and she thought they were, I don't know, stay in the common room or whatever. He tried to isolate her in the bedroom and she tried to leave, and that couldn't happen. That is what the accusation is.
Gotcha.
And so we'll keep an eye out on that because, first of all, it's troubling in general, but for the Bills, first round draft pick, that's gonna get plenty of attention.
And their punter had that situation.
Yeah, that was the
Matariza.
And he eventually did get back into the league. But think about what it took. It took for the person to essentially have to admit that they falsified their timeline, that they falsified their statement, and there was video evidence that he wasn't even there at the time.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it took to get him back into football. Otherwise, he got cut before this thing even went to trial.
Then he went to the Chiefs and played in the Super Bowl.
Yes,
Kevin,
things turned out okay.
I know my buddy's an idiot.
Okay.
However, a text came in and I felt it necessary to point this out.
Okay.
What is today? On the
day after your birthday.
The week sheet.
Today, in my mind, is Thursday.
All right. In reality, it's Wednesday. What happens on Wednesdays?
My buddy's an idiot.
The Pittsburgh Pirates win.
Oh,
Currently,
yeah, that's right.
The Pittsburgh Pirates in the top of the 8th with one out. They are the home team, by the way. Are up 5-0.
I'll need to double check.
The wildest stat.
So, like, and Pittsburgh's obviously been on a run, but think about it. They're like 11-2 on Wednesday or something like that. That means on all other days of the week, they're 26-48. That is absolutely bananas.
Yeah.
So, is the Pirates manager an idiot for not changing every calendar every day to say it's Wednesday?
Or just saying, we're not playing any other days but Wednesdays, guys. All right, that's it.
Okay.
We're out of here.
By the way, NBA update for you. Spencer Dinwiddie, former Maverick, he is on his way to Charlotte. So, wanted to throw that out for you. I've got at least one more My Buddy's an Idiot if you have time for it.
Yeah, for sure, man.
This is going to be problematic, I think, for the NBA. Props to Bobby Marks for pointing this out. So the salary cap, not this next season, but the season after, so the 2026-27 season, is projected to increase at 7%. The maximum you can increase is 10%, but it's projected to increase at 7%.
How do they decide that?
Based on revenue from a variety of sources.
Projection of revenue?
Yes,
too?
exactly. Oh, they've got projections of revenue out probably at least 3, if not significantly more years. So it's projected to increase by 7%. Here's the issue. A lot of players' contracts, especially higher end ones at this point, they have built-in escalators in their contracts that increase the money they get by 8%. Now, I realize...
Oh, not like 8 more percent,
No.
just 1%.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So...
That's cool.
I know 1% difference might not seem like the biggest deal in the world.
A lot of money.
But if a lot of your players, or at least let's say 3 of your players, are built in to get 8% raises based off the assumption that the salary cap will go up at least 8% and the salary cap's going to go up by 7%.
Yeah.
Well, now all of a sudden...
Hey, that 1% is significant to me.
Exactly, especially for some of your middle or lower tier players,
Absolutely.
or especially for some of your pre-agency plans. Like when you hear teams like, hey, we're carving out a max slot, and all of a sudden you have just that $2 million less than you need for max slot. I get it. You, as people with normal jobs, you would be like, we'll just take $2 million less because you're still making, $53 million
But in your
or whatever.
Mind, you're like,
yeah. I'm
was
getting
already the
screwed.
tax money I was paying.
I'm getting screwed out of $2 million. And so I wanted to throw that out there because that feels like it could be potentially problematic for the NBA. Something that is definitely problematic for the NBA. We talked a whole lot about Malik Beasley and the gambling accusations that he's facing. So
I saw somebody say this morning, they were like, he was literally playing for his life. Like, no wonder he had a career year.
Look. Yeah, there are plenty of videos out there if you want to see and make your own judgments. But here's another issue. So ESPN reported yesterday that he also has another lawsuit hanging over his head because he was supposed to pay back $650,000. That's the advance he got from Hazan Sports Management Group. And they took him on as a client in November of 2023. He terminated that agreement this past February, but hasn't actually paid back the money. And they accuse that he's like paid back like every once in a while. He's like, hey, here's $20,000. Which is a lot of money, but not when you owe $650,000.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing, in addition to the gambling, that is problematic.
I do wish that when paying something back, they would just be like, you do whatever you got. Whatever you got, whatever you can right now, we appreciate it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's turn our attention to the pitch. We'll talk with FC Dallas's Sam Sarver. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Man, I heard we're catching you at a great time. You got your call up this past weekend. Word on the street is you're going to make your official MLS debut in the game on Friday. We got to be riding high off all of that, right?
Yeah, that'd be certainly a big honor too. So, and if I don't, I'm honored to be a part of the team again for another game and take it day by day. But yeah, that'd be super cool.
We've got pretty good sway with FC Dallas and the coach, so we're speaking this into existence. All right, so we're just going to say right now, yeah, no problem. We're here to help.
Sam, have you
so much.
Have you looked around the locker room and decided that you're the most tattooed fella in there?
No, Luciano Acosta has me beat.
Oh yeah, do you remember the first one you ever got?
Yes, I do. I went with my mom. It was a cross on my left wrist.
Okay, one of those kind of forearm kind of crosses. I got you.
No, it's actually on the outside of my wrist, kind of where like your elbow line, but all the way down.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Do you know how many you have, or have you lost count?
Oh man, it depends what you classify as one or two, because some of them correlate together. But I've got probably around 50.
Okay, yeah, dude. Listen, man, I got my first one this year. I went to a place called Taboo Tattoo down in Deep Ellum. I got my first. I'm 44 years old, by the way. All right, so this is a late in the life to get that rolling, and those things are expensive. But tattoos, it feels good. What should I do next? What should I put on the body next?
Oh man, Maybe an FC Dallas logo right on the chest.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I have another chest to do that with.
Okay, so I think the deal that we should make is he'll do that once the team starts winning more home games.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, Sam? What can we do about that?
I think it's just, obviously any sports team in any world, you go on hot and cold streaks, and all you need is one win to turn it around, and I think that's going to come this Friday and just use that as momentum. And you see it all the time with, look at what New York Red Bulls did last year, for instance. They got into the playoffs as a not very big seed, but then they went all the way to the MLS Cup. So I think it's all about getting hot at the right times,
Now, we've talked about many times in life, it's always about making a good first impression. You showed up in a Chiefs jersey early on with North Texas. Did you get the word that impressed the bosses?
No, I did not.
Do you think it did, though?
Yeah.
But I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, look, they run the Chiefs. It makes sense that maybe that would have won them over.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, no, I did know they run the Chiefs, but I happened to actually I've had that jersey a couple years. When I was in college, we had and during the spring semester we had some days off, and we went to visit one of our old teammates in he transferred to Missouri just for school. He kind of quit soccer, and we were just chilling, and we kind of jokingly were like, dude, like it was a championship versus the Bengals for the division, and we were already kind of in the area, and it was like 2 hours away, so we kind of just joked like, dude, let's go to the Chiefs game tonight and get tickets. And that joke kind of turned into reality, so we stopped halfway to like go thrifting for Chiefs jerseys because we didn't have any. So we all bought like these huge oversized Chiefs jerseys, like some of them didn't even fit us, and it was so cold, so we had like 4 jackets on, and so I had to get a jersey that would fit over everything as well. And that's kind of the story of how I got that. So ever since then, I've been kind of a Chiefs fan.
That's unbelievable.
That's fantastic. Is Mahomes your guy? Who's that?
Okay, my guy's Kelsey because I'm from Cleveland and so is he.
That's right, the Heights.
So yeah, he's from Cleveland Heights. So he's definitely the guy I support the most on the Chiefs. But I am a big Mahomes fan, I will say.
Now, as somebody who frequently went up to Cleveland, the Cleveland Heights area, I've been there. It's a fun little area. It's a little tough though.
It's very nice. It's very cool little town. But I'd say my favorite player on the Chiefs, just what he brings, is probably Pacheco.
Oh, there you go. Energy, physicality. I like
yeah,
that a lot.
exactly. And his story's incredible. So that's always a guy I've kind of like admired. But yeah, that's the story of how I got that Poe jersey.
That is, I love that.
Great.
I love that so much. Do you keep up with the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift drama and whatnot, or are you like, I care about the football?
No, to be honest, I just care about the football. I don't really. I know she gets a lot of screen time at the games, but I don't keep up with their drama. I mean, they're a pretty big power couple, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
But no, I just watch the football, to be honest.
For the fans that are going to be watching the football when you're on the field, what do you think? What do you look at as your calling card? What is it all about you?
I think FC Dallas obviously presented me with this great opportunity, and they made my dreams come true of getting drafted. And I think they drafted me for the player I am, and I just have to play like that player when they do give me the chance. And I think some players maybe play a little conservative because they don't want to screw up or anything, but they drafted me for a reason, and they like what they saw. So in return, I owe it to them to play for the reason they drafted me. And like if I'm 1v1 with a guy, I'm always going to run at him, and if I lose the ball, I lose the ball. But because that's part of who I am, and I'm gonna, if I get to make my debut, I'm just gonna play like how I've been playing with the second team, and treat it exactly the same. Obviously, you have to keep in mind some players are MLS vets and very experienced, but at the end of the day, if you're on the same field as them, you belong there.
Man, I appreciate the time, and obviously we're hoping that we speak it into existence. We predict you will play on Friday.
Go.
Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Hey, thank you guys for having me so much.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you think
Sam
about
Sarver,
Christmas?
right here on the Fan. All right. I just want to say for the record, I see all of your text messages. When he said it was a cross, I talked back to Alec and I said, I feel like I'm getting entrapped right now. And so many people texted us like, oh my God, ask him about Christmas. Going back to something that happened 4 months ago.
It's still good times, man. He was good. I like him, man. Hopefully he gets his shot. That'll be awesome.
Absolutely. It's just sometimes you need to learn the cadence of the way somebody speaks.
Yes.
Sometimes that can throw you off just a little bit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No other in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. deGrom with a heater at 98. That in the top third of the zone, and he strikes out Laureano.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we played that highlight. Jacob deGrom, 14 straight starts, pitching 5 or more innings and allowing 2 or fewer runs. That is the longest streak in franchise history, even if you go back to when they were the Washington Senators. And his ERA is 2.13. Boach talked about it today. He's like, I'm just in awe sometimes of watching him. Do you guys find yourself in that same spot? Or are you like, please don't give up any runs or else we're going to lose?
No, I just marvel at it. I at this point, I am so thankful that we've not only got him healthy, but he's pitching at a level that no one can complain about. Like, you are meeting all the expectations that we have for you at this age with those injuries and the consistency of every 5 days, this dude just getting it done. It's awesome.
It's rare that a pitcher can impress me because they're usually just around, varying degrees of pretty good.
I can see that.
But like what Chief just said, the consistency, you know, he's going to show up and be outstanding, and it's aesthetically different. His control.
It is pretty. It really is. I don't know if that you'll take the result
He's got
over
that thing
pretty.
on a string a lot of times.
Yeah.
He pulls it, and you're like, oh man.
If you were sitting in the pro scouting department for the Texas Rangers, and you're the guy or gal that recommended go sign him, you have to feel pretty vindicated right now of your efforts. That like, listen, when you bring this guy in, this is what you're going to get. And it took a couple years to get to this point. But he is everything that he has been advertised.
Yes.
And so the next time that you want to bring up a player, then you have a little bit more confidence that, like, listen, I'm the guy that did this. I need to keep bringing players up like this because he's delivered. And what's interesting the other day when we interviewed CY was that he was going to go pitch a no-hitter. They were going to leave him out there.
Yeah, he said he wanted it.
We've had this conversation whether that was probably the right thing to do. But CY, when we asked him, he was saying, no, they were going to go for it if that got to that point.
I do have to, those first 2 years as the guy who recommended him.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. No, that's what I'm saying.
Everybody's kind of looking at you like,
no, you present the player in the best way you can. And you say, listen, these are the potential downfalls for the player. But when you start to evaluate and you say he could do this, and this for you, he's delivered on every bit of that.
Yep,
when he's taken the ball, the consistency that taking the ball, that's something that they haven't had here. But man, I'll tell you what, you have to be pretty happy if it worked out for the best for you, if you're that guy or gal that made that call.
Right now, he's 4th in the AL betting odds for Cy Young with Tarek Skubal leading the way.
Yeah, he's dominating.
He's impressive for sure. By the way, one more quick baseball question for you. Are you guys still impressed by the 30-30? Because, like, Shohei just registered his 5th straight 30 home run season, and I know people eventually started chasing the 40-40 season. Are you still impressed by the 30-30 season? Because that still feels pretty impressive.
Is it easy to steal bases now?
It is easier for sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I think they made it a little bit easier for that, but it's impressive that a guy that has, he doesn't seem like, to me, when you think of base stealers, I think of guys back in the day like Maury Wills, Lou Brock, And then Ricky Henderson.
Willie Randolph.
Vince Coleman, yeah. Different style of, what did you say?
So Willie Randolph.
Willie Randolph, no.
He's the
yeah.
Hey,
Tigers, right?
As a guy who just watches a lot of Rangers
Yankees.
baseball, 30-30 seems incredible.
Now, he'll have to work to get 30 stolen bases this year after 59 last year, because I'm sure with them pitching, they're like, hey, you don't want to steal as many bases. But already his 5th straight 30 home runs.
I would be more impressive if he would run the bases with a bullpen jacket on, like they used in the 70s.
Yes,
that's if you're stealing bases and you have a bullpen jacket on, then I'm even more impressed with your abilities.
Then you've done something.
Yeah. If all of a sudden he's got that Dodger blue jacket on, it says Ohtani on the back, like the Dodgers have had for 100 years.
Right.
Then go for it. Let's see us put the jacket on and run the bases. That would be
Let's
best.
make base running a jacket on situation.
Stop it. Stop it. I see where this is going.
162 games a year.
Welcome to Friday, Eric.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks so much for asking. We'll talk more about the Rangers on the other side, talk about another Mavs free agent there's news on this afternoon.
Oh, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
In this voice guy's opinion,
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, he'll keep the Gators down best he can. Chiafalo is here. Wolchuk taking a day off here, so send him some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. Still haven't seen Carter Freeman around here in a couple of days.
He's snorkeling somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, somewhere he is getting sunburnt. And I look forward to seeing that face when he gets back.
Better go hard on that sunscreen.
Hopefully he goes like Chris Arnold does when he's on vacation, where he just lathers the nose in the with sunscreen,
zinc oxide.
Zinc oxide. Yeah, that's pertinent.
Let me ask you this: you guys do much snorkeling?
Did it once. Just kind of felt uneasy. I was in like 30 or 40 feet of water off of Hawaii. It was awesome seeing the turtles down there and everything. The water was beautiful.
That's cool.
But like I kept popping my head up and thinking I was going to be too far away from the boat. Like I couldn't relax. It was just so different.
Oh, it was like it's like a boat dropper kind of deal. Yeah. See, I've never done anything like that.
I had a problem. We were in Hawaii, same thing. We were over this coral bed, right?
Yeah, similar deal for me. Yeah.
And like they were telling us like this coral was like thousands of years old, kind of a thing. And we're hovering over it. I've got size 14 flippers on, right?
Oh, geez.
I'm thinking I'm going to like
kick
moving and then kick some of the coral.
Yeah.
And it's thousands of years old, Yeah. And I'm going to be the guy that's going to ruin it for everybody because we have to get back on the boat because.
And it's like federally protected. Then they're getting ready to arrest you when you get off the boat. Come with us, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah, I'm like putting on
these endangered species.
These size 14 flippers, and then they've got the flipper part of it, and so I'm trying to hover over the coral.
Yeah,
but I'm worried about movement because I'm thinking I am going to kick this coral, and it's going to be a big problem for me.
It doesn't seem like a good vacation activity for a lot of Texans. Just maybe flatlanders, a little bit. Maybe the sea water, or maybe not mountains. But I don't know. For me, I'm good in the water, but it almost felt like a fear of heights kicked in. Like I was like, whoa, baby, let's just go ahead and get back to the boat here before something crazy happens.
You were worried about like drifting away.
Yeah.
Like no one's gonna you're gonna look up and then the boat's gone.
It's that open water movie.
Yeah. I mean, plus they were serving us cocktails on the way out, so I'm like half in the bag, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking I don't want to make some sort of a judgment error here in this situation.
I'll tell you, we were on a boat like that in Hawaii, and the cocktails and all that were flowing, and people started getting seasick.
Oh yeah.
And you get one person that gets seasick, and people start throwing up. Everybody else on the boat starts throwing up.
It's hard to have fun like that.
And I was literally like, I'd been on enough boats, with charter boats and being out in the sea. Like I was like, I get motion sick, but I do the Dramamine thing. It seems to work for me every single time. And so I'm literally holding people so they wouldn't fall over the side as they're getting sick.
Wow.
I mean, that was part of my day.
You were part of the crew that day.
Yeah, I mean, like literally like
just holding ponytails and stuff.
Holding like the back of a shirt, or whatever, and just kind of like, okay, go ahead. And they're just over the side and stuff. And that's how my day was spent. Like we're on a boat and I'm like, this is, you pay for vacations and you go out on something like that and then you end up getting sick.
Every time.
That ruins your trip, right?
That's a beat down. Yeah.
That just totally ruins your trip.
I don't know if people think about that factor enough, because every time I've been out on one of of those on a vacation,
you can't
people
go
are
back.
getting sick.
You can't go back. They're like you're sitting there and you're getting sick and everybody else is kind of trying to enjoy it, but they're not going to circle back.
No.
They're not going to, there's not like a helicopter's not going to come and they're going to airlift you off the boat.
Complimentary Dramamine should be a staple.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that
hey, just boop.
Yeah, that and a cold beer would be ideal for that.
Yeah, I think the preventatives go a long way in those kind of situations.
But you got to know your environment, right? If you're a seasick person and someone says, "Hey, we're going with deep sea fishing today," no, I'm going to stay at the swim up bar. I'm going to be. I think I'm going to go play golf today, or I'm going to go ride 4-wheelers or something like that. Don't just.
Great.
I mean, if you do get sick, don't go because you ruin everybody else's trip.
If you're a non-4-wheel driver, here's another thing that you're unprepared for as we get ready for vacation season. If you're a non-4-wheel rider regularly, don't do a long ride because it takes a long time to get your thumb used to that throttle. Right? You'll jump on that thing, and about 45 minutes in, you'll be like, man, why is my wrist burning so much? And then you talk to the guide, and he's like, yeah, it took me about 2 weeks to get used to that. It's like, okay.
Awesome.
Right. How long is this ride? We're going to be on this for?
I want to do the dolphin swimming thing.
Yeah.
Every time I see pictures or videos of these people doing the dolphin swim.
Horn up on you every once in a while, though. You seen that?
Yep. Had that happen to us.
Get a little bit excited.
On Oahu.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun, though, to be in a giant pool with dolphins.
Yeah. It seems like a great time.
It's pretty sick. Okay. Foscue got a hit, broke his 0 for 44 streak. That's how you knew last night might have been the turning point. Alejandro Osuna, lone homer of the night. His first home run of his career. My guy's hitting 167 right now. Maybe not quite ready, but they need him. So it was a great swing. Seager smoked 2 doubles.
Yeah.
And Adolis Garcia hitting the ball hard again. And then obviously deGrom was out there. He's 5-0, 9-2 for the season with a 1.65 over his last 5 starts. And the homer that he allowed was his first allowed dinger since May 26th. He's striking out hitters at an insane 5.43 rate, which is even better than his all-time record mark of 5.33. So this dude's out of control. 14th consecutive time deGrom has gone at least 5 and allowed 2 or fewer to Rangers' record he set last night.
Mm-hmm.
Felix Hernandez has the all-time record, 17 games in 2014. So this is a lot of fun. And by the way, Evan Grant asked Chris Young before the game, and he reasserted they still have no interest in trading these guys. Would you do the same thing?
Well, I certainly understand him saying that. You don't want to start saying wild stuff in the media and keeping doors open. Like, hey, deGrom has a no trade clause, so let's just start there. And from everything Jared's been telling us, like, he really likes it here. He likes being in the big market that doesn't necessarily feel that big. He kind of gets to do his own thing, stay to himself, quiet guy. So, yeah, I don't think you want to do that. And maybe behind the scenes you put more pressure on the players to say, like, hey, anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anything can happen here. If you guys are gonna mess around and be 10 games back in the division at the deadline, then yeah, heads are gonna fall, so to speak. But I get what he's saying when it comes to. I mean, he made promises to these guys too, like Eovaldi. You're coming back because you expect to win,
right?
And I think that matters.
I think it matters if they want to go. Like, I don't know how much more we're going to be able to contend if you guys really want to go, and we can get something good for you. Like, you know, I don't know how the market is, but I think the way that deGrom is pitching, even having him for like this year and maybe next year as at this level of deGrom, that has to be worth a lot. We're talking about the best pitcher in baseball. He can win you a World Series, and owners and GMs do crazy stuff in pursuit of that. So if I'm CY, I'm not making a point to publicize it because I want to drive the value up as high as possible. I don't want to worry the guys, but I think there's a world we live in where that could happen.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys yesterday driving around, going out and grabbing medicines and things, and I thought you put it pretty well, Dawson. It's like deGrom's pitching tonight with kind of like a rebuilding team. It looked like you signed Seager and Semien, and then now you're just playing rebuilding baseball.
It was the 2022 Rangers last night.
That rebuilding roster last night. It just shows you that his ability to go out there and carry the team when you do have guys hitting $167 and guys with, Foscue with, 0 for career so far, and you find a way to you keep pitching, and then the team will find a way to get some runs. That just shows you the value of the player itself. But I thought it was pretty. I'm like, he's right. I mean, that looked like that lineup last night was a rebuilding looking roster.
The Isaiah Kiner-Falefas of the world.
Yeah, with a Cy Young pitcher on the hill for you.
Yeah,
that's what that was.
It was a sight to behold once again, and this guy is incredible. I guess he'll have one more start before the All-Star break, probably. Last was really good over the final 3 as well. That was great to see. And tonight it's Eovaldi against Sugano. Rangers a strong favorite to win this game, win another series. That would be their 5th series win in 7 trips. Brett Boone was on with Sean and RJ this morning. We'll have that audio a little bit later on in the show, but he thinks he's seeing signs now, and I agree. They're competitive. They're coming back. They're scoring runs. Astros slugger Yordan Alvarez has experienced a setback in his recovery from a broken hand. He's going to see a specialist. The GM, Dana Brown, saying Alvarez felt pain when he arrived Tuesday at their spring training complex where he had a workout a day earlier. Alvarez took BP Saturday. been sidelined nearly 2 months. The injury initially diagnosed as a muscle strain, but when Alvarez felt pain again while hitting in late May, imaging then revealed a small fracture. And then yesterday you have the sharp pain. I don't know, maybe it's not totally healed. This could be one of those weird healing things. And, this also, as the Astros put their shortstop Jeremy Pena on the 10-day injured list with a fractured rib. You hate to see those injuries, Brian. I know.
No, you do.
They're unfortunate, but they're a part of the game.
Part of the game.
And maybe they're balancing out a little bit here in this Silver Boot rivalry. Obviously, the Rangers have had quite a few injuries this year.
Rangers finish up in Houston before the All-Star break, so keep an eye on all that.
Yeah, San Diego, then the Angels.
San Diego for 3, Angels for 4, and then finish up in Houston.
Big stretch.
Yeah, this is massive. And tonight's huge as well, just 2 games behind 500, 2.5 behind the Mariners. Free agent guard Spencer Dinwiddie has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Charlotte Hornets. He averaged 14 and 6 in 30 games as a starter for the Mavs last season, and fairly reliable scorer, passer, and a leader, veteran presence. Now, I guess the Mavs just decided D'Angelo Russell better than Spencer Dinwiddie. I think that's a fair thing and healthier at this point. Dinwiddie would have a couple of good games and then would kind of be a detriment to winning for a week or so before he kind of get it back together. So. Best of luck to Spencer Dinwiddie. It was great having him in both his stints. Warriors are in touch with Damian Lillard, looking at maybe adding him. Seems like maybe a good fit for him to go play in his hometown. The Mavs have to be an option. I think a lot of teams are options. I think the Lakers, the Celtics, obviously going back to the Trailblazers would have to be a possibility as well. But I think, how about Utah? Weber State is where he played his college ball.
Sure.
He shot 37.5% from 3 this year, scored 24.5 points per game, 7 assists. It's going to be really hard to say how good he's going to be when he makes it back at probably 36 years old after a full off season.
Would that deter you after, and maybe this is unfair, the fact that you have Klay Thompson kind of the same guy? I mean, and I'm saying that and I heard you guys talking about spot up shooter and stuff like that yesterday. Are you going through the same thing that you've already just gone through if you sign this guy?
Yeah, I think he is a fantastic scorer. He's been one of my favorite players.
All-time clutch. So was Klay, but you worry about injury and you worry about age. And I wonder if you already done this before.
It's like Luka. It's it's like Iverson, where if you're going to set him up to dribble and shoot threes to his heart's content and then make passes off of that, great. But if he's not like the focal point of your attack in his prime, I just don't think it's a championship move. Yeah. And I love Damian Lillard.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the spot up shooting, like he's one of the best shooters we've ever seen. I don't think that's really going away necessarily, but
if you're gonna be a spot up shooter, you better be 6'6".
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he's not the prototype for that role, and I'm just fascinated to see what type of money teams are going to be willing to throw at him, because I just can't fathom that anybody's going to be willing to do much more than the minimum.
Yeah. It's a prove it situation. Like he would be the first guy of that size to go that deep and be an impactful player. 36 years old, coming off an Achilles. That's crazy. I guess KD's come back pretty good from the Achilles. Maybe not the same player, Kobe, but came back pretty dang good from the Achilles. But the other side of 30, Achilles, as a basketball player, a primary handler, it would have to be a prove-it deal for me. Okay, G-Bag of the Day champion. Who is that? We'll find out on the other side. Then we have the top 10 at 2:20 here. It's the G-Bag Nation, a July 2nd edition, holiday week. Know a lot of you probably making plans to get out of town. Hope you're safe and have an awesome time, and we're back with more here in the Nation.
Apes, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place.
We are Rowdy Cowgirls from DFW's #1 sports bar, the Rowdy Cowboy.
gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
First Carter Blood Care Blood Drive, Thursday, July 3rd. Sign up at carterbloodcare.org. Got you down.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Hey, Rafael Palmero here. When my geothermal system started showing its age, I called Berkey's. They responded fast and worked efficiently. For plumbing, AC, and electrical, trust the pros at Berkey's. Visit Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I got hung up watching a video of a dude getting run over, man. My algorithm is just crazy.
Dude, you're getting a lot of death vids lately, aren't you?
I think this guy survived. Probably a pretty bad concussion, maybe broken leg. But yes, I don't like how the internet is a full-on assault on my senses. It's just crazy. It's like faces of death sometimes. Like, whoa.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Like, I want fighting, I want action, I want real life. I think, like, you should have to click a button. Like, I'm okay with seeing people die on this app.
Yeah, I think every video that results in death should require you to click the button before it just starts playing.
Somebody's about to die here. What do you think? Where are you at?
Yeah, it's because it's going to suck you in, for sure.
I mean, I see shootouts in Brazil. I'm like, how do I tune away from this? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, these guys are just having a card game. Guy pulls up on a moped, tries to rob him. Yeah. Now he's getting shot. How do I tune away from that? Yeah. You know, and then it thinks, oh, dude wants shootouts.
Right, because you watched the whole video.
Yes. So I'm in a battle with my own algorithms.
It's crazy, the crap that gets thrown at you.
Yes. Okay. A segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We go into the Pimp Cup with the G-Bag of the Day champ. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, it's day 2 for this champion sound right here. Champion sound. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30, and we replay the champion about this time every day, all right? Yeah, day 2 for this champion sound. Man on a bike trail. He had 2 young bikers shook. They were shook. They're probably in their 20s or something like that, shaking in their boots. I don't know what started this incident, but he felt like someone called him out of his name, so he approached him and threw one of these guys' bike in the creek.
Which one? Which one is the bitch? What the hell? You're the bitch. You. No. Yo, dude, what do we do?
What do we do? What do we do, man?
Who's the bitch?
What do we do?
You said bitch.
No, we didn't.
You're good.
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dude, I didn't say anything.
Are you sure you're good?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man.
And your bike is here.
I know.
Bitch. What?
We're not talking.
Hey, you want to try?
Yeah, dude,
bitch.
We don't want to cause problems.
Bitch.
No, dude, please.
You just
please
said
stop.
it again, man.
Because you're hitting me, please. Buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared. Come here. Buddy, please stop. Please.
You do that again. You go in the river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You hear me?
We're sorry.
Do you hear me?
I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's 2 bikes there. He could be in the river.
Okay, we're sorry.
I'm a bitch, but I won't do it because you're young as
We're sorry.
I'm 48!
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm really sorry, man.
You want to do it again?
No, we're sorry. We'll leave.
Hey, you know there's a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people. Wow.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar. But watch yourself, boys.
Okay, really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Watch yourself.
Do you think those guys actually did call him a B word?
There's a cougar around here. I mean, if they did, they are definitely the bees now.
Yeah.
We're sorry. We're sorry, man.
Yeah.
Guy might have been hallucinating. I don't know. It kind of sounded like Flula's methed out cousin or something. You know what I'm saying?
DJ Flula. Shout out to him.
Yes. It's time now for Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Here's the chief.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a beautiful June top 10 list for you here, even though we are in July now.
July 2nd.
So I saw this just the other day, bookmarked it for a moment like this. I have the top 10, according to NFL collaborators, the top 10 hardest hitters in NFL history.
Oh, perfect.
Top 10 hardest hitters in NFL history. 877-881-1053. Who comes to mind for you? I'm also going to have to ask Broadus who one individual is, because they don't have the names of these guys. They just have the player with the jersey number or whatever.
Okay.
And so you get a couple of these old school ones where I'm like, dang, I don't know. Like it looks like
is
an
there
edge rusher.
Is there a Raiders number 32?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Jack Tatum.
Jack Tatum on that list?
Jack Tatum's going to be in the mix here.
Is there a oh man, I was just thinking about it. Greg Lloyd in that list, by the way?
Greg Lloyd?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't know. Maybe was he number 81?
No.
And I'm looking at a guy that had like long sleeves.
Detroit Lions. That would be Dick Night Train Lane.
Oh, really?
If that's yeah.
He was hitting people like that?
Yeah. Is it Detroit Lions?
I can't even tell what the jersey is.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it the Giants? If it's a Giant, is it the black guy or white guy?
Keep vamping. He's black.
He's black guy. Okay. I'll see if I can identify this.
I mean, the first name that comes to my mind is Ronnie Lott.
Ronnie Lott is...
I'm surprised you didn't mention him. You know, that's from an era of...
Wow.
You know, where they allowed you to really hit.
Okay. Man, I tell you...
It was the highlight of the thing.
I think that's...
Top 10 concussions.
Yeah, who wants touchdowns? We got the hits.
I think that's who that is. Hang on a second here. I can look it up real quick. I think that's who that is for you.
I don't know why. Like when I think of Dick Night Train Lane, I think of like interceptions.
He's an interceptor, but
was he also just cracking domes?
It looked like a Detroit Lion jersey, though, is what that looked like, right? That looked like a little Honolulu blue.
Back when they had like long sleeve jerseys too,
oh, yeah,
so it's like a super throwback. The dude's wearing number 81.
Yeah,
and I don't know exactly who this guy is, but everybody else I'm pretty dang familiar with, and so yeah, we'll get you. Ronnie Lott's going to make a pretty strong appearance on this here list, Dawson. So that's a good pull by you, Lucius. When you think of just skull crusher football dudes,
Atwater.
Oh,
yeah, Atwater was a problem.
Yes,
great pad.
See, that's Dick Night Train Lane.
Okay, so that is him.
Yeah.
Wow. So what an absolute legend, because I only think of him as one, great nickname guy.
Okay.
Two, interception guy.
Yeah.
I did not know that he was also, because they have him as like the sixth. He comes in at number 6 on this list of hardest hitters in NFL history.
Yeah, this is what the Chat GPT says.
I didn't know Dick laid the wood like that. Did you? Hey, let me just say.
Fantastic layout right there. I love that.
I am really impressed.
Nobody was going to give it up.
Really didn't want to.
Nobody was going to give it up.
It was like
you, bro.
It was a gunfight at the OK Corral.
You want to do that?
Both fighters were looking right at each other, and I'm like, I'm not
saying.
Dick Night Train Lane, known as a ferocious tackler, type man-to-man cover guy.
See, then we need to start respecting. Like he needs to be talked about.
He's a 7-time Pro Bowler, 10-time All-Pro between 1954 and 1963.
All those hits would have been fines, by the way.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah. Back when they were allowed to smack you.
They were waiting for somebody to be vulnerable.
Mel Blount was another one.
Sure were.
Man, look at that receiver. He's indefensible right now. Let's smack the hell out of him.
Got him.
Nice job. Raise for this guy.
Yeah, we're clapping on that.
Way to recognize when they're indefensible. Really turned his lights out, Dick.
Dick Butkus on this? this list?
Dick Butkus is on this list. You'll be happy to know he comes in strong at number 5 all time.
Okay.
Hardest hitters.
That boy Sean Taylor's got to be on there, bro.
I'm glad you mentioned him.
Come on now.
I was thinking about Sean Taylor
He
as well.
crushed a kicker in a Pro Bowl
That's
game.
what I'm saying.
Oh, yes, dude. That's all time. That is all time. Was it? I want to say Ryan Lindell. I don't know. Somebody. He's on the sidelines. He just gets murdered in Honolulu.
It was an Eric Hipple moment.
It
there.
was, yes. But yeah, Sean Taylor comes in strong here at number 8.
Hey.
And I do think, like, obviously the longevity factor. If he would have been able to, maybe he's even higher on this list.
Ray Lewis is on this list, probably.
Ray Lewis is extremely high on this list. Some might say too high.
Okay, too high. Okay.
Some might say. Okay, so getting plenty of texts in. Cliff Harris.
Cliff Harris was awesome. Absolutely. Him and Charlie Waters. Yeah. He's a beat you up safety.
We have Perfect. Vontaze Perfect. Yeah, he was hitting people.
He'll ruin some
Dirty
careers.
player.
Yeah.
Hey, Roy Williams, Cowboys.
Roy Williams was tough. Sure was.
They took away his finishing move, and he just wasn't the same after that. That horse collar situation, that was his finishing move, bro.
No doubt.
He's really great at that.
Yeah.
No doubt. Let's see. We have getting some Brian Dawkins love, some Darren Woodson love, Ray Nitschke love.
Ray Nitschke was, he was a go for the clothesline guy. He was one of those guys.
See, clotheslines, man.
Yeah,
That's a different level. Like,
You have to be a maniac to swing your arm at a face mask.
exactly.
Like, what are you on, bro?
Well, they had their arms padded up with like steel and stuff in them,
And they have like one bar on the face mask.
Yeah,
It's actually probably the perfect thing to do in that day and age.
Yeah.
Sick.
Your forearm was more padded than your face at
Chuck
that time.
Bednarik was pretty awesome as a linebacker too.
So you would wrap your arms in like metal and
Yeah,
pads
yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
wield them as clubs?
That's what they back in the 70s. That's what the Raiders with Lyle Alzado and
That's Buck Wild.
yeah,
Let's
Ted Hendricks, those kinds of guys.
James Harrison.
Oh
Yeah. I was thinking Greg Lloyd, James Harrison, both those guys. Yeah.
Some of the hardest hits I've ever seen were from James Harrison. I'll tell you, even just the Steelers in general. I mean, Ryan Clark,
hard hitter.
I mean, we're thinking about him now as just one of the analysts.
You ought to look up Mel Blount.
He was crushing dudes. Mel Blount, as somebody
Yeah.
who obviously never watched him play,
Yeah, Steelers.
I know him as being a big time hitter from the old
the Steelers,
the old football life stuff.
Yeah,
that
him
pops
and
up.
he was back there as playing as a safety. He was tough.
Brian Clark used to crack him like that. I gotta look up a highlight.
yeah.
I can't believe he used to be a head buster.
He really.
And he still has his wits about him.
I know.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, he hit some dudes really hard.
Take that, CTE.
Let's see here. Shout out to Bob Sanders. Bob Sanders is one of my favorite players of all time. Underrated, short-lived career, short in stature.
Bill Bates used to knock you out too. If you remember Bill Bates from the Cowboys,
Yes.
We're getting Dexter Coakley, Brian Urlacher, John Lynch. John Lynch. People, dude.
We said Steve Atwater, right?
Yeah, that was Lucius's pull.
That was a very good pull.
And he's probably doesn't get enough love on this list, though he does make an appearance in the top 10 for sure. Chuck Cecil getting some love.
That's the old, he was with us in Green Bay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you saw that firsthand.
Yeah, Chuck was with us. Him, Leroy Butler. Those were our guys in the back end. Yeah.
Troy Polamalu.
Crafty.
Definitely crafty.
Very crafty. Very much around the line of scrimmage. Very much like sure tackler. Very sure tackler guy.
What a time we lived in when it was Polamalu, Ed Reed,
those guys
and
were
Bob Sanders.
Yeah.
These guys are just so fun.
Darren Woodson was in that group. I mean, Woody, very crafty the way that you play. Yeah.
Cam Chancellor.
That's a good one.
Cam Chancellor's a really good one.
Yep.
And it makes the when Zeke trucked him in that preseason game all the more special.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor, of course, getting love. How about Jeremiah Trotter? Does he deserve just an honorable mention here, bro?
Trotter was like old school linebacker, big, square, tough, hard guy to move. I don't know if he was that kind of just a destroyer, but he was
definitely a good player.
Very good player.
Bill Romanowski.
He was just cheap, very dirty, very much
certified psycho.
Yeah. Well, he kind of came from that. He was an era too where like there was those Pittsburgh Steelers guys like Jack Lambert and Ham and those guys. They were like get you in a pile and twist on you a little bit.
Brian Cushing. We should do like a top 10 NFL psychos list because he would be in the mix.
Yeah.
He was roided up a lot, right?
Yeah, his before and after is amazing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was ridiculous.
It worked.
Patrick Willis getting some love here as well. David Deacon Jones, he was big on the head slap.
Yeah.
Like he would that's how he got
Left tackles were just getting clubbed.
Yeah, that was his big thing.
Okay, so as the list goes here, we have, let's see, you got at number 10, you get Cam Chancellor.
Okay.
At 9, you get Steve Atwater.
Okay.
And he probably should be higher on this list.
Much higher, yeah.
Then you get Sean Taylor. So you got 3 safeties right there out of the gates.
Yeah. I'd take all 3 of them right now. Yeah.
By the way, Hammond Lambert, Rodney Harrison.
Yeah.
James Harrison, Junior Seau, Mike Singletary. These guys all on the outside looking in here. Wow. Patrick Willis. At 7, you got Jack Tatum.
Okay.
Another DB, right?
Yeah, he was a safety. The nickname was the Assassin. That was his nickname. Yeah, if you go back in the Super Bowl against
they called me the cheetah.
The Minnesota Vikings, I think it's Sammy White goes across the middle and it's an Eric Hipple moment. Yeah.
Oh, helmet goes flying.
And it's in the Super Bowl. It'd be a huge play. Yeah.
Head goes one way, helmet the other.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, then you get Night Train Lane there.
Dick Night Train Lane, yeah.
Yeah, he's coming in at number 6. Then you get Butkus.
Dick Butkus, yeah.
At 5.
That people might say Dick Butkus would be a little low at 5, but that's a good spot then, I guess.
Brian Dawkins at number 4.
Brian Dawkins, I've been around, if you've talked about the favorite safeties I've ever been around, and Dawkins is in the Hall of Fame, and so is Laurie Butler, and I've been with Darren Woodson. If I had to power rank them, it's Woodson, Dawkins, and Butler. And the best one of my group is not in the Hall of Fame, and he's the best player of the 3 that I just named.
I was waiting for this from the 940 with Israel Rice joke, just so inappropriate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Joe Mixon.
Only a matter of time. Yeah.
That's different kind of hitting, sir.
It is, but duly noted. Dawkins was one of the, I loved the way he would come out of the tunnel.
Brian Dawkins.
He was always baby oiled up.
Brian Dawkins is
certified psycho too.
One of the toughest guys I've ever been around in my life. Yes.
Lawrence Taylor comes in at number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked Joe Theismann about that.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie Lott at 2.
Ronnie was tough. Former corner, moved inside. Yeah.
Lost part of his finger, kept playing.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think about.
Cut it off. Let's go.
What a savage.
Yeah.
But number 1, they have Ray Lewis.
See, I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm like, no disrespect to Ray, and he was cracking dudes.
Yeah,
great player.
But I don't know if he's the number 1 hardest hitter of all time.
I would say that Jack Tatum should have been in that top 3 myself.
Yeah, coming around to like an edge, like this guy's about to get crushed. Like LT's going to hit you a lot harder than Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis might be the most sure tackler at his position ever. Did a hell of a job. Thank you, guys. It is time now to familiarize yourself with the 2026 quarterback class. There's some very interesting Rangers news, and we'll hit that for you coming up at 3 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers. Sands in about 2 hours, and we're back with sports here on the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ Choppy, Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with a must-see appearance. That's all I'm going to say, along with 2 more NBA Youngboy ticket giveaways Thursday morning, celebrating the 4th on the Fan.
The following is a real Reliant air conditioning customer.
We needed a new AC system.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes good?
are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, stick around. We're 15 minutes from another Rangers discussion with you, as I believe this afternoon, maybe we're coming upon information why this team might not have it, why they're maybe not as resilient or coming together as good as we had hoped. But stick around. Home of the Rangers, we're definitely hoping for the best. Pregame's coming up at 6:30, and they have a chance tonight to win their 5th series out of the last 7. Then go to San Diego. Padres pretty dang good. Then you get the Angels in there, about a 500 team. Then you finish with the Astros. And hopefully what we saw last night after the focused effort in BP to hit with runners in scoring position, that kind of fixed it. And we'll start to get the answer to that question tonight. Evaldi's on the hill against a real jobber pitcher. So a chance to get a big dub here tonight, Brian. I know you like that.
No, I absolutely do.
Okay, so what do you make of this, Brian, that, if you look back in the last 3 years, you could say 2 out of the last 3 were really bad for Dak Prescott. Like, he led the NFL in interceptions, even though he only played 12 games in 2022. And then last year, like, his turnover-worthy plays was 4.6%.
Yeah.
So about 1 in every 22 times he snapped the ball, Dak was committing a turnover-worthy play. So what is that evidence of? Is it a sign that as he hits the other side of 30 here, maybe the end's near? Like, if he has another bad year, that would be 3 out of 4.
Do you think it's a physical thing or a mental thing? And I say mental, not of being like saying a dumb guy or anything like that, but do you think Dak has always been able to process what he sees very well? And does that lead to turnover-worthy plays?
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
I mean, he had a bad luck with some turnovers that were off guys' hands.
Yeah, Brooks fell down in the first pick of the year last year. There was he threw one inside to Cooks in a playoff game that got eaten up pretty good. That's why the turnover-worthy play stat is so valuable.
Sure.
Because it's not necessarily gauging the result, but how well you threw it in your decision.
Right.
I think it's time and space for Dak. If you speed him up and you put players around him and his options, I think the turnovers skyrocket.
I think if you create indecision with him, he has a bigger problem. I think, to me, that there's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that when they turn their back to the defense, then having to pick up where everybody is could be a problem. And, some quarterbacks are really, really good at reading and having an understanding of what somebody is trying to do to them.
Yeah.
And I think Dak has to prep extra hard to maybe overcome some of the shortcomings he has with his ability to read. And, if some of his worst interceptions or turnovers are throws he makes where he doesn't see a guy standing there, or he's confused on where that linebacker or that safety was going to drop. It's like, okay, that they gave him a look, and he's thinking, okay, this is the look. All week long I prepped this look, and now I get a linebacker here that I didn't expect, and now I'm making a throw.
Is that as he's getting less mobile and getting older? Is he washed up?
I don't think it's anything to do with mobility. I think there's always been, when Dak was at Mississippi State, it was a lot of Dak just being a damn good just competitor, And I think the older he's got, I think he's gotten better at reading things, but there's been times where he reverts back to those times where he maybe got fooled. And I think when Dak gets fooled, I think that's a problem for him. And quarterbacks get fooled. Don't think I'm trying to say only Dak Prescott's the only one. I don't think it has anything to do with his mobility or arm strength or anything like that. I think there's a mental side of the game that gives quarterbacks problems. And we've seen it now a little bit too with some stuff with Aaron Rodgers. There used to be a time with Aaron Rodgers where you couldn't do anything to him that he hadn't already seen. But you kind of see now that teams are doing, well, wait a minute, that's something, and now he's making a throw. He's making a snap judgment there, and the ball is not where it needs to be. And scheme has a lot to do with that.
I agree.
Maybe how you're prepping. I think that with Dak, I think he's going to be fine when coming back from the injury physically. I've always had questions about him if he always saw the field the right way. That's the questions that I've had for him. And when turnovers happen, I'm like, man, he didn't see that linebacker.
He gets a lot of love from around the league, guys like Aaron Rodgers, veteran quarterbacks that really appreciate him at the line of scrimmage pre-snap. But then things post-snap can change on you.
Yeah.
And I do think a part of it, too, is the Cowboys have had such a predictable offense for a long time in the passing game and in the run game. How much is your coach actually helping you with some of this stuff? Yeah. And hopefully this new staff is heading in that direction.
Okay, so check it out. In his first 3 seasons, 48 games, no games missed, he threw 25 picks.
Mm-hmm.
In his middle 3 seasons, in which he did miss 11 games, there was another 25 picks. In the last 3 seasons, now we're at 32 picks, and he has missed 9 and 5, 14 of these games.
Sure.
So, I mean, this is the worst 3-game stretch. Why? Why as he's getting older is he not seeing the guys?
I think early in his career, teams really didn't understand how to play him. When you always talk about getting stuff on tape, and then now you figured out that, listen, if you make him turn his back to the defense and the play action stuff, usually play action is really ideal. Look what's done for Jared Goff up in Detroit. Play action game is that ability to take your eyes away and then bring them back and then find where everybody's going to be. Scheme has something to do with that. I totally believe that. But also, though, your ability to have an understanding of where everybody is going to be on that field. I think I said it earlier. I think that's why Dak has to work so hard, because he has to overcome some of the limitations he has of reading defenses. And when somebody catches him, he could look really bad. I mean, he could look like he never saw that guy. He never saw that corner. He never saw, there's throws that he's made where, wait a minute, the linebacker's standing right there. What's he doing? And
that's usually when he starts to get pressure up the middle. He got to look at the pressure and then pop back up and throw. And I think that was 6 of the 8 picks last year.
I think when he has indecision in his mind, when he thinks I've got the right read and then it hits his 5th step, or he's dropping back at a shotgun, and then he's thinking, okay, all week long I've made this throw and that linebacker has not been there. Then all of a sudden it's not a linebacker, maybe it's a safety. Maybe they played a coverage too where all of a sudden it's that fire zone stuff where they bring a blitzer and then drop an edge, and now there's people in the path. And he's kind of trying to play the game of like, okay, when I worked on this all week, when you showed it to me as in my film study, this is what you did.
So what do Shoddy and his staff do to fix it now? If the NFL defenses have made this adjustment,
I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem with all quarterbacks, to be honest with you. I think that we've seen games where Mahomes have looked like 2 or 3 games he's looked really bad. There's certain coordinators. Look what Mike Zimmer did last year to the Commanders guy. I know it's a rookie, but you look at Jaden Daniels. He's like lighting everybody up.
Yeah.
And then Zimmer is throwing things at him. He's like, wow, I'm not too sure about this. And now he's not been able to make these throws. So I think, to me, though, it's the game that we play. It's listen, if you know that your quarterback struggles with, and that's why we say it's a quarterback that has 2-level reads. They're taking reading away from a quarterback in order to give him the best chance to succeed. Because if they know they ask him to read, he's going to make mistakes. And I think that you have to be able to, like, Shoddy has to be able to say, okay, if we do this pre-snap, is this going to is condensed formations and bunch formations and motion going to give Dak Prescott any more clues to what's going on? That's where he has to work with Dak.
Yeah, and the offensive line stuff. It's easy to not throw picks as a rookie when you have the best offensive line in the sport, and it's slowly
you got a running game too.
Time.
You got a running game, and you can lean on that running game really, really hard and we've always said this about Dak. The numbers of 26 for 32 are always going to be winning numbers for Dak. Anything over, say, 32, you get to 35, 38, 40, there's a chance that they're going to lose that football game because maybe he's going to make one bad read in a tight game that's going to cost them the opportunity to win the game.
Terrific stuff. Thank you, sir. Coming up next here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We have the top stories at 3 o'clock. And does this audio explain why the Rangers can't get out of quicksand? It's next in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and some very interesting baseball audio coming up here in just a moment. Maybe I'll just get you the quotes, but the Rangers have struggled. We have been wondering, what's wrong with this team? Why are they not coming together like they did in 2023? And perhaps we have an explanation as they sit here 2.5 back of Seattle. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. There's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control. Chiefs in the house. And it's just the 4 of us today. Chuck will be back probably next week. I think is he off? Yeah, he's off the rest of the week.
Yeah,
and I am as well. This is my last show before I do my annual trip out to Oregon to visit my parents and recreate up in the mountains around Bend. Should be epic. And here's Kevin Pillar, recently released from the Rangers.
I thought they would be a little bit tighter as a group. I thought it would be like, kind of like my experience in Atlanta. That was probably one of the tightest groups since, I was in Toronto. It's like everyone just, pulled on the same rope. Everyone wanted to hang out. Everyone wanted to do everything together. Everyone, winning was the most important thing every day. And, when I got in the clubhouse in Texas, there's a lot of talent in there, and there's just a lot of individual stuff going on. A lot of guys are doing their own thing. You might not see people till the game goes on.
Until the game?
Guys are kind of just doing their own thing, whether they have their own and there's not a knock against people that have their own routines, right? Some people, have routines where they do like training room and they do their own stuff in the weight room. They have everything kind of timed out. As you get older in the game, you earn that right to kind of like, this is how I go through my routine.
No BP.
Yeah, not a lot of BP, not a lot of, stretching together. And I just felt like, maybe for me, just being kind of the outcast, because it's a lot of the same guys there that won the World Series. So maybe I was kind of on the outside. I was kind of looking more of a way to kind of, get in that inner circle. And a lot of that times that comes through, stretch and BP where you talk about things other than baseball. You get to know guys a little bit more. And that would even start like in spring training. But to me, the reason I think a lot of guys just got off to a bad start individually, and the pitching was so good, and we were still winning. They were still winning games. I guess it was we at the time. They were still winning games. It just seemed like the winning didn't seem. It didn't. A lot of guys weren't like enjoying that we were winning games. A lot of people got caught up in their own failures.
Wow, there's Kevin Pillar as we get breaking news in just now across the console. Here's Chiafalo.
Josh Young optioned to Round Rock, ladies and gentlemen, and Jake Berger activated from the 10-day injured list. So that just happened from Rangers PR 2 minutes ago.
That is a massive. I just think that 0 for 5 again last night when everybody's doing well. It's time that you give him a chance basically to go away and maybe get his confidence up and come back. But it also sends a message to everybody else in the organization. That's a completely different topic, but maybe it goes into what Kevin Pillar's talking about. Like it's just a very difficult environment for anybody to get something good going right now. At 877-881-1053. I mean, what do you make of this audio and Josh Young heading down to the minors?
Well, Josh Young factor, I think it was only a matter of time. Like I think we're all kind of looking around going, when are you going to do this? And you've seen them send guys like Berger down. Adolis gets rest days. Wyatt Langford to some extent getting a couple of days here and there. It's like, yeah, when are you going to do that for Josh Young? Because he's been so bad. So I love it, and hopefully this is one. Evan Carter to start the season. Go get that confidence up, my friend, and then come on back. And this is not the last we'll see of the Jungle Cat this season, but he needs this right now. We all need it. I think we're all sick of watching him.
Yeah.
So there's that. But the Pillar stuff, that is, I do think that is, it's hard to give it 100% credence just because this is a guy who is no longer with the team. He's just retired. Who knows what his aspirations are post baseball. He's out here giving takes. But I do think you have to take what he says with some understanding that you do have a lot of guys that are just kind of to themselves. And I think there are some elements to some of your big name players, guys like a Corey Seager, guys like even a Jacob deGrom from just when we're there in spring training, we're in the clubhouse. It's not like you see them buddying, and they're kind of off doing their own thing.
Yeah,
and I think it gets lost sometimes. Hey, this is a team sport, and it's not that you can't do it with guys like that because we've seen them do it.
Who's going to set the tone, though?
But who's going to set the tone? Who's going to be the guy to say, okay, we got a Kevin Pillar coming in the building. Let's make sure this guy feels like he's a part of the team. Who's going to take that initiative? It's so much easier for somebody inside the clubhouse to welcome somebody in than the guy who's coming in from the outside and wedge his way in.
Yeah.
Right?
And the best players really don't want to take any time because they're in their own world. They're introverts. It's no fault of their own. I don't think it's being unprofessional. It's just who they are as people and who they are as teammates. And I don't think all teams have to be kumbaya. Certainly teams have won it all that don't like each other.
No, you don't. You absolutely don't. I mean, when you build a team, I'm not asking you to hang out with everybody every day. I'm just asking you to play hard when you're all together.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, what happens away from the field is, that's your personal business and stuff like that. I mean, I can understand, Kevin Millard, and you look at situations, and sometimes you're with places that are really, really tight knit. The problem is they came out of training camp, and there was a lot of expectations for them as hitters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what happened is when they started losing games, but they were getting pitching or they weren't hitting, a lot of guys didn't even know where to turn. You had so many guys that were not doing their job that probably there wasn't a lot of camaraderie. There was nobody there that was. There was nobody there was there to pick everybody up. You had so many guys with such a bad start that it probably was a little embarrassing to be in the locker room or having any interaction with anybody. You hadn't been through that. This team 2 years ago was a World Series champion team. A lot of guys are still here. But if you're playing that poorly, maybe your interaction with your teammates, you're just kind of like embarrassed that, listen, I'm sorry, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to have any interaction with you right now.
Or you're worried about going to the minors, or you're worried about your career coming to an end. Like, it's an individual sport, and I think there's a lot of pressure and expectations inside those guys and themselves. So, I mean, you can talk about the toxicity of losing, but even when you win and guys aren't happy for the team, I think that's kind of where, maybe it becomes a red flag. Like, if you can't celebrate the winning and it's just about the team, or at least make other people you can't fake your way through that. Like, nobody wants to go for 5. Right, but if you can't fake your way through, like Marcus Semien fakes his way through that like a total pro.
Right.
But I don't know how many other people were doing it. But then it goes to, I mean, did they make a mistake letting go of your glue guys like Janko, like Heaney, like Hedgie?
Yeah.
Like those had to be incredibly key pieces for Bochy. Because Bochy's pops. He's in his early to mid 70s. Yeah. He's not going to go into the clubhouse and mix it up with guys and get rah going or get conversation going. He's the wise old man, and you love that about him. But I think this is the challenge of having introverts as your best players.
Yes, especially when it comes to your position players, because I think there is maybe a distinction with the pitchers. I think these guys step in and you see them, they're producing, especially this year at a high level, guys that are brand new, but you have a guy in Nathan Eovaldi who really takes charge of that to say, I'm going to make everybody in here feel like we are one as a unit. And I think even Mad Dog probably does a pretty good job of that just as the pitching coach. But you have that guy who is one of your best dudes, and he takes it very seriously, and that's his personality. Like you said, you can't just force that. You don't just walk in one day as an introvert and become Nathan Eovaldi. That's a unique dude. But when you're team building, CY, that's something that you have to consider.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say we want grinders, we want guys that are committed to their craft and professional and mindful and everything, but something's got to be said about the vibes in a team sport, especially in light of how this thing has underperformed post championship.
And to be fair on that front, I think there was a lot of expectation that Jock Peterson, from a position player standpoint, was going to be that, but he of course didn't produce at all. And then he's like his season has not even really allowed for that to be the case. So I think there was some vision with that when it comes to Jock Peterson. And hopefully he can rekindle some of that at some point here. But that was obviously a swing and a miss to date.
Well, do you worry about in this day and age where you have roster turnover as much as we do that you're not going to have tight locker rooms and you're not going to have like the things that he's seeking there as a player? I mean, that you're just when you're an outsider coming in and you're with other outsiders and you don't know these guys and you're trying to, hey, well, I'm this guy. I want to fit in. I want to be a part of this, but these rosters just turn over so much.
Yeah, I think that's why it's important to have those key guys as leaders. Because introverts, what happens with them is they're going to take extra long to warm up to somebody, maybe 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And if that's your leaders,
I think
they're never going to connect.
I think we're in a day and age of sport where like I say, these rosters, it's really hard. Yeah, if you could keep your glue guys, but your glue guys, you might not be able to keep your glue guys because you can't afford them anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the glue guy is great until all of a sudden glue guy goes from making veteran minimum to also making, something else.
Yeah, the glue guys almost don't matter until you're good enough for it to matter.
Glue guy needs to be good in baseball, though, too, or football or wherever.
I mean, Hedgie wasn't. What was he hitting, like 180?
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, he was he was the one guy that was really just there for the vibes. But everybody else does have to produce.
Okay, yeah, and what happened when the next year, who went after him? Cleveland, right? Did he sign with the Guards? Yeah, he went back because they offered him more money. I'm sure the Rangers would love to have him back.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden it turns into, you went from being key glue guy to, okay, we can't afford you anymore, or somebody wants you more than, or willing to pay you more. I think the same thing with Janko too. They like all of a sudden it's like, we're glad you're back, but next thing you know, when you start making money, then we can't afford you anymore.
Okay, here's a question for you. What time do we have Sandler today? 4:40 per usual. Okay. Brought to you by Blue Nail.
Yep.
Now, how hard is he going to dunk on this? How personally offended is Jared going to feel about Pilar's statements?
I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, about an 8.
I'm going to say he's probably not. I think Jared's been pretty good with us about.
He's been measured.
No.
But this is right at his guy. This is about Seager, isn't it?
Well, I think this is about really all of them. I think this, but he's not going to say anything bad about Pilar. He's not. He's just not going to do it. I think Jared's been really good with us about. Remember, we kind of bring up some stuff about trading guys and all that. We always talk with things about Jared, and he kind of shoots it pretty straight with us about that. So I'm going to say he's not going to be. I'm going to say this is going to be. This is 4.
It is possible, though, that Pilar just had a bad experience because the team had expectations.
Team wasn't very good.
And people were being quiet, and he wanted to bro it up, and there was nobody to bro with him because they were all, bummed out, or maybe they had their own friends already because this team's been around and together for a long time.
Yeah, but like spring training, there shouldn't be any of that. It's just nothing but hope, trafficking, and excitement. And here comes it. This is where we build that camaraderie before we get into the grind of the excuses of losses and everybody's not producing. You haven't even gotten to that point. So when you're out in surprise, what's going on? Is there any type of, hey, let's get to know each other?
Well, you have a situation nowadays too, but don't the guys that have families, don't these guys all make enough money with their own homes out there and stuff?
There's plenty of that for sure.
They bring their families, so really going out and having a cold beer at night and all that, and they play basically every damn day, right? Like you talk about the movie Groundhog Day. They live the same day every single day, but I think a lot of these players have their families out there, and so you don't have the camaraderie that you once had of going away for spring training.
And Dirk was actually just talking about this. Did you see that quote? He said, when I came into the league on the buses and flights, everybody was talking constantly. Yeah. In the locker room, you built these great relationships, and by the time he was out on his way out of the league, nobody talked anymore because they were in their own worlds. And if you got your own world with your phone and then your family there, like, when are you going to, do this kind of thing? And maybe it's going to matter less and less, but that's interesting. A guy that's been a part of a lot of successful teams. I know one of the texts says he's known as kind of a D-bag, so maybe he's just like spouting off.
I'm sure there's plenty of elements to this.
Maybe he's bitter. I could see that. Like, nobody wants to be cut. You decided, I'm going to go back and be on the Rangers. This is going to be fun, right? Yeah. And then it's just a totally bad experience. Mm-hmm. Like, how many people get kicked off the team 2 months in and have good things to say about anybody?
Yeah, it's a great point.
I love this story from Dorian Finney-Smith. reportedly left the Lakers because he found out Rob Pelinka was trying to tank his value around the league. He's trying to get a value on Dorian. He's like, oh, yeah, you don't want this guy.
Yeah.
You don't want to sign him. Obviously, former agent has a lot of contacts, and Rob Pelinka, a powerful guy. I mean, he groomed Nico into giving him a generational talent. But the Lakers are in big trouble. Even with Nico not taking what he could in that trade, Dorian Finney-Smith has been great friends with Luka Doncic. I don't know if that's changed, but that was the story when he was here. Like, it was Luka and Dodo quite a bit. So how is Doncic looking at the Lakers situation now? Could he leave? Would you want to leave if you're Luka? I think I would. Unless you can come up with a great plan. This is going nowhere fast. Now, maybe new hedge fund money or whatever bottom up is as a great plan for me and the agent. But right now I'm looking around, and there's no reason to be confident based on their team building moves over the last 7-8 years.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting because he has an opportunity to re-up with them starting in early August, I think. Luka does. And so between now and then, we'll see what develops for them. And does he feel like, okay, let me just go ahead and jump on this, or does he go into the season without signing that? I think that'll be a huge truth serum on where he's at mentally.
All right, great stuff. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I wish Wolchuk was here. We got the C-Note coming up next, and I got some reactions to what Warren Sharp's saying about the man that I think Wolchuk believes is the best quarterback in the NFL, and that's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation.
to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time here for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening every day at 3:20. As we're 9.5 weeks from week 1 of the NFL season. What are we, like 18 days from having Brian and Oxnard, something like that?
Yeah, I leave on the 21st.
It's exciting. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Josh Young sitting down. And it's performance-based business. CY tells us that almost every week. Anything can happen if you're not playing. And I think that was a no-brainer. Might have just been waiting to get some other guys hot. Maybe Berger coming back allows them to shift.
Absolutely. Yep. Because those
Josh Smith play third now, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think that's. I think
keeps him in the lineup.
Seeing plenty of that. By the way, Shams has Dante Exum returning to the Mavericks.
Okay. All right.
So there's another guy who can handle the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, skilled player. I think when he came into the league, the goal was to make him a point guard, and that didn't work out. But he's point guard-ish, right? And a bigger guy. When his 3-ball is falling, I think he helps you a lot. But it's just rare that you get that kind of experience. Okay, C-note here. I want to start with this tweet from Warren Sharp about Joe Burrow, Bengals quarterback. Like, how can you not listen to this and think anything other than he's the best in the NFL? And that's no disrespect to Mahomes or Allen or Jackson. Despite the worst pass protection, despite the NFL most quick pressure faced, like, okay, so you get the worst pass protection and it's breaking down the quickest. They're losing and they're losing the quickest. You have the shortest amount of time to throw in the entire league. Burrow has produced elite passing statistics the last 4 years. Number 1 in overall completion rate. Number 1 in third down completion rate. Number 2 in accuracy. Number 2, best passer rating. Number 3, best touchdown rate. Number 4, touchdown to interception ratio. Number 5, yards per attempt. This is all over the last 4 years with Joe Burrow, with the worst protection and the least amount of time to throw. I mean, I know they didn't make the playoffs, right? And we do judge quarterbacks by the results, right? I keep getting reminded of that as I'm trying to throw bail to Dak Prescott. And I guess that matters. But to me, when we're really talking about it, like, if the world wants to say we evaluate quarterbacks by results, that's fine. I'm used to thinking the world is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do my own thing, and I have a hard time seeing that in this situation, Joe Burrow's not the best quarterback in today's NFL. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, what he's been able to do, especially when it comes to the pressure that he faces and especially the quick pressure stuff, it's ridiculous. And he's got the cold-blooded nature as well, to where you trust him late in the game to go to make the plays. I think even the most results-oriented people look at the Bengals last year and are blaming everything other than Joe Burrow. Like, that defense was historically disgusting. They were putting up a ridiculous number of points week in, week out, and still unable to make the playoffs. He's awesome, and it's really he's been in the mix. I think Mahomes with the Super Bowls obviously puts him in a little bit of a different light for most people, but Burrow has taken him down as well in an AFC championship and gotten to a Super Bowl. So he's right there. When you're talking about the cream of the crop quarterbacks, I think there's a clear 4, and it's Burrow, it's Mahomes, it's Allen, and it's Lamar.
Yeah,
like that's the clear 4. And I think Jaden Daniels, it's only 1 year sample, so we got to see that extend a little bit longer. But if you just looked at last year alone, Jaden Daniels is in that mix as well. He was unbelievable last year.
Yeah.
But Joe Burrow consistently, he's also had the injury stuff as well.
Sure.
That has kind of thrown things off a little bit. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the dude's phenomenal. I don't think anybody's got much respect for his head coach, Zach Taylor, who's also the offensive coordinator, designer guy. Nobody's got much in the way of respect for him. Nobody respects the offensive line. It's just, Joe, we got 2 stud receivers for you. Go make crap happen. And it's just 30-plus points left and right.
Yeah, the pressure, like, bothers other quarterbacks, and I don't know what is it about Joe. I think it's just that he's so tough that he doesn't mind the bone crushing hit as much.
Yes.
Or maybe he hasn't played long enough to fear it. Like I think Dak fears running now because of what happened to his leg, and maybe Joe should as well because of the injuries that he's taken. But like, how can the pressure not impact accuracy more than it does with him? I don't know.
Oh, he's always played that way though. I mean, if you go back, his 19 team at LSU was one of the best teams in college football, in the history of college football, with the talent that was on that team. But his junior year, I mean, you could tell that he was different. He was special. He's so tough-minded, and he's willing to stand there and take hits and be, and deal with that. That's his ability. His ability to kind of move around and buy chances and extra chances is something that he's kind of developed. But I've never seen anybody just stand there and deliver the ball with things just coming down all around him. And he's got that confidence that he's going to get the pass off, and he's carried that down to the Bengals. They've had some terrible offensive line situations there, and he just continually stands there and makes throws, and he doesn't flinch. I saw him almost get knocked. I mean, they're playing a game. They're playing the Fiesta Bowl against Central Florida, and he gets just destroyed. And from that point on, it was kind of like they can't break this guy. You cannot break his spirit as a passer, because he will stand there, and no matter how bad it's happening all day, and if he has to throw 50 passes, he will stand there and throw 50 passes. It just doesn't bother him.
Yeah, it's a different kind of nerve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and that's okay. So I wish I had the sound right here, but like Joe Burrow is likened to like a serial killer. He's likened to a first responder, to where like there was a
bomb diffuser.
Yeah, there was like a sociology professor that was also a coach of his that like from an early age realized that he handled things different, to where like his blood pressure is the same when he's chilling or when he's in a very high intense situation. So that applies, I think, late in the game when it's nut crunching time, you got to go make a play, or also when you're standing in the face of pressure. It's just a very unique skill set and DNA that he has, where he's big and tall, he's mobile, and then he's also just cool, calm, and collected when he's in the midst of chaos. It's a very unique skill.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation's C-Note here on The Fan. Next headline here, we have 2025 receiving core rankings. This is Pro Football Focus. We've talked, I think, this week about how so many of these different stats are not putting the Cowboys very high at all. Defensive line last week was 12th. And I thought, okay, we're getting to wide receivers. Time for the real strength of this football team. Maybe they're overweighting how good your third and fourth guys are. Maybe they're underrating Jake Ferguson. But they have the dang Cowboys down here at 16th. I was shocked to see them that low. The Kansas City Chiefs, Rice, Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Travis Kelce. I mean, it was the cupboard was bare last year. I thought that was a reason why Patrick Mahomes barely had a top 10 quarterback season. The Commanders with McLaurin and Noah Brown, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, and Debo, better than the Cowboys. Are you guys agreeing with these? Because that's how Pro Football Focus has ranked this. What do you think? Did they overweight how important the other spots are beyond wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2? Because I guarantee there are a lot of teams that would happily trade places with the Cowboys with flipping CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Yeah. I guess they have no respect for everything outside of that.
Yeah,
it's like we'll give you Lamb and Pickens, which is a lot to be given, but when you're talking about tight ends, I don't think nationally there's much Ferguson respect. And then who's wide receiver 3 is as good as anybody's guess right now.
I think that they don't respect I shouldn't say respect or lack of. I don't think they know what the scheme is going to be. I think that's a big problem. And I know I've said that a bunch, but I really do. I feel like that people who evaluate these wide receivers, they're not really sure what and if we had a little bit of history of and we have history of Schottenheimer play caller, but we haven't had Schottenheimer play caller with Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson, Dak. We haven't had that. But if we had a sample size, I think maybe that you would see that those guys might be a little bit higher. But there's so much unknown about this offense and this scheme and how they're going to attack people. I think that's where, okay, yeah, I want to believe in Pickens. Yeah, I want to Lamb, absolutely. But what's this play caller going to do? How's he going to attack people? We don't know that. I think that's why they're not rated as high as they should.
I mean, I think if you're looking at fantasy, like maybe they aren't going to have the passing attempts because of how much they've talked about running the football. But wow, Jake Ferguson was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And
I'm in agreement.
Got 49 balls last year, 7 touchdowns.
But that's what I'm saying. They don't. Nobody really knows. Are they going to go back to? Are they going to go back to things that you saw when Dak Prescott was an MVP candidate? 3 years ago. Are they going to go back to those types of ways, or is this going to be a completely different offensive attack? And I think that's where experts are kind of like, well, we'll have to wait and see. Because they really don't know.
But I do think it is plenty of disrespect. Like seeing some of the teams that they have ahead of them, I don't agree with it. I think the Cowboys should be.
Is there any team that has, are the Bears ahead of them?
Yes.
Yeah. Houston is.
Okay. See, we have an idea about Houston, though. We do have an idea about,
Nico's good and Dalton Schultz is good, but Tank Dell's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Jaden Higgins, but that's a rookie. Jalen Noel. They traded for Christian Kirk. So it's... I guess I somewhat understand that one, but you could make the case for sure for the Cowboys. Even a team like the Dolphins, they have it 7. It's just simply Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe this is underrating the Cowboys season, Brian.
Well, I think that, like I said, there's a lot of people Pro Football Focus. If you look at where they have the 2026 mock draft, they have Dallas picking at 9. So they don't think Dallas is going to be any good. If you're picking 9, I mean, you picked 12 last year. Now you're picking 9. That's a couple more losses right there.
I think that's realistic, but I don't think it's because your wide receivers aren't very good.
No, it's because your defense sucks.
Yeah, and maybe your offense is going to be one-dimensional. Only be able to pass.
They had your edges, I believe your edges. They had them ranked as 16th, like middle of the pack.
And that's supposed to be the strong suit.
Take that back, 12. I think they were 12.
Defensive line as a whole, they had them 12.
12,
right.
yeah.
Landry had drumming up some scuttlebutt. I'll just leave you with this as an ender. They say you should trade Scooney to Miami after they sent Jonnu Smith to the Steelers. I kind of want to hang on to Scooney. The case would be that Spanford's about to take his gig, so he's going to be sitting on the bench as a recent second rounder, and you should see if somebody wants to bet on his upside right now. I kind of want to bet on his upside as a two-way tight end. Especially if somebody gets hurt.
He catches the ball much better than Spanford. I mean, and the block, and I think that we overrate Spanford as a blocker because of his size.
Okay.
I think there's some elements to his game that Spanford, I see the love for him because of the size, and maybe he flashed a few things, but he has got to be much better catching the football.
Okay, let's get to Krusty's Corner. What do you have in store for us today?
Yeah, I got some questions for my guys before we get to camp. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ Choppy, Fan Cam.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
There for you with the draft, Cowboys rookie camp, mini camp, OTAs, and coming soon, training camp coverage like no other in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Josh Young has been sent down to the minors. Another big day as the Rangers try to win a series tonight against the Orioles. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. Sands in an hour. We'll talk about all this and more. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian.
Thank you very much, Gerald. Thank you to Reliant as well. Thank you guys, too, for holding it down for me yesterday. Really appreciate that.
Our pleasure.
It was really good of you guys. I was struggling a little bit with some off-the-field stuff, but everything seems to be okay health-wise, so we're good to go. All right, Eric and I, we had a Love of the Star podcast today.
Did you say everything seems to be okay mouth-wise? Is that what you said?
I think it was.
Did I say mouth-wise?
I think maybe he did say mouth. I think it was health.
Oh,
I thought I said health.
Okay.
I thought I said health.
Maybe it's mouth health.
I thought I said health-wise.
Okay.
I thought I did. I might have.
All right, man.
I'm
doing three different things, so I probably
no.
could
I
have missed
apologize. On the text, did I say mouth? I'm sorry if
It's
I
a good
did.
clarification though, because if it is a mouth situation,
No, everything's.
Tell us
everything,
about that.
Everything's good. I think
it's private.
Yeah.
Private. I think I'm okay.
The woman's under the weather. Brian.
Unspoken.
Yeah. Well, no, I just wanted to say, thank you guys for that.
Hey, you're welcome.
All right,
Anytime,
Dawson.
buddy. You're a workaholic. You need to do this more often, bro.
No,
Okay? Please take more days off.
I feel bad when I do. That's what I'm saying. I feel bad because, like I said, I just.
We were talking yesterday how you're probably like having withdrawals from work.
I was
You
listening.
feel bad?
Yeah.
Henry Ford got you then. He got it. He won.
I did. Henry
Feel
Ford.
bad if you don't work.
I do. I feel bad when I don't work.
Gotcha.
I do.
I do too.
All right. By the way, like I say, listen to Love of the Star. Eric and I put a lot of work in
Great
it.
pod. Yeah, I retweeted it.
Well, thank you. We had a lot of good questions, and I'm always this time of year, because you're looking for content and stuff like that to talk about, and I love talking about this football team. And Gavin mentioned that I'll be at training camp here on the 21st,
and then we fly in on the 27th, I think.
Yeah, so I'll be there for catch you some practices before then, but looking forward to that, having everybody out there. And Eric and I went through these questions, and I wanted to ask this one because of and I'll start with you, Eric, because of you and I doing this. Because I want to get your opinion of this. And the question was about if you could sign one or more free agent before training camp. And the question was like, if you could sign one or more free agent for training camp, who would it be, and why is it Stephon Gilmore? And the question is, why would he be the guy that you would sign? My answer on this one was Asante Samuel. I'm trying to figure out where he is health-wise, and that might cost me too much money, but I kind of know what Gilmore is. And maybe I'm going to try and shoot a little bit bigger here. Go for a little bit bigger fish if I can do that. Because I was when I moved on from Gilmore, I was okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if things are going to get better, but I'm gonna keep an eye on Samuel. But is there another free agent, or does Samuel does a corner, or does it a position you want to add? Go ahead and throw that in there too.
Yeah, I mean, your cornerback situation's pretty dire, so I love the idea of an Asante Samuel. Of course, you got to check the injury stuff and make sure he's cleared there.
The neck, yeah.
Yeah, and the shoulder that kept. I mean, he played 4 games last year.
Yeah,
but he does have the inside-outside flex, which is something that this team could use certainly right now as well. So I like that idea for sure. I'm down for either one of those guys, whether it be Gilmore or Asante Samuel. My biggest desire, and I just don't know that there's somebody out there that you can just go get, but I want somebody that can be a run stuffer in the middle of the defensive line. I want a one technique that I know is better than Mozzie Smith. I'm hopeful about Jay Toya.
Yeah.
But that's a 7th round rookie. So expectations can't be too high there. But to me, that is probably my biggest concern right now. And I would love if there was some type of, Jonathan Hankins or whatever that's floating around out there. I just don't think there really is. So you would have to find somebody with a log jam. I think Detroit's one of those. Detroit's the team that I'm looking at. After Ragnow retired on them,
right?
They might need a interior offensive lineman. We got some of those. I think they got a handful of interior defensive linemen. Maybe we could do a little bit of a player swap. I'd be on the phone with that team.
All right, let me circle back with you then. Are you interested? How interested are you then in moving on? You said interior offensive lineman for the Cowboys. Who are you interested? Do you have somebody in mind that you're going to try and get a bigger fish with?
Well, I don't even know that it's necessarily a big fish, but just an equal type of player can we do a player swap? Brock Hoffman.
Okay.
TJ Bass.
Okay.
Robert Jones. One of those guys on the interior offensive line that, when you get down to roster cutting time, you might have to make some tough calls. There's teams out there that are going to need offensive linemen.
How quickly are you going to do that, though? I mean, would you like to get this done like right now, or do you want to wait till you see what you got with JT at camp and then go from there?
Yeah, I don't have to be in a huge rush before training camp necessarily, but before the season starts. So you got time. You got time.
I would like to, if we're going to do this, if we're going to go and try and get a real guy and not just maybe a camp guy or a guy that can fill in, let's try and do this now then. Let's get it done. I'm not.
Well, I got no issue with that either.
Yeah, I'm not interested in all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, this guy's not working out for us. I want to get this guy in and see if we really got something, is what I want to do. I'm not interested in waiting until the very end and then all of a sudden in week 1 we're trying to get a guy ready to play in the game.
Agreed.
If you feel like it's that important a position, and I totally agree with you, if you feel it's that important, let's go do this now. Let's not wait around and hope that we can make a waiver claim or something like that, because that's then all of a sudden that guy has to try and fit in and
get in shape.
And then there's 4 weeks into the season and the guy really hasn't stepped up yet, and you've missed opportunities. Go do this thing now.
I wonder what kind of different configuration Eberflus might want in the middle there. Is it another guy to get upfield? Like, is a big defensive tackle going to be that important? And if you can't make an improvement there now, I think you can make slot corner a lot better with Hilton. And I think you can get him for $4 or $5 million.
Okay.
I like that. Mike Hilton's pretty solid at the nickel spot. That's another guy with some injury stuff for sure. But at this point, they're all going to have their own little warts. But he would be a guy for sure that I think would step in and probably be your best nickel the day he gets here. If you don't want Bland to be there.
Yeah, if you don't want Bland to be there. I think they're going to have to get a bridge, though. I think now maybe Hall or somebody like that will work out for some of the other positions and stuff. And maybe Ravel. I'm hearing good things about Ravel, but I can't tell you, if Ravel is going to be completely ready for training camp and stuff like that. I've heard positive things. I know that for sure Diggs, they won't know about Diggs until the middle of August.
I saw you tweet that. Do you think it's possible he plays week 1?
No.
Okay.
I really don't.
Because I was looking at the recovery from that microfracture surgery.
I don't think so.
They were saying that, because he's coming back from an ACL the previous year, like you should have really let this thing go.
Yeah.
And then if you are Diggs, why do you want to rush back if the team's planning on letting you go? I want to get 100% healthy, play about 3 games well, and then go into free agency.
Well, he might be in a situation too where he needs to play to show people he can play.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't play, then he's going to be tabbed as an injured guy, and he's missed the latter part of 2 seasons. And any kind of money he's going to make, he's not going to make any money at all.
Yeah, but I definitely don't want to rush back and get hurt again, because then it's over.
Oh, I know.
So how many games do I need?
And I would say that would probably be his attitude.
Yeah,
I would say that's probably something in his mind right now. Why do I need to rush back?
Okay, and then the other side of that is, if you're the Cowboys, do you want him back? Because then if he gets hurt next year is guaranteed. Yeah. At some point in the season, if we're not above 500, I'm just going to put Diggs on ice and let this thing end so we can move on from him with 100% bill of health.
Sure. This question was asked too, Dawson.
Sure.
And it came from our friend Tyler G. And Tyler asked, if you could choose one position group to play like a top 5 unit in the league, what group would you choose?
Offensive line. Yeah, you give me a great offensive line right now. You make them blitz to get home on Dak. If they can pressure Dak with 4, it is over. 100% over. Because if they can pressure Dak with 4, they can also stop your run very easily. Usually anyway. So yes, offensive line.
Yeah, that's the right answer. And you get points if your answer is the secondary.
Yeah, you and I had the discussion today about the secondary and the offensive line.
Those are the only 2 that you can acknowledge right here. And they both make sense, but I think ultimately the offensive line matters quite a bit more. You have an awesome offensive line, you're going to have an awesome offense, and you're going to make what a lot of people think is the worst running back room in the league, look at the very least respectable. Your passing game's going to be on point. You're going to score points.
Yeah.
You're going to help your defense by having that. Your offensive line literally makes everything better.
I thought, like you say, we had the discussion that was both those groups, and I immediately said offensive line just because, but man, I do have concerns about the secondary in the way that
totally.
And I know we're talking about being worried about being run on. I worry if they're not good enough defending the pass. And we'll all say, well, listen, their pass rush is supposedly a strength here. But I wonder if people figure out, like, listen, we can max protect this thing. We keep backs in. We'll chip guys. If you can't cover on the back end and then Micah is having to fight double teams all day,
it's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day. I think teams are built to throw the football more than they are built to run the football. I think teams are even, it's very rare that you have a team, and I said this earlier today, it's very, very rare that you have a team that is that committed to running the football. There's some teams, you saw what the Saints did to you last year doing it. You saw what the Lions did to you last year. The Ravens, but you get a team. I don't think teams are so patient to run the football like they once were. And so I worry about teams just saying, listen, we'll figure out ways to block Micah Parsons and go one-on-one with everybody else and make you have to cover our good guys with your secondary.
Yeah, that's a real threat.
So I do worry about the run. Don't get me wrong. I do worry about teams going to what they do best, and that's throwing the football. Because not every team's committed to running the football like you need to beat Dallas. If you really want to beat Dallas, just be committed like Buffalo was that one time.
Yeah.
Just be that committed to it, and you can. But Buffalo has a good offensive line and a good running game. Not every team has that.
Yeah.
But they have the ability. They might have two receivers, maybe one receiver and a tight end and a quarterback that can throw it pretty well.
Yeah, but you're going to get on tape real quick whether or not you can stop that run. Because night one in Philadelphia,
but sure,
Saquon Barkley is going to be ready to go for $150 plus on you.
Yeah,
and now it's all out there.
And then the next week, the Giants trying to run the ball and they can't. But they've got
don't you doubt my Scattaboo. All right?
Yeah.
Scattaboo's going to be running through people's faces.
I got you, man.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We are 2 hours down, 2.5 to go. What's in store, Chief?
Got a little hodgepodge for you. Sad injury to announce. We have a brand new sports left to assess, and there's no way I'm making this Mavs trade. That's next in the nation.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Sands is coming up in about 35 minutes. We'll talk to him about Josh Young being sent down. Rangers trying to win a series against Baltimore tonight. That's coming up at 4:40. Here's Chief of the Sports Hodgepodge.
All right, so we do have the lineup out for the Rangers. Josh Smith is still playing first base. Berger's going to be DHing, and Ezekiel Duran is your third baseman. But our buddy, friend of the program, Alejandro Osuna, let's do this, batting fifth.
Baseball is life.
Did you hear the Hicksy home run call?
No.
Let's go ahead and tee that up if you don't mind. Lucius, first ever for Mr. Osuna.
Bowman a glance to second, and now the 0-1. And that ball drilled deep down the right field line. It's got a shot. It's gone. First big league home run for Alejandro Osuna. He'll touch them all as the Rangers now lead it 5-2.
Now that was an impressive. That's a major league crack right there.
Yeah,
the voice of Hicksy.
That is. That's on the level of our guy. What's his name?
McDonough. Yeah. Channeling his inner Sean McDonough right
Whatever
there.
it takes to get to the top.
I do like that. Osuna will bring that out of you. He's that kind of guy. He's electric. And Hicksy always meets the moment. I mean, he's had some fantastic calls here as of late where there's been some big-time moments going extra innings in these games and whatnot. So get a little voice crack going, and we'll see. Maybe you can make it back-to-back homer nights at Globe Life Field. For Osuna, of course, you have Nasty Nate on the bump for the Rangers, which is beautiful. It is amazing still. Still not even used to it. Can't take it for granted.
Oh, it's so good. It's perfect.
Going from deGrom to Evaldi.
Must-win game tonight.
Just beautiful.
Got to have this.
Under 500.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
That good vibe going about that.
kind of thing. Looking forward to talking about Josh Young and Kevin Pillar and what he had to say about the Rangers with Jared Sandler later this hour.
So you're saying that he's going to be very defensive?
I'm not saying anything. I just asked the question.
I'm saying level 4. I'm not saying level 9 or 8 or 9. I'm not saying that. I'm saying level 4.
Dawson put it at a solid 8.
Solid 8.
He's going after Pillar. You can't talk about Corey Seager that, plainly.
I don't think he by name said Corey Seager.
Yeah, but we all know he's talking about Siegs.
Yeah, it's crazy. These guys they kind of do their own thing. Corey Seager's the only guy on the team that actually fully does his own thing in preparation for the game.
Let's all right, Dawson, let's do this now.
Sure.
No leading the witness.
Okay.
You're really good you're very good at Sands. You know who he's talking about, don't you, Sands? No, Gavin, who's he talking about? Sands. Okay. Do I have to spell it out for you, Sands? I don't want to do that now, Seager. But
can I do that on my follow-up if he does not talk about how it's obviously Seager?
Yes,
I think so.
If the initial response is too measured.
No.
Well, we want to have some fun. We want to try and get Jared a little bit fired up.
But I've got to figure out a way. If he leads the witness, Gavin is going to draw Jared off sides instantly.
It's only on the follow-up.
We can do both.
Yeah.
We can do both.
It is going to be, he's going to Dan Marino hard count him, and he's going to jump right in the neutral zone. Right off the jump, he's going to go, well, Jared.
You know full well he'll roll his eyes at me and then give me a baseball lecture.
Well, Jared, did you happen to hear the Pollard interview today? And he was like, no, I didn't. No, he was calling out Corey Seager on his not really being a team player. If you can you believe that? Can you believe a guy would? Can you believe a guy would call out our Corey Seager who hasn't been hitting very well this year? Can you believe a guy would call out a guy like that?
Yeah, I think that's well done, Brian. I think I'll leave it up to you, as a matter of fact.
Dawson, you're one of the best I've ever seen at like bringing somebody into a fight and then kind of saying, well, you know who he's talking about, and then kind of taking them out of the fight.
Yeah, I'll do my best. We'll try to get him testy. I do love when Mount Sandler erupts.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he won't erupt on you because it's happened before.
Well, and plus he's TV guy now too, so he's gotta be a little bit more comported.
There is some of that.
He can try.
Comported? Is that comported?
I don't think he has it in him, bro. If come to you and talk like a man was a person, it'd be Jared Sandler. 100%, bro. He'll pull you in the corner. Hey, so what was that thing you said about, man? I was listening on the radio, and I'm not trying to confront you or anything. I'm just trying to get some understanding.
Yeah.
What was that? What did you mean by that?
I actually thought it was funny.
Yeah. I mean, it was so funny. But what did you mean by it?
Yeah.
We're cool, right?
And he's looking up at you the whole time, and he's almost chest to chest with you. Just what I'm not trying to get some understanding, brother. Yeah. Some clarification. What did you mean by that when you said my name?
Oh, that is so true. 440. Jared Sandler, Blue Nail Roofing. Looking forward to that.
Oh, this could be volatile.
Okay, did you guys see the unfortunate injury in the world of sport last night? When I say last night's sports injury.
Red Panda took a dive.
Did she ever?
It's sad. Been watching Panda for a quarter century.
I didn't realize Red Panda was that old.
Yeah. Well, you thought it was like you thought it was like a 25-year-old, 30-year-old chick?
I thought
you used to kind of have it going on.
I thought
really. See, I've never seen her in her prime.
I don't know. She looks pretty old up there on the old unicycle.
Oh, yeah, at this point, she's up there.
Do we have an age?
Let's go ahead and give me an age. I'm not sure what the age is. I would guess. Let me guess. Double nickels. But yeah, she took a spill like within seconds. And if you don't know Red Panda, she's one of the most
nailed it.
Really?
Yeah, double nickels.
How about that? Well, yeah, she's one of the most legendary halftime performers in all of basketball.
You can't ask ChatGPT Red Panda. You just can't type that in there because you get Red Panda, a small tree-dwelling mammal native to eastern Himalayas, southwest China. You just can't put Red Panda in there.
If you want to do a book report on red pandas, it's your spot. But the actual red panda, more of a Google situation.
Red pandas, the animal versions, are just completely adorable.
I always wondered if she ever fell off that. It's a 7-foot tall unicycle, and she's great. She'll like dip down with 1 foot off and flip them up and catch them on the top of her head. Like there's a lot of balance. But I think we just saw Father Time's undefeated.
Have we seen the end of Red Panda?
Well, there's a chance. So. I haven't gotten the full injury report. Like I don't know the diagnosis.
She hit directly on her ass.
She
looks like a broken wrist.
You were thinking wrist? Okay.
Maybe bruised tailbone.
I was wondering lower extremity.
I thought maybe she jammed her back.
Yeah. That was quite the fall from 7 feet.
Yeah.
And she's very impressive. She's on the unicycle. She's doing tricks. She's throwing dishes around, catching them on her head, stacking them, doing all this stuff. And I don't think I've ever even seen I don't even think I've ever seen a flub, let alone a full on fall.
Yeah. I don't think she's ever missed.
Let me ask you this real quick question, if I could.
Yeah.
It's never a quick question, but quick question. Is the Frisbee Dogs a give up for a halftime performance? Is Frisbee Dogs give up?
It can be.
Is marching band give up?
Oh yeah.
Marching
band really good.
Marching the Grambling band.
Tier,
I've seen the Grambling band. They're really good. Okay, but Red Panda still draws interest?
Well, there's an ironic comedy to it now. Like she kind of went viral.
Now that she's fallen, you're kind of like now that she's fallen, you're kind of like thinking when's the next time she's going to fall?
Well, there's no doubt.
So now there's intrigue.
Yes, and I think we all love a comeback story. We thought she was untouchable for decades.
This could mean she quits.
See, I would hate that. Now, if medically she doesn't have a choice, I would like to think that she could go out on her own terms.
Okay.
But I think we're all here for a Tosh.0 web redemption, right?
Okay.
Let's run this back and let's get back on the saddle. I think she's got another half decade in her. Easy.
Yeah, I think Frisbee Dogs is a give up, by the way.
But I'm also with you on the tailbone situation.
Yeah.
That could be.
She could have jarred herself pretty good. I think maybe some spinal problems here.
She tried to get up and walk off and then had to go take a knee and get wheeled off, actually. I don't think that was a Paul Pierce wheel off. She did her first game Thanksgiving of 93.
Man, what a run. If this is the end, I would hate that.
I think she's done.
But this should not.
Somebody's going to talk her out
This
of it.
doesn't taint her legacy in any way. But I would love to see her be able to respond and get back up there, and the crowd will go crazy the first time she comes back, especially if she kind of maybe waits it out a while and we all think like what happened to Red Panda, and then boom, maybe she's 55, maybe 57 years old, she makes the comeback. That place is going to erupt when she gets back.
Let her do it one last time at least, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go out on top.
I don't think you could let a 55-year-old lady with the thought of maybe falling again. I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, there are waivers. You know, I'm sure we could get the lawyers on this thing.
I'm saying
I wonder what type of insurance situation.
Now that I've
she's
seen
got.
her fall, I think she's an out.
It's kind of a liability, like when they wouldn't let Chris Bosh play because they were worried about his heart.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the blood clot situation, that was tough. Yeah. Well, so she was actually performing at the WNBA. It was the Fever.
Congratulations, the Fever.
Whoever
win the Commissioner's Cup.
Their little in-season tournament kind of deal.
Hang a banner there at the. Gamebridge Arena, whatever they play at.
Drop that banner. After the game, Fever players are in celebration mode, and you have Sid Colson, one of the members of the Fever team. She's live on Instagram. They're celebrating, having a good time. Yeah, in the locker room.
All right.
And Caitlin Clark jumps in to pay some respects to Red Panda, the fallen panda, from halftime. But I also think Colson at the end just has a really funny walk-off line. Here's their condolences to Red Panda.
Red Panda, we love you. Red Panda. Red Panda got hurt at halftime. Feel better. She rides on the bike and does we love you, Red Panda. Red Panda, if you're watching. Red Panda. Red Panda, if you're watching. We love you. I don't think Red Panda is on my
That's a pretty good walk-off. Caitlin Clark's like, Red Panda, if you're watching, and Sid Colson's like, I don't think she's on my Instagram live. Let's just be real about this right now. She's probably in a hospital bed somewhere, getting that spinal thing checked out, potentially a wrist as well.
Yeah,
but
she might be at that hospital that they used the combine. You know. Combine hospital. She might be getting an MRI.
That's true, man. They got the works over there.
They got the works. They could take care of her. She fell in the perfect spot.
That is true. If you are going to take a spill,
the Indianapolis hospital.
I think the WNBA gals got this post game right though. Like getting the social media on, getting the music going. Like this is the access fans want. I think the guy sports have been really like, oh no, you can't do that. You know, that's a major faux pas to go live. Remember when AB went live in the Steelers locker room and it was like the biggest controversy?
Yes, yeah. It's
time and place.
Let
the coach do his thing, and then maybe 20 minutes later, like I want to see that stuff. That's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. I was super engaged in it. Okay, so now
I'm sure you were.
On a lighter note,
especially when Cunningham's on screen,
she was getting after it. On a lighter note, we have a new sports laugh to assess. Was that your Kawhi Leonard?
No, that was kind of half.
It sounded like a Woody Woodpecker, actually.
Yeah, it did feel like a little Woody. Well, this is...
By the way, I lost because of Coach O yesterday.
No, you won.
Did I? I thought.
No, you did take that L.
You took that L. That's right.
Yeah, I took that L.
I voted for you.
Chief, you vote against me?
Did I vote against you?
Lucy, you vote against me?
I may have voted against you.
I was surprised.
Lucy, you vote against me for Coach O?
I think I went with the champ, dude. I feel confident I went with the champ.
It definitely wasn't against you.
It was for somebody else, Bobby.
It wasn't you.
It was personal. We're gonna get a broadest diss track on us now.
I'm going. I got you guys.
AI broadest dissing us would be hilarious, Bob. If you're listening, probably are.
Come on, Bobby. That would be pretty good. Okay, so we have Hanson Yang. Who's Hanson Yang?
He's the Trailblazers' first-round pick.
That's right. The Chinese
Jokic.
Yeah.
That's right. He is alleged to be the Chinese Jokic. He was introduced to the media, and they gifted him his jersey. He's going to be rocking that number 16. And this was the moment where he receives his Trailblazers number 16 Yang jersey. I mean,
That's evil.
That is. Well, he's elated. I think he's super elated.
Yeah,
kind of sounded Andrew Luckish. Like he's got there's some of that with the Chinese
little pituitary in there.
It's very interesting.
Was
he uncomfortable? You think?
I would imagine maybe you're like super excited, a little uncomfortable, and you just don't really know what to do, so you awkwardly laugh. And I mean, is this more awkward than Kawhi's?
Wow, that is awkward.
He's pumped, man. He really is, and I'm excited for him, and I'm excited for the Trailblazers. I hope this is the next Jokic.
I went looking for evidence of that on YouTube, and I found none. I think he had one backdoor, like over-the-head bounce pass that was kind of cheeky, but there was virtually no defense being played in Shanghai that particular day, so I think it was probably a train wreck pick.
I did love his quote of like, it's basketball, it's sleeping, it's eating, and it's PS5. It's like, that's pretty much what I got going on right here.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah,
man,
it does.
Sign me up.
That's the good life.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got Rangers baseball coming up in just over 2 hours now. If you missed the news, Josh Young sent down, so we'll get Sam's thoughts on that coming up at 4:40. Cowboys 2025 fan survey. How would you answer these big picture questions about your team? It's next in the nation.
But first, let's get you on over to Advanced Hair Restoration. And summer is a time to feel and look your best, Tolos. And I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. I'm talking about your hair, fellas. You have an opportunity to restore that bald spot, perhaps reverse your receding hairline if that's what you need, or just simply add some volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. Truly unprecedented stuff. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar. Get the most hair for your dollar right now. Advanced Hair Summer Sales event is on for just a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today, advancedhair.com, or you can call them at 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. And do yourself a favor, check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with G-Bag. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It sure has been hot lately, and I've been hearing a lot of people frustrated that they don't have cool air when they need it the most. Well, I recommend that you call the on-time experts. They guarantee same-day service, or the service fee is free. They serviced my home's AC recently, and they really earned my trust. And they guarantee my system won't break down again this summer. Call them today, theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text LIFE to 323232. That's LIFE to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
With the Bosch 18-volt Bulldog rotary hammer, you can conquer your construction needs. And when you can powerfully break through concrete, the more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
The following is a real Reliant air conditioning customer.
We needed a new AC system, so my wife had a company she's seen on TV come to our house to give us a quote. Well, the price seemed high, but the sales guy was super adamant that we had to buy right then or the deal was off the table. It didn't feel right. And then I remembered the ads that say call two other companies first, so I called Reliant Air Conditioning to get another quote. And sure enough, they were $4,000 less for the same equipment. Take their advice, folks. Get a quote, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning. It saved me a ton of money.
Jeff Stewart here, and at Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. So call two other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO, or schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
It starts with a simple order. A cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Keep your kids safe this summer with DFW Security. Get video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Cavaliers reportedly not interested in LeBron James. That's just a note I wanted to pass along to you. I saw out there on NBA Twitter at the break, but have some Cowboys off-season content for you in the form of
when their season was over.
Yeah.
So you just add another super old, fragile guy to go along with Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving, to me. That makes plenty of sense. I am excited about what this offense is going to be able to do, but I think there will be some semblance of like what the, not to the same extent, but a little bit of like what the Bengals dealt with last year, where your defense is just like, maybe you scored 30 in the game, but the other team was able to put up 34.
Yeah, I think 8 to 9 is fair.
What would you consider? Wild card situation and beat a playoff team like they did against Tampa.
That's what the Commanders did. I mean, they get Dan Quinn and off and running. They're in the NFC Championship game. I mean, you could only hope that could happen. But I like I say, he needs to build credibility within the organization and with his players.
What grade would you give Brian Schottenheimer for his first 5 months as head coach?
I mean, I would give it an A. I really appreciate the staff that he's put together. I don't love the Eberflus one, but I get it. The way the way that everybody's talking about him, the players and stuff. I mean, there's only so much that you can really glean. They can say whatever they want, and generally speaking, new guy comes in, it's just something new, so everybody likes it. But yeah, I would say B+ to an A.
I'm saying more of a B. I like what he did in the draft, to how involved he got into it. I like how he was able to kind of navigate some things. I mean, when I was there the 3 days and watching him, and you could tell that him and Will McClay had a really good understanding. Stephen Jones was involved with that. It kind of put out a direction that he wanted to go. I think right now it's kind of a solid B. Because, again, maybe he's convinced Jerry and Steven, they're like, listen, we need some more guys here. Help me with this. Help me with that. I think that the part to make it an A is going to have to be, we get to training camp and all of a sudden you start to see things that like, oh, wow, this looks different offensively scheme-wise. I think the B part of it is mainly because of the off-season. B to a D if all of a sudden they go out there and look completely inept, and then you start to hear the whispers in the locker room that the coaching staff is too young, they don't have NFL experience, all those things. I do like the fact that he went out and didn't hire his friends. Yeah. I do appreciate that.
I think it's the scheme, the vibes. Yeah. There's a lot of good things going on. I would say, as a head coach, how much of it is your job to fix the run defense?
Yeah.
How much is it your job in the personnel department where the coaches give you a lot of power to convince them that we need better players? You can't be serious about actually trying to get it done against the Eagles with this many holes on your roster. So, and I don't know if you can possibly get a message home to Jerry to reconsider everything about the way their front office does business with contracts and everything. But I think you need that kind of visionary communicator that can have those thoughts and then convince the ownership group of it to absolutely get my A+.
I will say this, though. I think it's very important to his early coaching tenure that they get Micah Parsons done before training camp goes.
That'd be nice.
I think that's important to him. I don't think he has to sit – for him to have to sit there and answer that question every single day. And Micah is going to hold in. Is that right? Is that what that would be? Hold in, not hold out?
Yeah.
Micah is not going to get fined $50,000 a day. I just don't see that happening.
If you had to bet right now, how long will Schottenheimer be Cowboys head coach? He's got a 4-year contract.
Yeah, I would guess he goes the distance.
I'm going to say that he's tied into the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to go with that. If Dak is not good for 2 years and it's struggle and they think like the offensive scheme and all that's not the way to go, I could see after 2 years. Probably, I would say 3 years. I'd say 3 years if the quarterback's not going well.
Yeah, I think I would click 3 years, but I could absolutely see 4 years. Like if they're not terrible, it's crazy how much Jerry won't accept the fact that you got to fire guys before their contract is over.
It depends on what we see though in the division too. If the Commanders continue to grow, like in Philadelphia continues to go, and then all of a sudden you see the Giants make a run. Where they're now in the
they
top.
hit on Dart.
Yeah, they're in the top 3, and then you're the 4th team in the division, and it not getting any better. That's going to be a big issue.
I think Jerry's least favorite thing in the world is paying someone to not work for him.
Yeah,
some firing a coach early
might be Steven's decision at that point.
It just messes with his old man sensibilities. Coming out of that era where you didn't waste anything. How far are the Cowboys from winning a Super Bowl? 1 or 2 years, 3 or 4, 5 to 10, more than 10. It's just so hard to call it right now. I mean, if you don't do it in the next 1 or 2 years, Dak's probably going to be too old.
Yeah, I worry about your division getting better, though, too. And then that's the problem. It's going to win a division, but there's been teams that have come through the wild card and won Super Bowls. So I think it's probably the 5 to 10 years, if I had to say.
Yeah, I put the timeline pretty far out. I think you got to start stacking up good drafts.
Yeah.
And then you got to have a light bulb come on that, hey, whatever shortcomings we have, we better get a great player.
They might have to hit on, like I say, it might turn into, we'll see what happens to the quarterback. Hopeful for him. I think he's going to be ready to go health-wise. I mean, everything I'm hearing about has been super positive that way. So we'll see. But I think that I think your division's getting better. I really do.
Yeah, and it's a division that still nobody has repeated in for 20 years or something like that, and maybe that continues and Philly fades a little bit and gets their cards back in order before they make another run at it. But I mean, right now it looks like at best they're the third best team in the division, and going forward, I think I did the math the other day. Like they have 9 good players if you count Diggs and Overshone, and I guess 10 if you count Ferguson, but nobody is. And like the Eagles are sitting there with 14. Most of your contenders have 12 or 13. So I need another draft. I need to keep George Pickens and then, hold off age and injury. Like this team has been devastated by injuries as well. So stay healthy, get back to drafting well, and maybe we can consider it. What position group gives you the most concern? It's running back?
We talked about that.
Oh, that's right.
We talked about it.
Secondary.
Secondary would be, secondary or running back group.
If you could only sign one of these unrestricted free agents, who is it? Pickens, Bland, Ferguson, Williams.
I go Bland in this scenario.
Is Bland the better overall player than Pickens? More professional?
More professional. I don't know if he's better, but I have CD Lamb already. I don't have anybody without.
Are you signing Bland with the intent of getting rid of Diggs?
Yes.
Okay. Then that makes it a lot easier for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. If Ravel's good enough, I might just move on from both.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's absolutely. If that happens, then we can have a different conversation. But paying 2 wide receivers, $30+ million, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. All right, it's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jared Sandler jumps in here. We'll get all the Rangers question answered. A big day of news. Young is out. Berger's back up, and we're back in the nation.
But Chiafalo here on behalf of my great friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction, Greystone Dash.
gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Daily grinding to bring you the latest Cowboys news. When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Wondering what your reaction is to the Kevin Pillar retirement interview.
I'll just say that I don't think that there were a lot of guys who were bummed when Kevin Pillar was DFA'd. Now, Kevin Pillar's not wrong in that there are a lot of guys who they do their own thing when it comes to their preparation. And he's obviously in the clubhouse more than I am. So, he's got his opinion. This team, and he even acknowledged it, that, it's a lot of the same guys from 2023. They won a World Series, so, the way they go about things can't be that detrimental, right? I mean, they seem to, rally when they needed to in critical moments. And, this team is definitely unique. I don't know that every single clubhouse is like this, and not every single clubhouse is going to work the same way other clubhouses work. And, I'm sure what he said about how things were in Atlanta was accurate. And he's been on a lot of teams. I have a few thoughts. And again, I don't want to invalidate what he says, but I think for a lot of the guys here, the way they kind of go about things, it has worked in the past for them. Now, what he said about guys struggling early and pressing, yeah, I think he's totally right on that. And maybe there are different ways he would go about it than what they go, how they went about it. But I do think there were guys who struggled early, and it was a little more of a thing than it normally would be for some guys, maybe because of last year. For other guys, maybe it's a contract thing. I don't know. There are always different factors there, but I thought what he had to say was interesting. And certainly, that's his perspective, and I don't think that he's off base on everything. But again, I'll go back to it. I think some of the guys he's probably targeting are guys who have been here for a few years and guys who were a big part of winning a World Series in 2023.
My first question was: is maybe could this be a reason for underperformance? Like guys aren't playing for one another. Like if what Pillar says is something that you buy.
I think if you had a clubhouse, what's interesting, Gavin, and I just thought of this. Pillar was on those Blue Jays teams in 15 and 16, and I don't remember if it was 15 and 16 or just 16, but I remember people saying, well, the Rangers are going to beat the Blue Jays because they all hate each other. That clubhouse was broken. A lot of those guys didn't like Jose Bautista. They had a lot of volatile personalities in there. They don't like each other. That's not a great clubhouse. The Rangers are going to win. And in 16, the Rangers got swept, right? So I think that what you're saying is definitely there's a lot to it. And I definitely believe that there are reasons why teams win and why guys perform or why teams lose and guys don't perform beyond just the numbers, right? We talk about it all the time. That's why, a marriage between all of this stuff is what works the best. And I think that if there were guys who just totally didn't care about winning, then, yeah, that probably would play a role. I don't believe that to be the case. You can't tell me that Marcus Semien, who, he's quiet and, he does his thing his way. You can't tell me that guy doesn't care about winning. You can't tell me Corey Seager doesn't care about winning. You can't tell me Josh Young, who, just got sent down today, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, that he doesn't care about winning. Adolis García, you saw his reaction when he hit a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 10th. That is born out of guys who care about winning. Now, do they go about it the same way that, he's used to, Kevin Pillar's used to? Probably not. I've only been with one organization, so I can't really speak to all that stuff in detail. But I do think that this is a different group. Yeah. I don't think that this is like many of the other Rangers teams that, I experienced my first 8 years. I think the last 3 years, it's been a different mix of personalities, but it obviously worked for them in 23. And so it's just tough for me to totally dismiss what they accomplished in 23, the hardest thing to accomplish as a team in this sport, and suggest that they've got major problems. That makes sense. It's just hard for me to reconcile the two.
It was tough to see somebody just openly talk about a World Series hero like Corey Seager like that, though. I mean, who else was he really talking about?
I think there are a bunch of guys who they go about things, whatever they like, in a way that whatever they feel like is best for them to get ready. And here's the thing: baseball's a unique sport. You can't do that in the NFL. If your left guard's like, yeah, but that's not how I do it. I'm not going to take first team reps. That's a problem, right? If your quarterback and receiver don't ever, do anything together until it's time to complete that big route on 3rd and 10, that's a problem. In the NBA, you got to work together. You got to play together. Baseball's a little different. The way Corey Seager prepares does not impact Marcus Semien's at bats. Does not impact how Josh Young swings it in his at-bat, right? They're all independent. Now, there's certain defensive things where you need to get together as a team, but they do that, and those guys are a part of that. But, I'm not dismissing the fact that when he was with the Braves, I'm sure maybe they did it a certain way. And I'll tell you, too, Gavin, Adrian Beltre and Elvis Andrus' Rangers went about things differently than, this group's Rangers. And the Mike Minor, Lance Lynn, period, those pitchers went about things differently than the Evaldi deGrom pitching group does, right? So, the veterans, the leaders can kind of dictate, some of the rules or some of, what is accepted, behavior and attendance and this and that. But I just have a tough time believing because a couple guys don't stretch, with 75% of the team. It changes things because those same guys like Marcus Semien is constantly grinding out cards and dominoes with his teammates and hooting and hollering and having a great time. Corey Seager, the same exact thing. It'd be one thing if those guys never interacted with their teammates, but I see it with my own eyes. I hear it. I hear their teammates talk about them. And the only thing I'd say too is, there's some veterans in the league who they stick around with certain teams because of the impact they have in that clubhouse. Travis Jankowski came back last year, not because he fit perfectly on the roster, but because that guy made a difference. That guy was positive, or had a positive impact. Kevin Pillar's bounced around a lot. And so maybe that's given him a lot of different perspectives, but maybe he's not adding to the solution as much as he thinks he is. I don't know. I just... that was just one thing that stood out that interested me. But again, his opinions are his opinions. And
bad teammate?
I'm not saying he's a bad teammate, Broadus, but maybe he's not a big part of. Maybe he's not the big glue guy, right? Because
sure.
Listen, the guy is was a good player, and bounced around, and so I'm not saying he's a bad teammate. I just think that
but they don't want him around, right? Because he's bouncing around a lot, right?
He's not here. And so maybe there's a skill set. It's not that he's a bad teammate, but maybe there's a skill set that they feel like is replaceable. And I'll tell you that it's not about bad or good. There's obviously a middle ground. But great teammates who are high-level defensive players, those guys typically don't bounce around a ton.
Jared, Josh Young getting sent to Round Rock. Are you in any way surprised by that? And how long do you think this stint could go?
Well, yeah, I mean, my guess is, the Rangers tonight wrap up this homestand, go on a road trip into the All-Star break. My guess is, you'll see him after the All-Star break, as long as he stays healthy down there. And hopefully, this is a nice way to just reset with a little less pressure. Because here's the tough thing. It's tough for a guy who's, fighting it, going through it to try and turn things around while playing for a team that's scuffling, right? Because now you don't really have that runway. Now you need guys to get things going. And so I think they feel like, hey, he's not been playing well. It's not just been a week, 2 weeks. It's been an extended period of time. I think they probably, my guess is, felt like to some degree it was just impacting his entire game. And, hey, let's send him to Round Rock. He can work on things in a lower pressure environment. They obviously aren't giving up on the guy. I mean, 2 years ago, his only full season as a major leaguer, he was the starting third baseman in the All-Star game for the American League. They're not going to punt on the guy or anything like that. But obviously, he needs to get things going. They need him. And it's not, Chief, it's not just about the numbers. It's the process, too. They're trying to cut down on the chase and the ability for teams to just locate a fastball at the top of the zone and have guys swing. And, we talk about a connected lineup. It's things like that, that can disconnect a lineup. And so, they obviously need Josh to get going, and hopefully he will, and he'll come back here in a couple weeks.
You think this offense is turning it around like Booney said with Sean and RJ this morning?
Oh, did he say that? Hey, listen, I'll tell you.
Says they're coming back in games more. They're not just dying out there.
Hey, I want to tell you guys this. I really, in talking to some of the folks, there's a lot of respect for the way that Brett has entered a tough situation, and the way he has handled things and gone about making relationships with players and trying to connect with with the hitters. And the numbers show that he's right. They are improving. They're doing things a lot better than they were in May. May was an awful month, but now it's about helping to turn those things into wins. And at this point, the lineup can still improve, but it's they've lost some games not just because of the lineup, right? So they are improving, but is it top 5 lineup in baseball? No, but maybe they're not going to be. But the arrow has been pointing in the right direction over the last month.
Thank you, Sans. Have a great night, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right, fellas, see ya.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And he's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing every Rangers game day here on The Fan. DeAndre Ayton has joined the Lakers. Okay, so I guess Luka, LeBron, Ayton, they're going to try to build around those guys. And of course, LaRavia and Connect, Reeves. A decent team. Where are we going next, Chief?
I have the craziest playmaker story that I've ever heard. Next in the nation.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some laughs.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Have that Brett Boone audio coming up for you here in about 20 minutes. You'll hear what he said about the Rangers offense earlier today with Sean and RJ. Judge for yourself if you're buying it. Time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, we got some footballs for you here, including, the craziest playmaker story I've ever heard. But we did get the news. DeAndre Ayton is now a Laker. Bought out from the Trailblazers. The big man now going to the Lakers. They're paying him about $8 million. He's still due over $25 million from Portland this season after the buyout. So they finally get their big man who will be catching some lobs from Luka.
By the way, I heard that everybody on that team wanted him out. Like, this wasn't a basketball decision. This was we hate this guy. Please get rid of him.
Yeah. I think the general thought on Ayton is just kind of immature, poor habits, and certainly not good enough to make up for that particular personality. So we'll see how it fits. The Lakers in desperation mode to try and get some level of a competent big, because they were unable to land all the big men in free agency. So that's where they are right now. I don't know. The Luka stuff is going to be interesting. Does he decide to just go ahead and ink an extension with them come August when he's allowed to, or is he like, I'd rather just sit back and see what moves you guys are going to be making? I think it's very realistic that he just says thanks but no thanks on the extension right now. Not to say that he won't end up signing it at some point, but I don't know if he wants to lock in right there. If this is going to be the status.
Can he get the same amount from somebody else? Isn't this a deal where they have the right? So I think I would do that extension and then look to demand a trade afterwards. I feel like, maximizing the income is the most important thing here for Luka. And then I would be patient. But yeah, I think signing that deal with the Lakers is going to give me another year and maybe even more APY.
Yeah, he has a couple options: 4-year, $229 million extension, or a 3-year, $165 extension with a player option. Can also opt out of his current contract and sign a new deal with the Lakers or another team in free agency. So I don't think it
was only the Mavs that could pay him a lot more because they were the team that drafted him.
The Mavs for sure.
That bird rights things.
That was part of the reason why that was the other. That
would have been $5 and $350.
Yeah.
The Lakers' biggest is $4 and $228. So
I think the Lakers do have some level of advantage here. He can get a little bit more money for sure. Probably one year's worth. If he waits it out to next offseason, he could probably sign for 5 years and $280 something, or he could sign a 4-year $220 something with another team. So definitely advantage Lakers to some extent there, but yeah, that
if you were DeMont, would you fire Nico to get him back?
I would fire Nico anyways.
Well, okay. That I knew I was walking into that trap.
Well, not a trap. I'm just saying yes.
I know.
The answer is yes on both counts.
Take it as you have a chance. Like Luka would come back if Nico was gone. You would. Then I'll take it from a perspective. I mean, don't be a fan. Just think about if you were the Mavs, would you make that determination? Would you say, yes, we'll fire the guy to get our player back?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would.
I know. I mean, it's an immediate question because everybody hates Nico, but I'm just asking it from a point, would you fire your general manager to get your former player back? That's what I'm asking, not keep emotions out of it. I'm asking, though, if you were Patrick DeMont and you're the governor of the Dallas Mavericks, would you make the decision if you got back channeled and heard that Luka would sign with you?
He misses Texas.
Yeah. If you fired Nico, he would come back to you tomorrow.
I think in a vacuum, absolutely. I want to know how the acquisition would go. Like, I don't want to give up all the good role players to get Luka back and then be left with Luka and nothing like you were in his first 5 years in the league. Like, that's where the Lakers are right now. So I think this is coming from a context of the last 40 years has been dominated by NBA star players, and you need stars and you need multiple stars, but it's changed. Now you need multiple highly skilled role players that are interchangeable, and the Mavs have that. So, yes, can I give them Anthony Davis for Luka back 100% every day of the week, twice on Sunday? But would I give up all my good role players to get Luka back? No. I don't think that's anywhere close to a championship.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying there, especially with the landscape of the league and just how stringent the new CBA is and the aprons and the luxury tax and all these different things. So I'm with you.
Okay, wait. If I'm hearing this right, you both then are okay with moving on from Luka?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I think there's multiple ways to win a championship, and he was never like my guy. Like, I enjoyed how Luka impacted winning, and sometimes he played so amazing that it was.
This is a new buy-in for you when you're talking about not having the super teams, right?
Yeah,
this is something new. This is a new strategy you're trying, right?
Well, and Indiana, Oklahoma City, everybody's proven it. Like, none of the top 10 players made it to the finals.
Right?
It's a totally different thing now
in terms of top 10 paid.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, in all honesty, then maybe Nico did the right thing here by moving on from Luka.
There is a world where moving on from Luka was the right thing. It was just
it's the return.
It's the return that you got. Like, if I could just run that trade back with the Lakers, I fire Nico and you get to have Christie back and you get to have Anthony Davis back, then without question. Frank Vogel is now going to be on the Mavs coaching staff. That's happening. Shams and others reporting. So he will be the lead assistant under Jason Kidd, seemingly replacing Sean Sweeney, who left for San Antonio.
Yeah.
So that's a championship dude for sure.
I learned they really didn't try and do anything to get Sean back.
Well, maybe they knew the whole time that they had Vogel up their sleeve and they preferred that. Because on the surface, the losing Sweeney was a huge bummer. Vogel, though, pretty strong. Absolutely.
Defensive-minded guy.
Yeah, defensive-minded guy. Championship head coach. Knows Jason Kidd very, very well.
He was on Kidd was on his staff when they won the bubble championship, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So there's some Mavs news. They bring back Exum today as well.
And evidently, though, with Exum, I believe they were like 1.6 under that second tier. They're going to have to make another move.
Yeah, well, they have one too many guys on their roster right now.
Right.
But they won't be forced to have to get to, I think they have 16 guys. Obviously, you got to have 15. At some point here in the summer, there will be a deadline to where you have to have 15 guys. I think the rumors are that they have some type of deal plan to where maybe they're trading in Omax Prosper. Maybe God help us, Rick Carlisle needs a big because Miles Turner's gone and he can take his old buddy Dwight Powell back. I don't know. But that would be pretty special. So, yes, they will have to move on from one player on their roster now at some point this summer. Okay, so, man, this is crazy.
You've never heard this story.
Okay, so I have heard this story in the last, month.
Wow.
But I didn't know it
This is
until...
a long time story.
This is a long time ago story.
Yeah.
It is.
It had a run on maybe Sports Center 20 years ago.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
so it became a national story within the last couple of decades. Just one of those that I thought was swept under the rug. This is about Michael Irvin, playmaker, and this goes back a ways when he was obviously still playing for the Cowboys. And this is Jeff Pearlman, who is an author, sports author.
He wrote the book Boys Will Be Boys. I think that's where this story was originally broken.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it's resurfacing now. Perhaps plenty
Lots
of
of people don't know this one.
I think a lot of people won't know it.
Yeah, I think my age and up does.
So I just learned about it a few weeks ago, and now we have Jeff Pearlman talking about it on a podcast. This is a Michael Irvin story from 90s, and it involves a barbershop situation with teammates at training camp. Here's Jeff Pearlman.
Cowboys used to bring in a barber to training camp, and the Cowboys had a offensive lineman named Everett McIver who went to get his haircut, and Michael Irvin goes seniority, and Everett McIver I think was in his second year. All the offensive linemen are like, "F that, don't get up," and Irvin's like seniority, and Everett McIver's like, "F you," and he's refusing to get up, and they start getting in a pushing match. And Michael Irvin grabs the barber scissors and stabs him in the neck and drags it along. And blood is spouting everywhere and blah, blah, whole thing. It's a crazy scene. And Michael Irvin at the time was on probation. So if that had gotten out, he's going to jail. So the Cowboys never reported it, gave Everett McIver a nice payoff.
Felt like you had a real respect for Irvin, that he was able to be such a wild man, but then on the field he was so accountable.
I think he's one of the most unique characters in modern sports history, where he was using drugs and he was womanizing left and right and he was out late every day. But I've never seen a guy like this, ever, ever, ever. Somehow he demanded accountability at the same time. Teammates fed off of him. And the leader of that team wasn't Troy Aikman and it wasn't Emmitt Smith. It really was Michael Irvin. At the same time, he's living this crazy-ass life off the field. So I found that fascinating.
Yeah, how would you have the physical energy to dominate the position? How would you have the mental and emotional energy and composure partying that much and knowing what cocaine does to a psyche? That is one of the greatest athletic accomplishments in human history, to be the leader of the team, coked out of your mind a lot, and still be the hardest worker.
Yeah.
It's just incredible what he was able to do.
The Dallas Cowboys, when I first went to work here, was in 99. And when he was laying on the field at the vet, when he got injured, that was the end of the Dallas Cowboys as we knew it. That was it. When he was out, when he was done, it was over. That was the final piece, because he was the one guy that held everybody accountable, held everybody together. See, the thing about it, everybody knew about the White House and all the things he was doing and all the craziness, but he never missed. He never took off practice. He never faked injury or was too hungover to practice or too coked up to practice. He always went out there and did it. And
he's superhuman.
Yeah. So as he did, people saw that, like, my gosh, how does Michael do this? We can't take any days off. He's not taking any days off. And he's out there partying his brains out.
I think it was Dennis Rodman level, just a different level of constitution and ability to process toxins.
A lot of respect.
But there's a similarity to the Wolf of Wall Street movie. If you saw Jordan Belfort, the ability to totally galvanize a crowd or a group of people and inspire them that we're going to go be great. And Jordan Belfort put those salespeople on a mission, and they believed in themselves. CA tells stories of Michael Irvin in London. They don't know where he is, and they're all having a big event at a party, and in walks Michael Irvin and gives the greatest 10-minute speech in Cowboys pep talk history, and then disappears again. It's just he just has it as far as that leadership trait, and that goes to show me and everybody that you can't teach it, you can't try to be it, and even if you have it, sometimes nothing can take it away from you.
I just can't. I can't even fathom a scissor stabbing to the neck of a teammate.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, that is a jarring story, and for someone like me who it's still news to, like this feels like breaking news. I can't believe it doesn't get talked about more. Like anytime Michael Irvin is brought up anywhere, I can't believe it's like the same Michael Irvin
Different
who
time.
scissor stabbed a teammate in the neck because he was sitting in his chair at the wrong time. That is a different level of ridiculousness. And it also, I mean, Jerry and company, their abilities to just
make it go away. Yeah, and it's crazy that one didn't come out because there were erroneous allegations against Irvin. He'd been vindicated on the other side, and he read the media the riot act.
He did.
Like, he had an adversarial relationship with the media after that. So for the media to not be able to find that story or release it until it was too long to matter is just incredible.
I wonder how much they broke him off. Old McIver.
That sounds like about $500,000 to me.
Yeah.
$500,000? I mean, I guess at the time, you're stabbing me in the neck.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say anything about it. What was the recovery process like?
I could find that out.
Probably stitches.
Give me some time.
So to get the jugular is very difficult. Like you've heard about killers trying to get that job done. Once you go into the neck, you got to like find that thing and then slit it. And if that doesn't happen, then that's basically just like a flesh wound.
Okay.
Yeah.
That just seems crazy, especially the way Perlman describes it, where he stabs and then like drags. You know? Gosh, dude, what a crazy story.
But Jerry will tell you, like Michael Irvin's the toughest dude that's ever been on any of his teams.
I believe that. Yeah, just intentionally working until he pukes. Like I'm not going to stop whatever type of conditioning, workout, whatever, until I am vomiting on the field.
Yeah,
next level competitor, total freak show from that standpoint. But
I mean, you're about to fight a 325-pound dude. He grabs you, right? And he's getting ready to dump truck you or pancake block you or whatever. You're next to the barber. You look to the side and see the pair of scissors. Are you going to grab that and put it in his neck, or are you going to get shoved through the wall? I think it's like an instant moment reaction right there. And
that's true. That's true. Like how much of it was like, I guess, self-defense?
Yeah.
Or was it him?
I don't know.
He's sitting in the chair, and because he's not getting out of it, I am stabbing him in the neck.
I mean, the way the story read in the book was that this was Irvin red hot, that this guy was disrespecting him by not getting out of this chair, and like he assaulted him. But in the chaos of the moment, and he said, she said, maybe Michael Irvin felt like I had to defend myself in that moment because a much bigger man was about to pile drive me.
Crazy story.
It is. And thanks for pulling that audio. Always good to hear from Jeff Perlman. Good book.
Yeah.
Got Nick Eatman's book sitting there too as well.
Nick's got a lot of good stories too.
A lot of good Cowboy stories over the years, and it is incredible, really, the power to cover stuff up.
I wonder if that's going to be in the Netflix Glory Hole doc.
I doubt it. Probably some NDAs along with that one.
I want to see some footage.
That'd be something. Okay, we got to step aside. What do you think of what Brett Boone had to say this morning about your Texas Rangers offense? And, how about the news that Josh Young, when's he going to be back? And we did get the return of a big man. We'll get you all the Rangers news as pregame's coming up at 6:30, and we're back in the fan. Have the Chad Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We're about to take this baby commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 5 minutes, and then LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Rangers pregame tonight, 6:30, going for another series victory. And this segment, The Expressway, is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Expressway is presented by our friends with the On Time Experts. The breaking news so far this afternoon during the show, DeAndre Ayton going to the Lakers. We just talked about that story top of the hour. And then Josh Young has been optioned down to the minors. Kind of a surprise considering how good he has been on both sides. But apparently it took big league pitchers a while to figure out exactly what Josh Young's weakness is, and the Rangers are no longer willing to be patient with him at the big league level. I think he's probably 10 days, Brian, be my guess. Maybe a week at the least and 2 weeks at the most.
Yeah, you're looking at probably like the team going on this road trip. After tonight, they'll go to the Padres for 3, Anaheim for 4, and then they got the Astros for 3. We'll see what happens when you get back to the Astros with the team coming back to Texas.
Yeah,
maybe it's a deal where you want to bring him in for that series with the Astros, and then, or it could be a thing where you say, listen, go spend the entire time, take the All-Star break, and then we'll talk. We'll come back. I think after the All-Star break, it's like Detroit is here or something like that. So it might be, that might be where we see him.
I mean, if he's red hot, I wouldn't mind having a quick hook and bringing him back for the Angels series, depending on the matchups. But this has been a sustained period of time, and likely it's just a perfect time for him to get a fresh look at things. But he has been optioned to Round Rock, and Jake Berger has been brought up. I guess he's going to DH Smith still at first. Duran
is
at third base
tonight. Yeah,
so what if Duran catches fire for a while?
He's had some good at bats.
Yeah.
And they haven't all been hits. He's put in the game the other night as a pinch runner and then stole second, stole third, and you think, man, the Rangers they're going to find a way to win this thing with him. But he's had some good at bats, and he's been pretty good defensively as well. So hopefully he can, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can get a little hot.
He's capable of doing it. I mean, maybe Foscue finally broke the seal, and he's going to have some hits here carry into the break. The thing Brett Boone said this morning with Sean and RJ that is interesting. He said the thing I'm excited about. We get down at a game, and we used to never come back, but the last 10 days, we don't go away. And he talked about how Rodgers had their number in Baltimore and through the shutout. And this, same thing was happening, but you stay in the game, you get the game-tying runs in the seventh inning. And he says to them, that's a good sign. And he says, long-term, this thing is going to be really good. I guess I'm biased towards wanting to believe that. Especially because since Simeon has come around. This offense was different in the month of June, wasn't it? We're out of rock bottom and perhaps building our way back up. The exit velocities are there, and maybe just, a little bit of sample size is the final thing weighing you down. It's the final boss until you can break out here in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, for so long it was just hitting in general. Like, can you just hit the ball at all? Now it's a little bit more timely hitting that you need, and getting good quality hits situationally and with runners in scoring position. And you're starting to see guys, certainly like a Corey Seager, Simeon now for a little while. Hopefully Adolis García can keep this thing going, and then now you get Berger back, and hopefully before too long you're getting Wyatt Langford back, and then you can get multiple guys where you can get 6 guys at a time that are being like their normal selves, and that can change a lot for you.
Yeah, just Corey Seager, 2 doubles last night coming off the weekend that he had. This thing, could get really exciting in a hurry, because if you just get Corey Seager playing like a superstar again, I think a lot of things can quickly turn around, and the pitching's still good. Evaldi tonight, pregame in 1 hour. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Yep, it's almost there. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter if you ever see anything floating out there, all right, our winner, day 2 for this champion, the audio, man on the bike trail, had 2 young bikers shooketh. They were shooketh. Now, I don't know what started this situation, but he went and confronted them. Maybe he felt like his name was being disrespected, and he threw somebody's bike into a creek.
Which one? Which one is the bitch? What's the hell? You're the bitch. You. No.
Yo, dude,
Show me your bitch.
What do we do? What do we do, man?
Who's the bitch?
What do we do?
You said bitch.
No, we didn't.
You're good.
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Dude, I didn't say anything.
Are you sure you're good?
I'm sure I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say anything, man.
And your bike is here.
I know.
Bitch. What?
We're not talking.
Hey, you want to try?
Yeah, dude. Bitch. We don't want to cause problems.
Bitch.
No, dude, please.
You just
please
said
stop.
it again, man.
Because you're hitting me. Please, buddy, stop. We don't want to fight. We're scared. Come here. Buddy, please stop. Please.
You do that again. You go in the river.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You hear me?
Yes. We're sorry.
Do you
I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's 2 bikes there. He could be in the river.
Okay, we're sorry.
I'm a bitch, but I won't do it because you're young as
We're sorry.
I'm 48.
I'm really sorry, man.
You want to do it again?
No, we're sorry. We'll leave.
Hey, you know there's a cougar around here. The cougar is chasing people.
Okay.
I don't know that cougar. But watch yourself, boys.
Okay, really careful.
Watch yourself, boys.
Really careful.
My man said, "We're sorry." Will, when you start speaking up for everybody, no, we're sorry.
Yeah, that's
wild. We want to apologize
on behalf of everyone here.
Everyone here.
We're totally sorry.
We're totally sorry.
It sounded like that water was really flowing in the back too. Like it's going to be tough to get those bikes out. Is that a waterfall? Is that some rapids?
Yeah. It was beautiful over there. It was scenic, man. Can't believe my man crashed out like that. It's such a scenic view.
Yeah, it seemed like a downtown homeless situation, if I'm being honest. Like, this is one of those homeless guys that runs up on you and you're like, man, I don't know if it's substance or schizophrenia or what, but I don't want anything to do with this.
He had a nice jacket.
He might be rabid. You had a nice jacket?
Yeah, he had a nice jacket on.
But didn't he sound like mentally unstable at the end when he's talking about the cougar running around? Like, where's that?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Is that a threat?
There's a cougar out here.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
You might end up all cut up, boys. You never know. Watch you calling a B word.
All right, let's see what else we got. Boom, 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 boom. Let me hear you say, yeah. You ever fanned out after seeing someone famous that you like?
Yeah.
Like, you totally lost. You're like, what's going on with me? Why am I so excited about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shake myself. It hadn't happened in a couple decades, but yeah.
Happened to me when I seen Pat Poose at the Mike Tyson fight. I was like, oh my God, it's Pat Poose! Ah! I went crazy. We got a Tampa Bay Bucks fan. He ran into Shiloh Sanders out there. Yeah. Shiloh Sanders has been hitting up different restaurants in the Tampa Bay area, putting it on his social media and just trying things out, you know. Yeah. Anyway, one of the fans ran into him and got super excited and told him that he was a steal of the draft.
You're gonna be the steal. The steal. You're gonna be the steal. This is the steal, baby. This is the steal. We stole Shiloh. Well, I'm telling you what, we stole it. I'm telling you what, can't nobody stop us. Back to back to back to back to back, and we're going to the Super Bowl. Can't nobody stop us. We got Shiloh. Shut down. Lock down, baby.
I was excited.
Steal the draft. Was he drafted?
No.
No,
Steal of the undrafted.
Still the undrafted, yeah.
And they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they are.
5 years in a row, apparently.
Hey, it is jarring. Baker Mayfield threw for 40 touchdowns last year. Okay, I was reminded of that the other day, and that's crazy.
Hey, Baker was fun to watch last year, bro.
Very fun.
He was fun to watch.
Just throwing Zins in his lip. And just
yeah, Baker was out there, dog.
Spinning it.
Let's see. I believe this is Jim Gray. He's asking Canelo.
Oh, that's Jim Gray, yeah.
That's Jim Gray?
That's Jim Gray.
Okay, he was asking Canelo about his mindset when dealing with opponents. If you have ever seen a video of Canelo cursing, it's beautiful. It's art. It's art. It sounds like a mob boss.
Okay. Do you generally like or dislike your opponents?
Generally, I don't give a
I think that's Jim Beam Gray.
Yeah.
That's great.
Makes an appearance usually after the fights.
I'm going to listen to Canelo's laugh at the very end.
Okay. Do you generally like or dislike your opponents?
Generally, I don't give a
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's great. Go watch an uncensored video of Canelo cursing. You be like, yeah, bro, that's what it's supposed to sound like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. All right, let's see what else we got, boys. How about Loopy? Loopy has been. Are the Yankees playing good? I haven't been keeping up.
I think they're playing pretty dang good.
Yeah?
That's a good question, man.
Yeah,
I just want to check that out because Loopy crashed on out. This guy named Loopy from New York.
Yeah, they're in first place.
Well, damn, Luke, what you? Come on, fam. This is a big.
I guess
much.
they're 5-5 in their last 10. You know how it is. The Yankees.
Oh yeah. That's New York.
Sitting here watching the Yankees, and it disgusts me how garbage they are. Anthony Volpe, wherever the you from, you little sucker, Jersey, your feel-good story, you suck. Take your and go back down to single A. And that other Uber driver, piece of your feel-good story, you bum, you suck. You suck. You guys stress me out. You can't do 17 runners on base today, and you can't score. Volpe, go back to high school, you little. You suck, boy. You suck. Derek Jeter would never. A-Rod would never. Yeah, bro. Garbage ass Yankees. I'm mad I spent electricity in my house watching this garbage performance. You mother. Aaron Boone, you piece of. Take your ass back to Omaha, you mother. And go milk some cows.
Go milk some cows. Wow.
You said they're first?
Yeah, sitting 12 games over 500 or something.
Felt like I was listening to Mike Bassick talk sports there for a second with all the mispronounced words.
Yeah.
Was that sing away?
Sing away.
And it disgusses me.
Yeah, it disgusses
That's
him.
what I like about it right there.
Yeah,
that's my favorite part.
I can't tell if he's illiterate or he's just so mad he can't pronounce it.
And he's New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got that weird accent.
Is that what we need around here? Some Rangers fans to do more stuff like that on social? You know, put a little more heat on these guys, get a little passion going.
He used to do that when Jared had the call-in show, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
a little
bit more toxic. I think they could use some of that.
No. I got one. I don't know. I don't know. I probably should have played this in front of the boss first. I mean, it's this guy's last name, but it's like that football player. Noah, what's his name?
Igbenogany.
I know. Eric knows what I'm talking about.
I'm familiar. Not an NFL player. Is he still in high school? Maybe he's in college?
I think he's in college now, bro, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think he just got to college.
Heard about this guy earlier.
The Noah kid?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to start changing these names, bro.
Seriously, some people blow my mind that they go their whole lives with a name. That's like, why wouldn't you change that?
There's a whole family. There's a whole lineage.
Yeah, an entire lineage.
Jason Tan Win.
All right.
Everybody get ready for it.
Weldon Nickerson II.
Wow. How do you spell that? Try to speed through it.
Nickerson?
Little CK action?
Nickerson?
Would you go inwardson?
Yeah. I don't know.
You got to put some respect on his family name. You can't cut it off like that, Dawson. You got to say the whole name, bro.
All right, I might have to resign.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're heading off on a big vacation here.
I'll have
May 17th.
I'll have AI reading those
go.
people's names coming across there. I'm not going to do it myself. I would have AI do it.
Especially that one AI voice that they use to narrate all the videos. I think that'd sound badass. Kids would appreciate it. Okay.
Oh, I hate that TikTok video. That voice.
You don't like that one?
Oh, no, because it's always like an awful video, but it's like, oh, not me getting ran over by a car. And it's like, wow.
It doesn't always match.
It doesn't match.
Is it our crazy German man throwing bikes into the river? Is it Shiloh Sanders getting a reaction from a very excited Buccaneers fan? Missing piece there. Is it Jim Gray asking Canelo Alvarez questions about his opponents, or the illiterate Yankees fan venting? There was one other, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You don't remember that?
I'm going to go with the Yankees fan, Chief. How about you?
Weldon Nickerson II.
Mr. Weldon.
This fool's the second one.
Chief?
Oh, I'm going to go with Canelo.
All right, we got 1-1, Lucius.
Crashing out on the bike.
Still tied at 1, Brian.
I think I'm going to go with the bike.
By a score 2-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the German man intimidating those kids who apparently called him a B word. If you ever miss who the champ is, you can always get it replayed every afternoon at 2:20. Lucius hits that right before Wolchuk's Top 10. And you can always go back with the Odyssey app and get any segment that you might have missed. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Lucius in LA Live.
Hey, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Take that.
Proper and etiquette that is happening inside of a courtroom. No, instead, I kid you not, people are pouring baby oil on one another outside this courthouse. Baby oil having a very big play in the freak-offs we heard about. You have people saying it's not Rico, it's Freako.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
It's not Rico, it's Freako.
I can't believe the videos that we were seeing today with that.
Man, wow. Lord of the Flies right outside the courthouse.
That's exactly what
Lord
it was.
of the Flies right outside the courthouse. Yeah, P. Diddy beat like the major charges. He got stuck with the lesser charges.
Yeah, 3 to 5 years they're thinking about. Maybe.
Man, come on, that's wild.
He's still facing time?
Yeah,
he still got 2 charges, prostitution and transporting some prostitutes.
Yeah, he beat the life sentences is what he did.
Yeah, he's not the gangster that they try to paint him out to be. He's drugging girls and he's running a criminal enterprise. No, him and his girlfriend were freaks. And they bought drugs and prostitutes. And he was a bad guy.
Yeah.
He beat the hell out of Cassie. He stomped her ears together. He was burning up cars and everything. P. Diddy is a gangster like that.
Yeah.
But he's not out here committing those type of crimes.
It's just crazy. I think that when you say human trafficking, I'm like, really? Like, do you know what that is? Like, I know we have an alternate definition of it. And to me, it's kind of like political. Like, we have re-engineered that word to try to take down people that are, I don't know, disgusting or unseemly.
Straight up accusations can go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, human trafficking is taking people across the border in the back of a truck,
forcing
gagged
them.
and bound and, like, drugged once we get there, and you have to do this prostitution. Not showing up for a sex party for $10,000. That's just, it's weird.
Shoot, for $2,000. He was getting these cats off a back page, dog.
Yeah.
What? You're a billionaire. You buying boys off a back page? What are we doing? What are we doing, dog? Hey, anyway, he denied bail, so we'll find out in October what's going to happen with P. Diddy. But this is LA Live for Wednesday, July 2nd.
So they denied bail, though?
Yeah, judge denied bail. Thought he was going to get out right here for the holidays and throw a big old party.
Yeah.
The P. Diddy blowout bash.
So they're showing up to that.
Yeah. They're going to maybe give him 3 to 5 years for assault? For beating her up?
No. That's not what he was. No, that's
just for prostitution.
Prostitution.
Prostitution
Yeah.
parties.
Prostitution, buying those dudes.
Yeah, he beat the life sentence, which is a victory in itself.
Isn't that like 2 days in jail?
Usually you would let somebody out.
Okay.
Like if
time served.
You would get the bail. You would be out right now.
You shouldn't be getting hookers.
Running these
Yeah.
streets.
Here's a fine.
Exactly. But because he admitted that he was a violent person in his trial and everything, the judge said, all right, we're just going to keep you right here. And which is true.
Well, I mean, if I had slandered him over the last 6 months or so in any way, I think I would be pretty worried considering his reputation, especially with what Suge Knight was saying.
Brother Love ain't going to do nothing.
Really?
It's over with. Brother Love is not going to be moving around like that anymore. Man, they done sat
That's what
P.
they said
Diddy.
about OJ.
They done sat P. He didn't do anything after that. Came and got some trophies. Get against the wall, sucker. OJ's here. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Badu for naming today. I too was born underwater with $3, 6 dimes. Do you know today's math, God? You know today's math, huh? Today's math is wisdom. Apply that wisdom, family. Peace to the gods of the earth. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is Greystone-Roofing.com. Let me get this real quick right here. Shoot ya, boy.
Alternative to permanent tattoos, what plant dye popular in India is used for temporary body art? I know this. You do? Hentai. The correct answer is henna. Henna.
Oh, cash cab. It's going to cash cab. Yeah.
That's close enough, isn't it? You said hentai?
Alternative to permanent tattoos, what plant dye popular in India
I know this.
is used for temporary body art? I know this. You do? Hentai. The correct answer is henna.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, it's for you gooners to know about all that type of situations out there, bro.
I know this.
Yeah, I know this. Excited. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Before I get into the question of the day, which I have, the reviews of the Red Lobster seafood boil have been hitting the timelines there, bro.
I've seen some crazy videos.
Yeah, I've seen some people rated as 7s.
Yeah.
I've seen some 4s.
Okay.
I've seen some awful takes. I've seen some funny takes.
Okay.
I've seen some dude suck the biggest lobster tail out of the lobster that I've ever seen in my life. Just right there sitting in his car.
Oh, yeah.
Right
I know
there.
you're talking about.
Like,
I know
wow.
you're talking about, yeah. Buddy was getting busy in that car.
Did you see that gal the other day at the baseball game with the hot dog?
Bro!
No.
Okay, was that, I don't even know, was that I don't know what event this was.
Oh, looked like
Bro.
a baseball game. Yeah.
Like,
She's putting on a show.
she shoves the entire hot dog into her mouth and then pulls it out, puts it in the bun, and then hands it over to the guy next to her, and he just starts eating it like
What
it's nothing. It was just
And the guy next to her is like, what is going on?
Yeah, the guy on the other side is just completely mind bleeped as everybody else is watching. I was like, what is happening?
Yo.
That's how he likes his hot dogs dressed.
That's about wild right there. No, I have not seen that. The reviews are in for the Red Lobster seafood boil. It looks like a mixed review out here. I saved one of these reviews for you.
Baby, that crab boil at Red Lobster was disgusting.
Oh, no. I was going to do this. It's just one review, right?
Trying to save you, bro.
Okay.
Baby, that crab boil at Red Lobster was disgusting. How they say, count your days, because, baby, it ain't going to be that many more with this crab boil. And for $50, if y'all don't take y'all tails to the hood where you know it's going to be banging, don't come here for this. Well, baby, let me tell you about these biscuits. Why they just warmed them up and served them to us? Like we don't know what that tastes like. We heat them up when we get home. I ain't gonna lie. They tried us, y'all, with this crab boil bag. Now look at it. It don't even look exciting. But I'm finna bust it wide open so y'all can see what it really look like. I'm telling you, you better off going to Aldi for a crab boil bag because this ain't it at Red Lobster. Look how watery the margarine is when you pour it out. And yes, it's margarine. This ain't no butter. And look like they put a whole jar of minced onion on there to make it look like something. But baby, where's the seasoning? If you have high blood pressure, then maybe this is perfect for you. But baby, I don't have that. I need all my seasoning.
She sounds like
when I say nothing on here, ain't nothing on here. And like I said before, baby, this was $50.
Whoa.